Xiulai kicked the bucket on his old life. At 28, the redhead walked away from a golden career at a major corporation. The news spread fast through the company. The most promising leader was out. While the team struggled to understand such a drastic decision, he only wanted one thing: to breathe outside the office. The farewell took place at an upscale restaurant. Between wine toasts and stunned looks, no one could accept that he was really leaving everything behind. Director W, who saw him as a future successor, tried to hold him back, but the decision was final. Xiulai no longer wanted to be a corporate slave. He was chasing peace. When asked about his next move, he revealed the plan: open a cafe, adopt a few pets, and escape the pressure. His co-workers, trapped in their own bills and frustrations, felt a hint of envy, but still celebrated their friend's new path. He promised discounts for the old crew, and the party atmosphere sealed the end of an era. Time passed, and the dream became reality. Lee's cafe turned into the hottest spot in town, packed with celebrities and curious customers. Behind the counter, life moved at a different pace. He felt alive serving people and watching the business thrive. Beaming with success, he rushed to share the news and brag a little to his girlfriend, who was also named Lee. Guy Fen listened with excitement in her eyes. The cafe's net profit had already surpassed 100,000 yuan in the past month, and projections showed the entire initial investment could be paid off within just 1 year. Proud, she showered her boyfriend with praise. Xiulai finally felt that the risky gamble, where he burned through all his savings and even mortgaged his own house to invest over $1 million, had been worth it. But the victory didn't last long. The heavy roar of engines shattered the peace. Demolition tractors pulled up right in front of the hero's cafe. The shock was immediate. Without understanding what was happening, Xiulai watched workers prepare to tear everything down. One of them, completely indifferent, dropped the bombshell. The land had been sold, and every building in the area was scheduled for demolition. Panic took over. No one had warned him. No notice, no message, nothing. When he demanded answers, the workers simply told him to take it up with the property owner, since they were only there to follow orders. Xiulai pulled out his phone, frantically trying to reach the landlord while demanding the machines stop. The workers' response was pure mockery. They laughed in his face, making fun of the fact that he had rented a doomed property and invested a fortune into land that was about to turn into dust. The owner washed his hands of the situation with cold cynicism. He claimed he had already mentioned the future demolition and that Xiulai should just find another location for the cafe. The problem was that the young man had poured a massive amount of money into renovations and marketing for that specific building. The financial loss was enormous, and the demolition seemed inevitable. Consumed by anger, Xiulai refused to back down. He stood his ground, shouting that the lack of proper notice was a blatant breach of contract and demanding immediate compensation for the damages. The workers watched the scene with disdain, treating the young man's desperation like rookie ignorance from someone who didn't understand the dirty rules of the game. Xiulai realized the trap. The landlord had deliberately hidden the truth to keep collecting rent until the very last second. When confronted, the man, a fat, arrogant figure, let out a mocking laugh. With complete indifference, he dared Xiulai to sue him, knowing the legal system would move slower than the excavators outside. The landlord was a complete scumbag. He shoved full responsibility for the building onto Xiulai in the contract, acting as if the young man should quietly accept the loss. The crook's argument was absurd. He claimed he didn't know the exact demolition date when the contract was signed, and that, since the cafe had made money for a while, Xiulai had already come out ahead. With a smug grin, he offered only 10,000 yen as a pitiful compensation. While the lowlife humiliated the protagonist over the phone, his spoiled daughter could be heard in the background, demanding a luxury trip to Antarctica that cost 170,000 yen per person. The contrast was disgusting. Realizing the conversation was turning ugly, the man brushed him off and hung up, saying he had other commitments. The redhead tried everything to stop the machines, arguing that it was a clear crime and contractual fraud. He searched for any sign of cooperation or common sense, but it was useless. The workers, completely indifferent and focused only on finishing the job, fired up the engines, ignoring the desperation of the man watching his life collapse. The machines didn't stop. Buildings fell one after another, while Xiulai's world crumbled along with them. Despair took over. Every cent he had ever earned was buried in that rubble. With his blood boiling, the redhead refused to accept the loss in silence. He felt that saving what remained was his responsibility alone, and he began to craft a desperate plan to fight back against that injustice. Hours later, back at home, the silence in the living room felt heavy. He tried the diplomatic route, sending messages to the landlord demanding the return of at least 3 years of rent to reduce the financial damage. The response was nothing but silence. The scammer simply blocked his contact, disappearing with both the money and the dignity of the business. That was when Gai Fen showed up. She walked into the room without the slightest idea that the cafe had already turned to dust. Her presence was the only comfort in the middle of the chaos, making him lower his guard for a moment. Looking at her, he regained a bit of strength. Giving up wasn't an option while he still had her support. Gathering his courage, he finally told her everything about the total destruction. Shocked, she immediately asked what his next move would be to climb out of the hole. Xiulai tried to stay confident, assuring her they would find a way to start over from scratch. The plan sounded solid. Selling the furniture and equipment could bring in around 200,000 yuan, and the rest would come once the landlord returned the money. He even imagined using his reputation to attract former customers to a new location, but his optimism didn't convince Gai Fen. The mood shifted when she mentioned someone named Zhao Lidi. Xiulai frowned, assuming the man had been bothering his girlfriend again, but the truth was worse. With a cold expression, she dropped the bombshell. She wanted to end the relationship. The young man froze in shock. Being abandoned at the worst moment of his life made no sense. He grabbed her hand, begging for time and promising that, just like he had bounced back in his career before, he would do the same with the cafe. Gai Fen had no interest in promises. She was blunt. Zhao Lid had already secured her future even before the breakup. She showed off an expensive luxury handbag, a gift from her new suitor, making it clear that she preferred the immediate comfort of a wealthy man over the uncertainty of her ex-boyfriend. Xiulai felt the blow deeply. While he had been fighting for his business, she had been accepting gifts from another man behind his back, trading their relationship for someone with deeper pockets. Gai Fen looked at Xiulai and presented a surreal proposal. She admitted that the new suitor was old and probably wouldn't live much longer, but assured him her plan was to inherit his fortune and, after he passed away, run back into her ex's arms. With shocking cynicism, she revealed that the rich man had offered 1 million yuan for her to stay with him, a fortune that could solve all of Xiulai's problems and even save the cafe. His response was sharp and final. Even if he ended up living on the streets and starving, he would never accept being supported by a scheme like that. Disgust and fury took over the young man. He didn't want to look at her face anymore and ordered her to get out of his house immediately. Gai Fen showed no regret. On her way out, she threw one last insult, saying she had no intention of staying with someone so broke that he couldn't even keep a roof over his own head. Alone and at rock bottom, Xiulai watched night fall under a heavy storm. With no direction, he walked through the rain, completely soaked, feeling the crushing weight of depression. While the world around him seemed to move on and other people paid off their debts, he could only think about the few belongings he still had left to sell. The worst was yet to come. In the middle of that darkness, a group of intimidating men surrounded him, cutting off his path. The pressure tightened. The debt collectors showed no mercy and demanded immediate payment, threatening to destroy Xiulai's reputation if he failed to settle the debt. Memories of humiliation and loss pounded inside his head as he wandered aimlessly, trying to find a way out of the disaster his life had become. In the middle of his despair, he ended up at the ruins of what used to be the Hero's Cafe. The place where he had poured all his dreams was now nothing more than a fenced-off dump. There, at the lowest point of his journey, he begged the heavens for relief, swearing that if he ever managed to rise again, he would prove his worth to the entire world. But fate was cruel. While wandering through the construction site, a fatal accident cut everything short. Xiulai was struck by a crane and died instantly at the age of 28. At first, his consciousness didn't even realize the end. He floated like a spirit above his own body, feeling a strange lightness as the police sealed off the area. Paramedics arrived quickly, but there was nothing they could do. To the doctors, it was just another routine death, but the workers were left in shock by the tragedy. Even in that ghost-like state, Li's final thought was a silent protest against the injustice of the world. He still believed that good people should receive good things, despite ending up that way. The destroyed cafe, which should have been the grave of his hopes, became the stage for something supernatural. In the middle of the rubble, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere, making Xiulai question his own sanity. Moments later, floating windows filled with mysterious text began popping up before his eyes, as if the universe itself were processing the data of his existence. It was a whirlwind of memories. He saw everything, from the birth of stars and black holes to the moments when he was praised by everyone at the peak of his career. The images became clearer and more intense until the ground vanished beneath him. The young man fell into an endless abyss, diving into total darkness until everything faded away. When he opened his eyes, the scene had changed completely. The chaos of the construction site and the coldness of death were replaced by a noisy classroom. He was sitting at a school desk, confused, until a familiar voice interrupted him. It was Jan Min, his old friend, asking if he had hit his head. Still in shock, Sueli asked if he was dead. Jan Min laughed, saying he was talking nonsense and that nothing serious had happened. The hero jumped to his feet, feeling the desk and looking around. It felt like everything had been just a nightmare, or that he had somehow just arrived in paradise. Sueli had always believed that his collection of good deeds would open the gates of heaven. So when he saw Professor W walking toward him, he became certain he was in heaven. The teacher was the person he respected most in the world. In the past, when poverty nearly destroyed his future, it was this man who secured his education with recommendation letters. Seeing his mentor alive was shocking, since the professor had died tragically after an unjust conflict that Sueli had witnessed firsthand. Overcome with emotion, the young man ran to hug his mentor. Through tears, he thanked him and wished that the professor would have an eternal life filled with wealth and peace in that new realm. But the reception was far from angelic. Instead of wings, the master used a rolled-up paper to smack the student hard on the head. Shouting, the man demanded that Sueli stop burying him before his time and suggested that the boy was suffering from a heavy hangover from the night before. Jan Min quickly stepped in, trying to calm the professor and pull his friend back to reality. He was worried. If Sueli kept acting like that, he would fail the class without mercy. He insisted that this wasn't a dream or a hallucination, but a real lecture that required focus. Even while feeling the sting of the hit and hearing the classroom chatter, Sueli's mind kept spinning. He couldn't figure out how he had returned to that exact moment in his youth. Sueli scanned the room, trying to process the scene. His friend urged him to wash his face after class and stop staying up all night, but the redhead was outraged. To him, it made no sense to face college subjects and responsibilities even after death. If this was heaven, why did he still have to study? While the teacher ignored the outburst and continued the lesson, Sueli's gaze locked onto Xiaonin. In his past life, he had lost contact with her and never understood why she had left so early. The girl, far from shy, returned the stare with intensity. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Jan Min, noticing the tension, joked that this was the protagonist's strategy to get her attention. Embarrassed, Xiaonin quickly looked away and muttered that she wouldn't waste time staring at him, even though the blush on her cheeks gave away her discomfort. The movement caught the teacher's attention, who didn't appreciate seeing one of his best students breaking the silence rule. Sueli noticed that the professor still carried the same strict posture as always. When he lowered his eyes to the desk, he saw a book about financial markets and investments. That was the final trigger. The place was identical to his old reality. A chill ran down his spine, confirming the suspicion. This wasn't a hallucination or heaven. Just like in the fiction stories he used to read, he had been reborn. At the exact moment of that realization, the bell rang, announcing the break. Sueli was still in shock, processing the new reality, while Jan Min kept asking what had happened. To his friend, seeing the redhead sleeping in class and acting like a lunatic was bizarre, since he had always been the most focused student. Worried, Jan Min quickly assumed the problem was money and offered to help. Even though Sueli refused and said he was fine, his friend insisted. He pulled 100 yen from his pocket and handed it to the protagonist, calling it an investment in the future. In a joking tone, but with real sincerity underneath, Jan Min said that the family business of Sueli would take off someday, and that if he himself ever became a failure and got kicked out of his house, he hoped he would have a safe place to stay with his buddy. Sueli accepted the money but made one thing clear. It wasn't a gift. He promised that his friend could ask for the money back any time. Excited about the deal, Jan Min immediately started planning a barbecue to celebrate. Night fell, and the scene shifted to the college dormitory. Lying in bed, the redhead finally connected the dots. He had truly traveled back in time. It was 1998. He had been given a second chance at the peak of his college youth. The death under the crane, the darkness, and the despair of the destroyed cafe now felt like a distant nightmare. Sueli realized he held the power to rewrite his own story, using knowledge from the future to avoid making the same mistakes again. Sueli was back in 1998, but fragments of the future still scrambled his mind. He saw memories of advanced technologies that made no sense for that era, yet he chose to ignore the mystery. His focus now was different. This was the golden chance to build the empire he had always dreamed of and avoid ending up in the gutter again. While trying to fall asleep, Jan Min grumbled from the other side of the room. confused about why his friend was still restless. Xiulai simply agreed and pretended to sleep, but his mind was running at full speed. To his friend, he looked like a lunatic who owed millions in the morning and acted like a fool at night. What nobody knew was that the hero was drafting a full-scale war plan. This time, the story would be different. He would protect the people he loved and make sure no one died. On top of that, his revenge list was ready. Everyone who had harmed him in his past life would pay a heavy price. Using the knowledge of someone who had already seen tomorrow, he was determined to become the richest man on the planet. The next morning, sitting in class, his focus was absolute. Xiulai began mapping out China's economy, knowing that future reforms would trigger a massive market boom. He knew that after 2003, real estate prices would skyrocket. The only obstacle right now was obvious. In 1998, he was still a broke student with no money to start investing. The lack of cash was the biggest barrier. Without startup capital, Xiulai knew it would be impossible to dive into the markets that were about to explode: stocks, technology, and retail. He was broke, but he had an advantage no one else possessed: a clear vision of what would happen between 1998 and 2003. He needed money, and he needed it fast. Jan Min still found his friend's behavior strange. When he peeked at Xiulai's notebooks, he saw detailed notes about finance and computer science, like someone preparing to switch careers overnight. The young man tried to reassure him, reminding him that with his high grades, the worst-case scenario would be landing a job at a bank, a future that, in Jan Min's eyes, was secure and promising. Ironically, Xiulai remembered that in his past life, the bank had been the first place to shut its doors on him. But he wasn't focused on traditional jobs anymore. The plan now involved his family's business. His parents were about to give up everything and return to the countryside to survive through farming. He knew they had talent and persistence. They just needed the right push to keep from abandoning the city. Jan Min, always helpful, offered valuable support. He said he would ask his own father to evaluate the potential of Xiulai's family business. The friend wanted to use his influence to make sure the protagonist wouldn't fall into hardship and that his plans for prosperity would finally become reality. Xiulai accepted the help immediately, but the situation wasn't so simple. Jan Min's father was focused on a new restaurant in the city center that, despite all the effort, wasn't gaining traction. Hearing about the business triggered a dark memory from Xiulai's past life. Uncle Zhang had once been a successful entrepreneur, but bad luck and the wrong crowd eventually drove him into total ruin. In the original timeline, Jan Min went bankrupt and disappeared without a trace. Xiulai could still picture his friend crying, fleeing the city with nowhere to go. In 1998, he refused to let that happen again. Trying to warn his partner, he suggested keeping a close eye on the restaurant's cash flow to prevent a financial disaster. Jan Min just laughed, thinking his friend was acting like a grumpy old man. To him, his father was a master businessman, and there was no reason to panic. But Xiulai knew the business was heading straight for the abyss. He wrote everything down in his notebook. He needed proof that the current path was a mistake in order to save his friend's family's future. Despite his youthful arrogance, Jan Min was a man of gold. He always bought extra food to share with Xiulai, knowing his financial situation was rough. He even offered money, joking that he would charge high interest later just to protect his friend's pride. Faced with such loyalty, the hero decided that the first major step in his new life would be to repay that friendship by saving Uncle Zhang's empire from total destruction. Back at the dorm, the mood was all about strategy. While taking a shower, Xiulai reflected on the limitations of his past life. His lack of formal education had always slowed his rise to the top. This time, he wouldn't repeat that mistake. The plan was clear: move into technology. In his previous life, he had become a master programmer through sheer grit, and now that knowledge was his secret weapon. The countdown to success had already begun. In 1999, the legendary Fyon company would be founded in Ansa, and Xiulai knew that was his gateway. If he could partner with Jan Fyon early on, the game would be won. Yet the obstacle remained the same. He needed money to start investing and position himself as a serious player in the Chinese market that was about to explode. The redhead's goal was incredibly ambitious. He didn't just want to get rich. He wanted to shape the country's economic future and make the entire world feel the impact of his influence. But the seriousness of the moment was interrupted in a ridiculous way. While reaching for the bar of soap that had slipped to the floor, a sudden feeling of being watched ran down his spine. When he turned around, he came face to face with Jan Min. Holding back laughter, his friend cracked a joke about the classic dropped soap situation in a shared shower. The awkward moment shattered the epic mood of those reflections, leaving Xiulai suspicious about his partner's clueless sense of humor. Despite the scare, it was just another one of John Min's questionable jokes. Xiulai tried to ignore it and got dressed, but something caught his attention. A strange glow began radiating around his friend. The steam in the bathroom suddenly took on a golden hue, identical to the mysterious light he had seen moments before dying at the cafe. Intrigued, Xiulai asked whether his friend could also see that magical phenomenon. John Min, however, noticed absolutely nothing and began to think the redhead was truly losing his mind. He suggested that the hero see a doctor and get a prescription, since the hallucinations and bizarre behavior were getting out of control. As quickly as it appeared, the light vanished, leaving the young man even more confused about what it meant. In the university cafeteria, the topic of conversation was obvious. Xiaonin and her friends were discussing Xiulai's recent behavior. Pretending total indifference, the girl complained that he showed up and disappeared whenever he felt like it, insisting she didn't care at all about that jerk. Her friends just laughed, knowing she couldn't hide her interest. Deep down, Xiaonin found everything extremely strange. In the past, or rather until recently, Xiulai had been her shadow. He chose the same classes, attended the same extra courses, and always found a strategic seat in the library just to be noticed by her. His sudden change in behavior, now focused on something much bigger, left the girl completely intrigued. Back then, Xiulai never missed a class just to stay close to her, but now he buried himself in the back of the room, devouring technical books and laughing to himself. Xiaonin's friends teased her, saying her lovesick puppy had turned into a hardcore nerd aiming for graduate school. The redhead, however, had only one person on his mind, Jan Fyon. He knew the future tech giant would face critical problems at its launch, and he planned to be there to fix them. Lost in his plans, he walked past the girls without even lifting his eyes from the book. The collision was inevitable. He bumped into Xiaonin so hard that her lunch fell straight to the floor. Already irritated from being ignored all day, the girl exploded. Her friends started shouting, accusing him of being blind or doing it on purpose just to get attention. Furious, Xiaonin snapped that he should stop following her and causing trouble, once again making it clear she had zero interest in him. Xiulai, maintaining complete calm and showing no emotion, simply bent down to pick up the mess. With a coldness she had never seen before, he apologized for the distraction and reached for his wallet. He offered money to pay for a new meal, treating the incident like a routine transaction. The detached attitude caught Xiaonin off guard. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and confusion, she refused the money and, in a much softer tone, simply asked him to be more careful while walking. Unable to understand why that former puppy now acted as if she were a complete stranger. The irony of Xiaonin's warning didn't go unnoticed. She said that if he kept walking around distracted, he might get run over. Xiulai just nodded, but within seconds he was already buried in his book again, focused on the technical problems at Fyon's company that would soon make headlines. His cold reaction left Xiaonin's friends stunned. They commented that in the past he would have begged for forgiveness and rushed to buy her a feast, but now he handled everything with money and indifference. Xiaonin tried to maintain her act of disinterest, but the shift in his behavior was driving her crazy. She felt that his coldness was a wall she couldn't break. Restless, she finally walked over to the table where the redhead was eating and studying. Calling him by name, she claimed they needed to clear up a misunderstanding. Xiulai didn't even lift his head. He simply replied that there was nothing to discuss, since the issue of the spilled lunch had already been settled with payment. The blunt response made the girl blush with embarrassment and anger. Not knowing how to deal with that wall of ice, she gave up on the conversation and told him to keep eating before storming off. It was obvious to everyone that he used to be crazy about her, but now the tables had turned. While Xiulai wrote strategic notes in his notebook, acting as if she were invisible, Xiaonin boiled with indignation, feeling humiliated by the indifference of the man who once lived at her feet. Xiaonin burned with rage. She had been sitting right in front of him for 3 minutes, and the redhead hadn't taken his eyes off the pages once. She expected him to give in and beg for attention, but Xiulai was in another world. In truth, he felt a deep sense of disgust. When he glanced to the side, he spotted the real source of his hatred, Jan Sueli. Sueli was the definition of privilege and arrogance. Rich, influential, and always surrounded by followers, she watched the scene with a satisfied smile, assuming Xiulai was simply switching targets. With an air of superiority, she declared that behind that act he was a terrible person and would never stand a chance with her. Xiulai didn't bother arguing. He simply said she was completely mistaken and stood up. He walked away without saying a word to Xiaonin, leaving the girl in shock. She couldn't believe he had the nerve to ignore her like that. But the hero's mind was burning because of Sueli. In his past life, she had been the one who destroyed Professor W. Using her family's power and bribing the media, she fabricated a lie that cornered the teacher. The scandal was so severe that not even the professor's wife and son escaped public humiliation. The man, who had always been an example of loyalty and dedication to his students, saw his reputation crushed. With no strength left to fight the corrupt system and unable to clear his name, the professor fell into absolute despair, knowing he would never teach again. Sueli clenched his fists. This time, he would not allow his mentor to be destroyed. The crowd watched the spectacle of horror, waiting for the tragic outcome. In the middle of the chaos, the young Sueli desperately tried to calm the professor, but the mentor had already accepted his fate. He maintained his dignity until the final second, regretting only the burden his wife and son would have to carry. By the time Sueli finally reached the scene, it was too late. Professor W could not be saved. The trail of destruction didn't stop there. The professor's wife couldn't endure the pain and also passed away, leaving their 10-year-old son alone and traumatized. Meanwhile, the true architects of the disaster, Jan Sueli's parents, behaved as if nothing had happened. Sueli herself, surrounded by shallow friends, mocked the dead teacher. They laughed, saying he was already old and that his burial plot should have been purchased before prices went up. Sueli's cynicism was revolting. She bragged that her father would always protect her and that the professor's death was nobody's fault. Sueli's hatred boiled over. In his mind, true justice would be trading that spoiled girl's life for the survival of the innocent couple. In the middle of that storm of memories, Xiaonin touched his hand, pulling him back to reality. She was confused by the firm grip and icy gaze of the young man, not realizing that what burned inside him was not compassion, but an unrelenting desire for revenge. Sueli could think of only one thing. He would make Sueli kneel and pay for every drop of blood that had been spilled. The girl, noticing that the former puppy no longer reacted to her drama, began to feel uneasy. With a cutting voice, the hero declared that he knew exactly what she thought of him and that the days when he crawled at her feet were over for good. Xiaonin felt the blow. Seeing the man who once chased her now paying attention to other girls stirred a jealousy she tried to hide behind weak excuses. Sueli, with no patience for games, cut straight to the point and threw out a challenge. He wanted to know whether she truly understood what really drives the financial market. With a confident tone, she tried to give a theoretical answer, naming knowledge and perseverance as the pillars of success. The redhead simply shook his head. He explained that she was wrong. The true soul of everything is liquidity. Without it, the market freezes and dies. He delivered a quick lesson on how the masters of finance survive only by optimizing risk and managing capital, a principle that applies to everything from stocks to derivatives. The girl fell silent, realizing that this wasn't just empty student talk. Before turning away, Sueli delivered the final sting. He warned that if she stayed trapped in theory alone, she would become a limited person with no real vision. He wished her good luck in a mocking tone that left her completely disoriented. Xiaonin tried to call him back to continue the discussion, but he had already disappeared into the crowd, eager to put his plans into action. She remained there, processing the humiliation of being dismissed. Meanwhile, the hero reflected on how blind he had been in his past life for failing to notice her superficial nature. He remembered a friend who once said he was the perfect catch, honest and handsome, but Xiaonin had rejected him arrogantly, claiming she didn't associate with people of lower status. Now, he was the one who no longer saw anything special in her. The hero felt nothing anymore for the conceited girl who tried to hook him with ego games. Coldness had become his new shield. Looking back, he realized how naive and young he had been in his previous life. He had been fascinated by her, wasting time and energy while being treated like trash. Now the truth had finally sunk in. He could appreciate beauty, but he would never be anyone's doormat again. His full focus now was leveling up. Sueli made a silent pact with himself, no more acting like a fool. The goal was total success in business, especially by taking advantage of Jan Fyon's rise. He understood that in the real world, beauty or initial status means nothing when you have power. The raw force of money and influence can hide any flaw. The young man decided to bury fleeting romances and invest every drop of sweat into building wealth and authority. Although jumping back to 1998 felt like a hallucination, he was loving this dream. He was in the perfect position to change destiny. Back at the dorm, reality knocked on the door in the form of Jean Min. Excited, his friend invited him to come over to his house to watch the World Cup final between Brazil and France, since they would have the place all to themselves. With knowledge of the future, Sueli already knew the outcome. Brazil would be defeated. He turned down the invitation coldly, using the excuse that he needed to finish his studies. Watching a game whose ending he already knew held no excitement. His focus was on something much bigger, like infiltrating the giant Fyon. His friend was left in shock, unable to understand how his soccer buddy had become someone so obsessed and distant. Janmin tried everything to convince his pal, insisting that a World Cup final was sacred and only happened once every 4 years. He even joked that Xu Lai was getting too wrapped up in studying just to impress Xiaonin with his intelligence, but the hero didn't care. The young man's cold attitude made his friend so uncomfortable that he decided to raise the stakes with a heavy bet. The loser would have to wash all the dirty socks and underwear that had been rotting under the mattress. Xu Lai agreed immediately, already smelling the unbearable stench coming from the corner of the room, but with absolute confidence in his victory. Jan Min, trusting the favorite, put all his chips on Brazil. With a sly smile, the redhead was precise. He bet on a 3-0 win for France, and even predicted that Brazil wouldn't see the ball at all. Jan Min found the bet absurdly specific and started celebrating ahead of time, telling Xu Lai to get the soap ready. He commented on how betting houses were booming and complained that getting rich overnight wasn't so easy in their country, dreaming about the life of a millionaire overseas. What he didn't know was that Xu Lai had the treasure map. The hero remembered that beyond soccer, the real turning point would come in 2001 with the launch of the Universal Lottery in China. That was the true chance to build the capital he desperately needed. The result of that night was already written, and Xu Lai only waited for the final whistle to watch his friend face the mountain of dirty clothes while he planned his next step toward fortune. At dawn, the scale of his plans felt enormous, but Xu Lai could sense the weight of the butterfly effect. He knew that one wrong move could ruin everything. He needed surgical precision. Reflecting on the past, he remembered how bad luck had always followed him and that, although gambling was a fast path, the risk was brutal. Reality rarely forgives those who dream too high without protection. With a dark tone, he tapped Jan Min on the shoulder and gave his friend a harsh reality check, since the young man still saw the world through colorful lenses. Xu Lai explained that sudden success attracts dangerous attention. For every lucky person who gets rich overnight, there are thousands who lose everything, or worse. He warned that if a poor student started making money in a consistent and suspicious way, envy and hatred would be inevitable. The prediction was chilling. Today's lucky man could easily end up in a body bag at the bottom of a lake tomorrow. The hero made it clear that no one is immune to having their throat cut because of someone else's greed. Jan Min began to tremble, shocked by the coldness and deep knowledge his friend showed about the dark side of money. He had never seen that side of Xu Lai before. Realizing he had made things too heavy, the redhead changed his tone to ease the tension. He patted his friend on the shoulder and told him to relax and focus on positive energy. Nearly in tears from nervousness, Jan Min swore he would be an honest and fair man, but soon laughed again, impressed. He joked that his buddy must have spent time with some extremely rich big shot to have become so sharp about how the world really works. Life took an unexpected turn for the protagonist. After being dumped by his girlfriend, he decided it was time to turn the tables and focus on his own growth. His reasoning was practical. Love demands time he didn't have. To Li, accumulating possessions was an illusion, because money comes and goes, but character and personal development are the only things that truly remain. Those convictions hit hard within his social circle. Jiang Min couldn't accept that his friend had become so unyielding. Trying to lighten the mood, Jiang showed up with what seemed like the perfect invitation: soccer, beer, and snacks. It was an offer anyone would accept without thinking twice, yet the answer was a blunt no. The refusal set off alarms. Jiang began to theorize that his friend's isolation hid something worse, maybe a serious financial crisis or problems at home that pride wouldn't allow him to reveal. He imagined Li was working himself to exhaustion in some night job just to avoid begging anyone for help. Before leaving, Jiang made one thing clear: if things ever got tough, he just had to speak up. There was no need for ceremony or shame between them. Alone, the redhead felt the weight of that loyalty. Looking back on the past, he realized how much those guys mattered, and how different his fate might have been if they had been around earlier. That gesture from Zhang became an emotional turning point. Even with the protagonist focused on his solitary journey, it was clear he now had a real ally for the battles ahead. The truce didn't last long, because the events that followed would give no one a moment of rest. The protagonist's ingenuity shined inside the computer lab. With total command over the machines, he established the connection effortlessly and ran the most advanced software of that era. All the effort paid off when he saw the program he had written working flawlessly. That disc in his hands was his ticket to the top. While he advanced in technology, chaos spread through the hallways. An opportunistic student pretended to be hardworking, begging Professor Lin for help with homework just to hide his true intentions. But the real poison was Sueli. The girl, who contributed nothing of value to the world, acted with disgusting arrogance. The scene in the corridor was bizarre. The professor was visibly uncomfortable, his face marked with lipstick, while Sueli blackmailed him into keeping quiet about her adventures. Lee watched from a distance, recognizing the girl's predatory pattern. No one suspected the dirty tactics she used to get what she wanted, hidden behind a facade of wealth and beauty. Rumors spread wildly among the university students. The focus was Professor W. Many doubted he was capable of any wrongdoing, wondering if everything wasn't just another setup by Sueli. To the public, she was as perfect as a flower. But behind the scenes, the mystery kept growing. While the blonde tried to explain that her family's influence went far beyond money, the pink-haired girl beside her could barely process the seriousness of those revelations. The gossip was heavy. Sueli lived off the radar, disappearing from the dorm without a trace, and not even the school administration knew where she lived. The secret was guarded fiercely, but the list of victims kept growing. Professor W suffered the most. Going against the girl was like signing a social death sentence. Anyone who resisted her charm ended up buried under threats. The fear was real, to the point that a student named Hangen was forced to drop out just to escape her harassment. To cold observers, the blame fell on those who got caught in the trap. The relationship between teacher and student had become a minefield, where some tried to protect students like their own children, while others were manipulated through their weaknesses. No one had the courage to expose the villain, fearing they would be the next target of scandal. The group's blonde girl knew very well that Sueli's history of destruction left no room for heroes. The shock came when Professor W, who had been hiding nearby, heard every word. The atmosphere grew tense, and the girls tried to escape that dangerous conversation. But the protagonist acted quickly. He grabbed one of them by the arm, demanding to know the full truth that Lee had failed to uncover. Cornered and in tears, the blonde tried to dodge the question, swearing it was all just hallway gossip. As he connected the dots with the present, the realization finally hit him. Sueli's kiss on the teacher wasn't affection, it was a trap. Behind her angelic face and stunning beauty hid a serpent skilled in manipulation. Her game was silent and deadly, but now the secret was out in the open. The protagonist had all the leverage needed to expose Sueli, yet he chose not to waste ammunition on someone unworthy. His focus was elsewhere, Jan Fyon. Instead of confronting her directly, he decided fate itself would eventually collect the debt from the villain. He knew her greed would become her downfall. By trying to use money to destroy Professor W, she would end up creating the very enemy who would drag her to the bottom, where humiliation and isolation would be her only companions. Not long after, the scene shifted to the male dormitory. Amid the hustle and bustle, a dark-haired girl rushed forward, and the collision was unavoidable. The impact knocked her down and scattered her books across the floor. Even feeling awkward about the situation, the hero didn't hesitate and extended his hand to help. The girl, shy and gentle, tried to refuse the help, insisting she could handle everything on her own. Lee ignored the refusal and began gathering her materials. During the task, their fingers brushed for a brief moment, enough to fill the air with shy tension and make the young man blush. He apologized for being distracted, and she, still catching her breath, explained that she had also been rushing in a hurry. That was when the realization struck the protagonist. He wasn't facing a random stranger, but Liao. In his past life, she had been a legend, the author of a phenomenal bestseller that sold millions of copies. Lee had been an open admirer of her work, which captured the soul of urban youth like no one else, going far beyond romantic cliches and delivering brilliant, deeply layered characters. Having that brilliant mind standing right in front of him was a twist he never expected. Another realization followed. Liao was in his class. The protagonist couldn't contain his excitement as he praised her work, leaving the girl completely disoriented by the sudden approach. Trying to hide the shock of being recognized before achieving fame, she attempted to make excuses, but he went straight to the point, praising the beauty of her writing and comparing her words to something that seemed to come alive on their own. The atmosphere of admiration only intensified when he mentioned seeing her awards ceremony. The precise compliment made her blush, yet secretly feel flattered. In press photos, she looked like an untouchable and elegant figure, but here in the real world, she was simple and charming. Standing face to face with his childhood idol stirred Lee's emotions. The impact was so strong that he nearly fell in love on the spot. He realized that this encounter was far from a waste of time and insisted on carrying her books. Liao tried to refuse again, assuring him she could manage, but the young man didn't back down. He explained that it wasn't a joke or cheap hidden motives. It was simply the excitement of a genuine fan who finally had the chance to stand close to someone he admired. Deep down, Li's urgency had a darker reason. In his previous life, he had witnessed the tragic end of that rising star. He remembered the news from the other timeline, where the writer died at home after battling severe depression. Back then, the public had been cruel, treating the illness as weakness or attention-seeking. Even her own parents failed to understand what was happening in their daughter's mind, and the world watched her collapse without lifting a finger. Now, with the chance to rewrite the story, the hero had no intention of letting her walk that lonely path again. At that time, common belief was harsh. Many people thought writing stories was nothing more than a hobby, and that authors didn't deserve proper pay. In the present, the writer, still far from fame, thanked the protagonist for his support. He not only helped gather her materials, but also insisted on walking her to the office, clearing the way for her. The young man quickly noticed the fragility hidden behind her talent. She was a sensitive soul, crushed by the indifference of a family that refused to value her potential. Li saw a golden opportunity. He knew she would become a literary phenomenon and decided he would change the girl's tragic destiny. To him, success didn't depend solely on luck, but on knowing how to cultivate the right resources and the right people at the exact moment. During their walk across campus, the hero used a clever strategy to build connection. He claimed she reminded him of a cousin, a prodigy who used to win writing competitions but had her career cut short by a traditional and patriarchal family. According to him, that relative had been forced to abandon her dreams to support her younger brother through an ordinary job. The story hit its target. Emotional and with tears in her eyes, the young woman confessed that she was living through the exact same situation with her own brother. Li's story became unexpected fuel. Hearing about the supposed cousin who chose to fight against injustice made the writer feel she also needed to become stronger. That encounter planted the seed of rebellion. It was time to stop hiding and turn her dream into a real business to achieve independence. Liao Kekin's past was a chain of domestic abuse. In the original timeline, Li remembered that she faced overwhelming pressure for being the eldest daughter, treated as a source of income by a family that exploited her without mercy. Opportunists surrounded the writer with fraudulent investments, and because she lacked business knowledge, she repeatedly fell into financial traps. Instead of protecting her, her parents sabotaged every chance of professional success and even accepted pitiful advance payments just to push her away. Life at home was a nightmare of constant verbal attacks. Liao's mother would scream endlessly, complaining that her daughter contributed too little, even when she handed over nearly all her earnings to support the household. The matriarch's plan to fix the family's future was grotesque. Force the young woman into marriage with a vulgar man much older than her, simply because he had the financial means to support her and an interest in students. While Liao's brother wasted what little they had, the girl remained the only pillar holding the family together, sacrificing everything for her relatives. Even though she was an honest and upright person, she was treated like property. Unable to understand what she had done to deserve such contempt, the young woman swallowed her sadness and melancholy. Suffocated by that reality, she pulled herself together as best she could and rushed out, escaping into the exhausting routine of her steady job just to avoid more conflict. By abandoning her writing, Liao cleared the path for a mediocre replacement to steal the spotlight, becoming the new award-winning literary sensation. While the so-called dark horse filled posters with success, the young woman withered in a colorless routine where every hard-earned cent was devoured by rent and her family's endless demands. The fear of facing her mother's fury for not bringing enough money home became a constant barrier that prevented her from investing in herself. The weight of physical and psychological exploitation eventually took its toll, pushing the young woman into severe depression. Even when she finally managed to publish and stabilize her income, peace didn't last long. Her family's greed was a bottomless pit. Her own father went as far as threatening her life if she refused to buy a luxury car for her younger brother. To her parents, Liao's success was nothing more than an ATM to fund gifts for their son, while she was treated as someone who didn't even deserve the basics. The writer tried several times to break free and escape that toxic environment, but a dirty move from her mother sealed her fate. In a staged scene designed for the newspapers, the woman dressed in rags and played the victim in front of a journalist, begging for help and claiming that her daughter had abandoned her to suffer alone. The lie destroyed Liao's reputation. Overnight, she went from being an exemplary daughter to an ungrateful villain in the public eye, making any attempt to live a normal life nearly impossible. The author's public image collapsed. People who once saw her as the resilient heroines from her own books showed no mercy. The court of public opinion and the relentless persecution from her family created a storm of hatred she couldn't withstand. In the end, the pressure was what broke her. If her relatives hadn't been so cruel, the outcome might have been very different. But now, the game was different. The protagonist knew the tragic future had not yet happened, and that there was still time to fix everything. With contagious confidence, he assured her that she would become a massive success and joked that he hoped she wouldn't forget him once she was rich and famous. For Liao, hearing those words from a stranger felt like a life preserver in her darkest moment. As proof of trust, the writer gave the young man her email address. Back then, with the internet still in its early days and computer access limited, she began visiting the college lab every week just to check her inbox, anxiously hoping for a message from him. That encounter left a deep mark. She returned home inspired and motivated by his encouragement, determined not to give up under social pressure. Their farewell was light and filled with gratitude. Liao, still blushing with shyness, promised to follow his advice and keep writing for her future fans. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already planning his next moves. He knew the technology and instant messaging market was about to explode and needed to align his business with a partner who lived in another city. Between strategies, he kept wondering whether the seed he had planted in the heart of the future literary legend would grow. The answer came sooner than expected. A new email notification had just arrived for the girl. The message in her inbox was from Lee. In it, he reinforced that she could not give up and had to stay focused on her goal, no matter the cost. That encouragement became the fuel the aspiring writer needed, because she had been on the verge of quitting everything. Shortly before that message, she had been crushed by a literary consultant who called her work boring, depressing, and a waste of time, suggesting she pursue a more useful profession. Those harsh words nearly shattered her confidence, but Lee's support brought a new perspective. The opinion of a bitter professional did not define the value of her work for real readers. Renewed, she promised herself she would keep pushing forward. The protagonist, eager to know if his plan was working, sent an instant message soon after, asking if she was in class. The speed of technological communication at the time left the girl stunned, since their last contact had been face-to-face. Seizing the opportunity, Liao invited him to lunch. They met near the computer lab, and she, still shy, brought a few unpublished drafts for him to review. As he read the first lines, the young man felt a chill run down his spine and began to sweat with nervousness. He recognized the material instantly. It was the beginning of dust particles in the heart. In the original timeline, that work would not even start being written until 1998. Lee was holding the manuscript that, in the future, would earn the author the most prestigious literary awards and nearly take her to the peak of global recognition. The destiny of that story was already changing right before his eyes. The future Nobel Prize winner watched Liao's hesitation. She was visibly insecure, expecting harsh criticism about her drafts. The reason for her fear was familiar. A teacher had already torn the text apart, calling it trash and suggesting she stop writing altogether. Liao confessed that even though she liked what she had created, the judgment of an authority figure made her question her own talent. The protagonist remembered reading in his past life that this was the exact moment when the author almost abandoned her career because of mediocre criticism. Calmly, he explained that art is subjective. Those who enjoy a style will devour the book, and those who don't simply won't read it. To illustrate, he cited the example of The Great Gatsby, which received mixed reviews at release and only later became an immortal classic. The impact of those words was immediate. Feeling supported, Liao begged for technical advice to improve her writing, but the young man froze for a second. He realized that if he interfered too much with the structure of the text, he might destroy the originality that would one day make the work famous. He decided not to become an intrusive literary mentor. With a smile, he brushed it off and admitted he wasn't a professional qualified to give writing lessons. Instead, he emphasized that she should ignore the outside noise and trust her own vision, because the unfinished work carried an essence that no one else could replicate. Liao laughed, assuming he was just being polite to avoid saying the text was bad, but the hero knew he was standing in front of a masterpiece that only needed courage to bloom. Liao's intuition had to be her only compass. Lee's message was crystal clear. If she believed the story was good and loved what she created, then the opinions of others were nothing more than background noise. He truly believed that even if the work broke away from rigid critical standards, it would still reach the hearts of ordinary people. After all, he himself was already a devoted fan. Those words struck Liao like sunlight breaking through a storm. In her entire life, no one had ever shown such faith in her talent. The feeling was new and comforting, standing in sharp contrast to the hostile atmosphere at home. There, her mother constantly humiliated her, claiming that writing was a waste of time and that she should focus on household chores. Her cousin was held up as the example of hard work, while her father reinforced the belief that a woman's only role was to run the stove and the washing machine. Even her younger brother joined the attack, mocking his sister's simple clothes and comparing her to other girls who dressed in more fashionable styles. Surrounded by so much family contempt, the protagonist appeared like a safe harbor, assuring her that she would adapt and that everything would work out in the end. Lee held an unshakable belief. Liao was destined to shine and become a giant in the literary world. That conviction rooted itself deep in the young woman's mind, becoming the fuel she needed to keep her own light from fading. Liao, her face flushed and wearing a genuine smile, thanked him for finally being someone who believed in her potential. But the peaceful moment didn't last long. Xia Oning had been watching everything from a distance, and the poison of jealousy was already beginning to bubble. The two women noticed her presence, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Lee's ex-girlfriend was consumed by irritation. She couldn't stop dwelling on the fact that he hadn't spoken to her in ages, realizing that his interest had completely vanished. To Xia's arrogant friends, Lee was nothing more than a small-town bumpkin with no value, and they couldn't accept that he had replaced a girl like her with a country girl like Liao. Xia tried to shut down the gossip, pretending she didn't care, but her reaction made it obvious she was boiling inside. The protagonist, who had been trying to enjoy his rare moment with the writer, suddenly felt blinded by anger. The two women kept staring and speaking loudly, ruining the meeting and, even worse, throwing cruel insults at Liao. While the gentle girl maintained her composure and refused to be shaken, the young man decided it was time to step in. Clearly shaken, he asked Liao for a minute and marched toward the girls. The stress was so intense that his perception of time and space seemed distorted. Xia felt both miles away and just a step in front of him. He caught the tail end of their conversation, where they were still plotting how to take advantage of the situation, and prepared himself for confrontation. The situation felt almost supernatural. The girls were dozens of meters away, yet the protagonist could hear every word as if they were standing right beside him. He realized this new world operated under different rules. His hearing had been tuned to a superhuman level, allowing him to monitor distant conversations with ease. Unsure whether it was a passive ability or something he needed to activate, he silently celebrated this gift of rebirth, though he ultimately decided it wasn't worth wasting energy confronting gossipers. Liao noticed Lee's strange behavior and tried to figure out what was going on. To avoid looking crazy, he quickly brushed it off, claiming he had simply drifted into his thoughts after spotting some acquaintances. With a light smile, he shifted the focus to their stomachs, reminding her that lunch would soon be over if they didn't hurry to the cafe. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the scene was all about big business. Jan Fyon was leading a packed conference, delivering a masterful speech about the digital revolution. With strong conviction, he preached that the fusion between the internet and artificial intelligence would not only transform the market, but also dictate the rhythm of daily life around the globe. Watching from afar, the protagonist recognized Fyon's talent. The man was a master of rhetoric, capable of selling any idea and hypnotizing a crowd. His speech was ambitious. Technological progress would tear down geographic walls and language barriers, connecting the planet in a continuous network. Lee knew he was looking at one of the architects of the future, someone who understood that information was becoming the world's new currency. The vision of a technology-driven future was seductive, but the protagonist knew there was more beneath the surface. He acknowledged Jan Fyon's brilliance, yet carried the burden of knowing that in the original timeline, pressure and the path he chose would lead the businessman to a tragic and premature end. While the audience saw only progress, he saw danger lurking ahead. In the middle of the conference, the young man's analytical posture drew attention. When security guards tried to remove him, assuming he was causing some kind of disturbance, Jan Fyon himself intervened. The businessman sensed that the student was not an ordinary spectator. There was a depth in Lee's gaze that intrigued him. Even as his advisors labeled the young man a fame-seeking fanatic, Fyon saw a reflection of his own ambitious youth. To everyone's surprise, the magnate decided to give the stranger a chance to speak. The conversation moved closer to Fyon's office, where the atmosphere turned into a subtle test. The businessman wanted to understand who this determined young man was, someone who didn't seem intimidated by his presence at all. The shock was immediate when the student, with icy calm, declared that he had been expecting this meeting. Without hesitation, Lee went straight to the strategic point. He knew Fyon's plan was to integrate new technologies into China's industrial sector. He validated the idea, highlighting that China's competitive advantage would make the initial phase easier, but made it clear that the real challenge would come shortly afterward. The student's confidence unsettled the billionaire. He was no longer facing a typical student, but someone who seemed to read the future like an open book. China possessed a hidden weapon, the demographic dividend. The protagonist explained that since the population still had limited purchasing power, the ideal strategy would be to focus on affordable technology rather than luxury products. Jan Fyon immediately realized he wasn't dealing with a book-smart student who simply memorized theory, but with someone who truly understood the real game of the market. The suggested plan was precise. Instead of burning through all available capital at once, the smarter move would be controlled investment with pricing slightly above average to maintain margins. The crucial element would be direct contact with consumers, gather rapid feedback, and adjust the product in real time. When he heard that he was on the right path to changing the world, the billionaire froze. He was used to being called crazy or overly demanding by his own partners. Receiving validation from a stranger moved him deeply. Seizing the moment, the hero played his final card. He handed over a program he had recently developed, leaving the businessman free to decide what to do with it. The message was clear. If Fyon was truly seeking real opportunities, he couldn't ignore that software. No one there was trying to trick him. The goal was a partnership built on vision. Jan Fyon was stunned by the level of sophistication in the gift. Suspicious, he asked whether the young man wasn't afraid of being robbed, since there was no contract or formal signature protecting the technology. With a bold smile, the student replied that a real entrepreneur didn't need deception. Besides, that was only a demonstration version. The true potential was still locked away. If Fyon wanted the complete package, he would have to prove he was the right ally. Lee decided to end the meeting and turned his back on the businessman, but the man wasn't satisfied and demanded an explanation for the strange situation. Straight to the point, Fyon asked why he had been chosen among so many others. The answer was patriotic. The businessman had been selected because of his dedication to strengthening China. He worked for the people, and that purpose had caught the young man's attention. The entrepreneur was fascinated by the student's stance. It was impossible to fully decipher his character, which only made him more intriguing. Before leaving, the young man introduced himself as Sueli, a name that would remain etched in the businessman's memory as the turning point toward the future. The scene shifts to the office, where Sueli was analyzing the code developed by the young man. He was in shock. The structure of the program was something never seen before, a level of technical genius that even the explanatory comments couldn't fully simplify. At that moment, the businessman became certain that he had found a golden talent. Sueli couldn't hide his excitement. The system was flawless, and with that kind of reinforcement on the team, the company would become unstoppable in the market. He knew the boy was the key to overcoming any obstacle. Shortly after, the calm university atmosphere was broken. In the cafeteria, students began whispering as they recognized a familiar face from TV. The protagonist was caught off guard when he saw that Sueli was already there. The businessman wasted no time. After 3 days of an intense and exhausting search, he had finally tracked the young man down to the dining hall to question him about the development process. When confronted, the student didn't back down. With complete confidence, he advised the businessman to stay focused and not throw away the opportunity right in front of him. Sueli froze. The boy's boldness served as a wake-up call, making the businessman realize he needed far more mental clarity to handle what was coming next. Sueli got straight to the point and invited the student to build a technological empire by his side. The businessman was convinced that the young man understood the market's potential and would be the key piece in this expansion. However, the boy cut through the nonsense. He warned that Sueli didn't need polished speeches or empty promises, since that kind of talk only fooled naive people. The young man's audacity left the businessman speechless. It wasn't every day that an ordinary student challenged someone of his status with such cold confidence. Sueli realized, frustrated, that bending that kind of talent to his will would be far more difficult than he had imagined. Even coming from a humble background, the young man decided to reward the effort the man had made to find him. He opened his folder and pulled out a few documents along with a floppy disk, drawing curious looks from everyone nearby. The content was exactly what had been missing, the final version of the program. As he flipped through the documentation, Sueli was ecstatic. He saw the key to dominating the tech industry right there. If the company were a ship ready to sail, those documents were the exact map to the treasure. Maintaining an air of mystery, the student stated that an intelligent man like the businessman didn't need to ask questions about the origin of that knowledge, demanding only that he not investigate its source. The message was clear. If there was mutual trust, The hero and the influential Jan Fyon would build an unbeatable future together. The student saw the progress of that partnership as something natural in light of the advancements he himself had provided. While the businessman stood there in a trance, envisioning a future of glory, the young man simply shrugged and wished the company success. Before turning his back and walking away, he made one final request, that Sueli use that power to strengthen the nation. The businessman remained still, feeling a satisfaction he could barely explain. Time jumped to the turn of 1998. Jan Fyon's company had become the talk of the town, receiving investments worth hundreds of millions. The hero and his ally watched the explosive growth of the internet, realizing that the world was changing fast. In fact, everything was happening 9 months earlier than the protagonist remembered from his past life. With fame arriving sooner, the impact would be massive. April 1999 arrived, marking the end of the academic cycle. The hero handed his diploma to Master W with his usual politeness, but the peaceful mood was suddenly shattered by a loud bang. An arrogant girl slammed her purse onto the professor's desk, furious. She accused the veteran of persecution simply because he had failed her thesis. The truth was that she had paid 2,000 yen for someone else to write the paper for her, and she refused to accept the loss. The professor, however, was not a man who could be bought. He firmly explained that although the text looked polished on the surface, it was filled with absurd technical errors. Accepting that fraud would be an insult to the students who had truly worked hard. The young woman was stunned. She couldn't believe she had paid a fortune for such mediocre material, and that, in the end, the professor's firm stance would seal her failure. The girl swallowed her pride, grabbed her belongings, and hurried out, promising to deliver a corrected version soon. Watching the scene, the protagonist advised the professor to take it easy, since that student had a reputation for being dangerous and never letting things slide when challenged. The master simply smiled and fired back, pointing out that the boy himself had already made a mistake right on the very first page of his own paper. The mood turned tense, and the young man, embarrassed, let out a nervous laugh. Realizing that the professor had sharp eyes and wouldn't let anything slip, he made up an excuse and rushed out of the room to fix the errors before things got worse, leaving the veteran laughing alone. Later, while relaxing in the park, the hero reflected on the end of college and hoped to graduate without any new problems. That was when Jan Fyon suddenly appeared, explaining that he had discovered his location through a roommate. The businessman refused to give up. He wanted the young man on his team no matter what. He bragged that the company's technology had advanced to a whole new level and that its market value was skyrocketing. The offer was tempting. If the hero accepted the position, he would become a shareholder and get rich overnight. To Jan's surprise, the invitation was rejected with a simple shake of the head. In disbelief and clearly uncomfortable with the rejection, the businessman changed his strategy and said that his new friend could ask for any favor in return for the previous help. The young man paused, thought for a moment, and made a bizarre request. He wanted nothing more than an old mansion on 99th Street to open a cafe after graduation. Jan Fyon was in shock. He couldn't understand why anyone would trade a fortune and an elite position for an old property. The businessman realized he would never fully understand that student's mind. To him, the young man was a true enigma. The hero's calm reaction in the face of a fortune left Jan Fyon stunned. To the businessman, the young man seemed almost divine. He had delivered crucial data that boosted the project without charging a single cent in commission. Since buying that old building was easy for someone as powerful as Fyon, he closed the deal immediately. As he watched the young man walk away, Jan could only wonder about the mysteries that Xiulai was hiding. The businessman wasted no time and ordered his assistants to arrange the purchase on 99th Street and set aside 3 million yuan. He was already planning to offer the young man the director position again once the company expanded. In Jan's eyes, the hero was a modern-day hermit, someone who helped humanity without seeking glory, a type of person he never believed truly existed. The protagonist accepted a bank card as a gesture of goodwill, aware that refusing would be pointless. Meanwhile, tension filled the campus. The university scheduled the thesis defenses for June. With only 3 months left, panic began to spread. The professor tried to motivate the students, but most of them looked like a horde of zombies, exhausted from the pressure of finding a job to survive, even before receiving their diplomas. At the end of class, the discussion continued in the hallway. Friends suggested that the blonde girl try talking to the professor, but she simply shrugged. To her, the diploma was just a worthless piece of paper, and the professor's demands were pure nonsense, since no one there believed a student research paper deserved that much dedication. To the arrogant blonde, all that academic effort was a waste of time. She couldn't understand why the professor took something so trivial so seriously. A classmate immediately pushed back, explaining that the professor's strictness was meant to turn students into specialists ready for the job market, correcting every flaw so they wouldn't embarrass themselves in the future. The girl just mocked him, saying that kind of by-the-book answer was typical of a boring, overachieving student. Tension rose when one of the girls present gave the blonde a cryptic warning to be careful. The atmosphere turned suspicious, leaving the wealthy girl momentarily uneasy, though she quickly regained her composure, confident that her money made her untouchable. As the groups began to disperse after class, one of the boys approached the young heiress and asked if she wasn't afraid of being expelled and losing 4 years of study because of sheer stubbornness. The hero watched the scene in silence, realizing that time meant nothing to her since her family was swimming in money. Another student reinforced the warning. The professor was known for his unshakable principles, and many had already failed for far less. Laughing off the concern, the girl assured them that a simple thesis would not stand in her way and that she would find a way to secure her diploma without any drama. Her friends surrounded her with admiration, drawn to the shine of wealth and arrogance. That was when the protagonist decided to step in, cutting through the atmosphere of vanity. He stated that the diploma itself would change nothing, because success depended only on real competence. Without holding back, he threw the truth in her face, shouting that she was rotten on the inside, and that if she kept acting that way, her future would be exactly like her character. Money would not be her shield forever. The hero knew that her family's prestige was temporary, and that fortune could change at any moment. Without filters, he declared that she was the most ignorant person there, making it clear that the entire university had already realized it. The other students, confused by the sudden aggression from someone who had always been quiet, tried to defend her, assuming it was nothing more than bitterness from a romantic rejection. A freckled classmate stepped in to defend the girl and began mocking the protagonist's humble background. He sneered, saying that studying would never make anyone rich and that the young man's effort to change his life was pointless. Sueli herself joined in, flaunting her parents' wealth and claiming that the hero would not earn in 10 years what she already had. She told him to stay away, comparing him to a peasant who smelled like a barn. The protagonist's best friend tried to calm things down, saying it wasn't worth lowering himself to that girl's level, but the hero remained unfazed. To him, arguing with someone like her was a waste of time. In his past life, that girl had always played dirty, and in this one, he was being patient, waiting for the right moment to act. He knew that people who look for shortcuts eventually fall on their own. The plan was simple: wait for her to stumble. With a cold smile, the young man stepped closer and issued a final challenge, questioning whether she truly considered herself rich just because of her father, since on her own, she had absolutely nothing. The hero refused to be intimidated. He explained that 5 million yuan might seem like a fortune to someone from a small village, where that amount could build the biggest mansion in town, but in the real world it barely reached the limits of a city. He warned that there were people far more powerful than her father, and that she shouldn't complain if someone used the same dirty tactics she practiced to crush her. Before turning his back, he delivered a dark warning. He would patiently wait to see her hit rock bottom. Sueli was left speechless, stunned by the intensity of those words. While the heavy atmosphere lingered around her, the protagonist moved on as if nothing had happened, inviting his best friend to have ramen on him. Zhang Min, excited, praised the hero's attitude and appearance, happy to stand beside someone so confident. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a furious scream. Sueli, completely out of control, rushed from behind the protagonist to attack him. His friend panicked, but for the hero, everything seemed to move in slow motion. With quick reflexes, he dodged the clumsy strike and easily grabbed the girl's wrist. With a cold stare, he told her to control herself and stop embarrassing herself. Desperate, she attempted a sidekick, showing that she had some knowledge of martial arts, but the move was poorly calculated. The hero dodged again, and the momentum caused Sueli to lose her balance, crashing face first onto the ground. The other students watching the scene couldn't hold back their laughter, the cafeteria filled with mockery at the ridiculous spectacle. While the villain's friends rushed desperately to help her, Sueli herself remained frozen on the floor, unable to understand how she had lost control of the situation in such a humiliating way. The scene cuts to the dormitory, where Jan Min couldn't stop praising his friend's resilience and attitude. He was impressed by the hero's change in behavior, and even asked if he had been secretly training in martial arts, since predicting Sueli's attack seemed almost superhuman. The hero gave a vague answer, joking that he would explain everything later, but quickly shifted the focus to their empty stomachs, suggesting they go get something to eat. While Jan Min tried to change the subject, the protagonist drifted into his own thoughts. He remembered a strange golden light he had seen while taking a shower and how that energy seemed to glow inside his mind. Being honest with himself, he couldn't understand how his reflexes had become so sharp. To him, Sueli's movements had seemed to play out in slow motion, giving him more than enough time to react. Convinced that it wasn't just coincidence or luck, and knowing that ordinary logic couldn't explain what had happened, he decided to look for answers at the university library the next day. After hours of searching through shelves and analyzing countless volumes, the young man finally found a clue in an ancient literary work. The book described a forgotten concept called restoration. According to the text, after the re-establishment of ancestral connections between the world and the cosmos, people who possessed spiritual roots would be able to absorb life energy through meditation. This awakening would open the door to abilities beyond human understanding and new forms of sensory perception. He had just discovered the origin of his new strength. The research revealed that new horizons were emerging: spiritual cultivation. That practice allowed an individual to merge with nature itself and walk the path toward immortality. Among the many methods described, the text highlighted the way of the sword, along with techniques focused on strengthening both the body and inner energy. The foundation of everything, however, was absolute discipline and an unshakable will to evolve. Although all of that sounded like nothing more than folklore without scientific proof, the protagonist couldn't ignore his own reality. If science couldn't explain his rebirth, then maybe the legends held the answer. He accepted that he was no ordinary person and decided he would not waste this opportunity. He would become the best in the world. As night fell, the hero realized that cultivation would be his foundation. Just as a building needs solid ground to stand on, he would need patience to refine his body, his energy, and his mind. To test the theory, he went to the campus park and sat in the lotus position beneath a tree. As he controlled his breathing and cleared his mind, he felt a deep connection with every fiber of his body. The plan was set: 9 weeks of intense training to reach a new level of power. Even under the heat of 84°, he remained focused, feeling that his journey was only beginning. Despite the suffocating humidity, the hero did not waver. He had already crossed the first threshold of cultivation, and there was no turning back. The excitement of knowing he was now a true practitioner renewed his strength, and after hours of meditation, a supernatural lightness spread throughout his body. Satisfied and without any sign of fatigue or sleepiness, he planned to return the next day. But his routine would soon bring a surprise. When he returned to the spot the following morning, the young man ran into a group of elderly people who were already training there. They were impressed by his dedication, commenting that seeing someone so young working that hard was a sign of a bright future. One elderly woman, already trying to play matchmaker, asked if he wanted to train with company since her granddaughter was single. Another old man criticized his posture, saying he needed to learn from his elders. Feeling completely out of place surrounded by so many grandpas and grandmas, the protagonist made up an excuse and quickly slipped away, leaving the woman annoyed and trying to convince her granddaughter that she was still a great catch. After an intense run to blow off some stress, the young man arrived at the central square completely drenched in sweat. That was when something caught his attention: a group of women practicing folk dances to a catchy rhythm. A memory suddenly clicked in his mind. In 2 years, that type of activity would explode in popularity, becoming a favorite pastime for people seeking health and new friendships. Watching the disorganized chaos in the square, the hero saw a golden opportunity. He knew that Chinese society was aging and that the demand for social activities for seniors would become an unstoppable force. With his knowledge of the future, he realized he could step in and organize that movement, transforming what was just spontaneous fun into something much bigger. Creating sports spaces for the elderly and promoting well-being seemed like the right path. The hero was already planning his next steps to organize the routines of the seniors in the square, who credited their longevity to the constant practice of martial arts. As he observed the group, one of the veteran masters stopped and stared at him. He felt that the energy radiating from the young man was just as dense and powerful as his own. The scene cuts to the airport, where boarding for Yanu was in full swing. Among passengers organizing documents and luggage, the protagonist stood out. The latest generation cell phone in his hands gave the impression of someone influential and successful. He was on the line with Jan Fyon's assistant, who had already prepared a list of properties for viewing. With complete composure, the student announced that he was taking off and would only be reachable again in 3 hours. He was leaving to conquer a city he knew very well from his past life. Once in Yanu, the hero went straight to handle financial matters. At the bank, the consultant was impressed, Standing before her was a 20-year-old man with the appearance of wealth and cutting-edge technology, negotiating multi-million-dollar assets. She offered installment plans and full support for loans, trying to secure him as a VIP client. The young man thanked her for the courtesy, but remained cautious. He knew something that no one there could imagine. The value of those properties was about to skyrocket and multiply tenfold. That offer was not just advantageous, it was the first step towards securing his fortune in the region. The property choice was spot on, and the real estate agent did not disappoint. Even though the area was still under development and the real estate market was going through a rough phase, the hero did not hesitate. He pulled out a card and, to everyone's shock, announced that he would pay the full price of the property in cash. Watching a young man spend 1 million yuan without blinking left, the bank's customers stunned. The young man carried an air of modest wealth that seemed carefully calculated down to the smallest detail. In the surrounding area, the chatter was full of disbelief. Some people commented that the house was far too distant from downtown, located in a tiny, outdated neighborhood that simply wasn't worth the investment. The hero, however, ignored the skepticism around him and signed the contract. He knew his return to the past had a clear purpose. That so-called old wreck would soon become his gold mine. As he left, he bought the latest edition of a financial newspaper. The headline confirmed exactly what he had suspected. Fyon Company had just received a massive investment from the Black Panthers group. Jan Fyon was climbing to the top of the corporate world at an unbelievable speed, attracting foreign capital like a magnet. The protagonist smiled, fully aware that growing alone was a challenge, but the success of his allies made his plans much easier. The cold started to bite, and he decided it was time to head back. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the central office of one of the largest corporations in the region. The atmosphere was strictly formal when Mr. Liu arrived. As the chief director of technology investments in Yanjin, he wasn't there to waste time. The executive demanded immediate updates on the data USO was preparing, ordering that a full report be delivered without delay. The power game at the highest levels was only just beginning. The secretary received orders to reserve a nearby restaurant. The boss wanted to have lunch with Mr. Lin and would accept nothing less. Before leaving, she mentioned in a slightly superior tone that there was an insistent young man outside requesting an audience to discuss an urgent matter. The businessman, already exhausted from listening to proposals from dreamers who showed up every single day, refused immediately. He had no patience for yet another motivational speech about the future. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he changed his mind. He remembered his own youth and the ambition that once drove him, deciding the newcomer deserved at least a chance to speak. The assistant allowed him in, and the protagonist stepped forward. He was focused and optimistic, ready to evaluate whether that company truly had the potential to become the powerhouse it claimed to be in the new global landscape. While waiting for Mr. Liu to finish his commitments, the secretary tried to remain polite, easing the tension of the wait. Inside the office, the businessman was wrapping up a call about expanding retail chains across China. He passionately argued that the economy was taking off thanks to the internet and the market's hunger for new technologies. In his view, it was the perfect moment to grow. After rescheduling a dinner with his contact, he finally ended the call. As he stepped into the hallway, Mr. Liu came face to face with the red-haired young man waiting for him. The determination in the boy's eyes was obvious, something you didn't see in just anyone. Curious, Ludashi walked toward the hero to find out what could possibly be so important. The owner of Yankee saw no point in the visit at first, assuming the young man was there simply to beg for a job, since the company's staff was already full. But the young man broke the heavy atmosphere by standing up and clearly stating he had no interest in employment. The answer caught the businessman off guard, and now he tried to understand the real reason behind the meeting. The truth was that the 11th brother's plan to expand physical stores was a ticking time bomb. The protagonist realized that failure wouldn't come only from market fluctuations, but from a health crisis that was on the horizon. Within a few years, an epidemic would devastate any brick-and-mortar retail network. While the businessman saw Yang and Fyon as capable successors, the young man saw nothing but arrogance and a lack of strategic vision in them. The visitor's silence, paired with a mysterious smile, made the executive uneasy. Lulei decided it was time to lay his cards on the table and revealed that he had spent recent months studying the country's technology and internet sectors. He got straight to the point. The idea of opening new physical stores, mentioned earlier over the phone, needed to be abandoned immediately. The businessman considered that an exaggeration, assuming the boy was simply trying to make himself look important with empty predictions. With a mocking tone, he questioned the logic behind that claim. The explanation came quickly. As infrastructure projects advanced across the country, land prices and rents would skyrocket. Keeping stores open would turn into a guaranteed loss due to rising fixed costs and expensive labor. The real solution, according to him, was the digital environment. Lee stated firmly that the future belonged to e-commerce. Faced with that cold and precise analysis, the businessman lost some of his arrogance and fell into deep thought, reconsidering everything he believed he knew about the young man standing before him. Lee noticed that Ludashi was merely playing along, not truly taking his predictions seriously. To the businessman, the idea of store failures still sounded far too superficial. He responded confidently, shaking his head and stating that although rents were high, the profits from the retail chains were more than enough to cover expenses. In Ludashi's mind, the young man had no understanding of the brand's strength, where customer lines kept growing day after day. The executive saw the young man as someone who understood paperwork and bureaucracy, but had no real grasp of business. In his opinion, success depended on seizing opportunities, and being afraid to expand was the fastest way to lose money. Even though he considered the boy naive, he still respected the boldness it took to challenge someone so influential. On the other side, Lee simply smiled in silence, knowing reality would eventually hit like a bucket of cold water, since he carried the memories of how the future would truly unfold. Betting on caution, Lee gave one final warning. The electronics sector had its own unstable logistics system, requiring extreme care. The suggestion was met with laughter. Ludashi called him crazy, but deep down he admitted that such boldness was a sign of a bright future. Without insisting further, the protagonist handed over his business card, making it clear that when things started to fall apart, he would be available to help. The young man's confidence struck Ludashi's ego. To the businessman, the idea of accepting advice from a kid was absurd, so he didn't hesitate to toss the business card straight into the trash. He was convinced he would never need that contact. However, the discomfort lingered. Something about those predictions had hit him hard. Driven by a strange gut feeling, and without fully understanding why, he eventually changed his mind, retrieved the card from the trash, and stored it carefully in a safe place. Ludashi was already planning the future of his technological empire, imagining that young man would one day witness his rise to power. Meanwhile, the protagonist remained calm, watching the sunny day with the peace of someone who already knew what tomorrow would bring. He was certain the businessman wouldn't change his plans now, but he also knew that soon reality would come knocking. The plan was simple. Wait for the moment when necessity and regret would force a reunion. The journey then continued to the city of Kandu. Back at the university dorm after a long time away, the hero barely had time to catch his breath before being greeted by an overexcited Jiang Min. His friend tried to give him a tight hug to show how much he had missed him, but was quickly pushed aside. Staying true to his straightforward nature, the protagonist simply explained his absence by saying he had gone to visit his parents for a few days, cutting the emotional reunion short. Curious, his roommate asked whether the protagonist had bragged to his parents about their friendship, even hoping he might get invited over for dinner someday. Things got awkward when the friend started acting strangely, putting on lipstick and striking dramatic poses, joking that the hero must be desperate for a little sister. With no patience for the nonsense, the young man ignored him and continued organizing his belongings. Now, the plan had shifted. With his brother's contacts out of the way, the new focus was to transfer the data to a major company. The hero could already picture profit and success knocking on his door. With the Yanju phase completed, the next step was to secure a house in Sanli. While getting settled, he casually asked whether his friend had visited his own family over the weekend, but the guy brushed it off with a forced sense of independence, claiming he didn't miss anyone and preferred to avoid relatives asking too many questions. The tone of the conversation changed when his roommate asked if he had run into any trouble or dangerous people along the way. The protagonist answered directly. He hadn't seen anyone because the area had been deserted. His friend joked that he would be there to protect him if anything went wrong, but the comment made the young man think. He began to wonder whether powerful figures, like Mr. Lon, might already be keeping an eye on him. After all, he knew that if he possessed something valuable, the real players wouldn't take long to show up. The mood shifted suddenly with the unexpected arrival of a mysterious old man who had been watching the protagonist for some time. The moment he spotted him, the hero felt a chill run down his spine, a strange and unexplainable sensation. The white-haired elder seemed relieved to have finally found him and rushed forward, grabbing his hand with forced familiarity, as if they were old friends. Without giving him a chance to refuse, the stranger dragged him to a secluded spot, insisting that he needed to show him something. Away from curious eyes, the old man decided to reveal his true power. he began performing cultivation techniques, causing his body to radiate an intense and overwhelming red flame. The magical energy was so strong that it left the young man stunned. Raising his hand toward the sky, the man pushed his energy to the limit, covering himself entirely in mystical leaves. Faced with such a bizarre and impressive display, the protagonist could only wonder what else to expect from this strange individual. Even the old man felt slightly embarrassed by the situation, sighing at the awkwardness of his performance before asking whether the young man understood the message. Observing carefully, the hero finally grasped the feeling, that inner fire transforming into pure power. At that moment, he realized he was standing in front of a true cultivator. In that world, many people sought immortality, but the young man, surprised and speechless, concluded that he shouldn't reveal his own status as a beginner in the art of cultivation. Meanwhile, the elder reflected silently on the countless people who had crossed his path throughout his long life. The old man analyzed the redhead's unique energy, imagining he would be the perfect match for his granddaughter. In his mind, the two would make an unbeatable couple. Suddenly, a strange sensation ran through Lee's body, causing him to tremble without understanding what was happening. Curious, the young man asked why he was being followed, only to be hit with a bizarre question. The old man wanted to know if he was single so he could offer him in marriage to his granddaughter. The proposal left the protagonist completely shocked. Since this was his first real encounter with another cultivator, he had expected to exchange knowledge about techniques in the cultivation world, but instead found himself trapped in a forced blind date scenario. Trying to escape the situation, he lied, claiming he already had a serious commitment and needed to rush to class, but the old man refused to accept the excuse. The elder began praising his granddaughter's qualities, insisting she was the definition of perfection and that she studied in the same group as Lee. Ignoring the young man's protests, the old man used his strength to hold him in place and loudly called out for the girl. She appeared quickly, already looking used to her grandfather's unpredictable behavior. While the protagonist watched the comedic scene in silence, the grandfather tried to hide his embarrassment with laughter, putting on a dramatic show about how much he missed his granddaughter and how he had come all the way to the university just to see her. The young woman looked visibly uncomfortable with the interruption to her day, completely unaware that the real reason for the visit was the boy her grandfather was still holding by the arm. The grandfather had arrived loaded with sweets and expensive clothes for his granddaughter to share with her classmates. Taking advantage of the distraction during the family reunion, the protagonist tried to quietly slip away so he wouldn't get in the way, but he didn't get far. The old man intercepted him in a comically desperate manner, begging for just 10 minutes of his time. The idea was simple. The young man was single, the granddaughter was single, so why not let them get to know each other before making any final decisions? That persistence began to push Lee to his limits. The elderly man swore with absolute confidence that his granddaughter was the most beautiful woman in the world and that it would be impossible for the young man not to fall for her. However, the hero had clear priorities. His full focus was on cultivation and strengthening his powers, leaving no room for romantic distractions. The tension in the air started to feel like a duel of wills between two cultivators, where one was trying to escape while the other refused to let go. The old man noticed that, beyond raw talent, the boy possessed a rare level of determination, which only increased his desire to bring him into the family. While the young man pleaded for freedom, already exhausted by the absurd situation, the gray-haired elder decided to appeal to emotions. With shining eyes, he claimed the young man should show compassion to an old man who only wanted to be happy. The performance escalated quickly. The grandfather suddenly threw himself to the ground, pretending to suffer unbearable pain and shouting that he would die of heartbreak if he were rejected. The protagonist, caught between guilt and the sheer absurdity of the scene, froze in place. At that exact moment of chaos, the granddaughter finally stepped closer and came face to face with the shocking sight of her grandfather clinging to the legs of a complete stranger. The old man instantly changed his posture, greeting his granddaughter as if he hadn't just put on a dramatic show on the ground. Lee, on the other hand, froze the moment he realized who the girl was. Sha Unan, the very person he had previously had a serious falling out with. The tension rose quickly when Zia demanded to know what her grandfather was doing with that young man, already suspicious that Lee was using her family to force some kind of romantic connection. The grandfather, amused by the situation, tried to step in, but his granddaughter wasn't interested in listening. She accused the protagonist of being a relentless pursuer who refused to take no for an answer. In her eyes, The young man who once seemed like a submissive puppy had now turned into a dangerous opportunist, willing to manipulate even an elderly man to get what he wanted. Xia confronted the hero directly, asking whether he was intimidating her grandfather and claiming that such behavior was completely unacceptable for a student. Li simply watched the scene with skepticism, noticing how close the girl was to losing control from sheer anger. The old man, trying to fix the mess, insisted that she was imagining things and that he had only lain down because he was exhausted. In the elder's mind, the only thing that mattered was that the young man had shown interest in his granddaughter, which he considered a very positive sign. While Xia positioned herself protectively in front of her grandfather, the old man suddenly turned the tables and, to her shock, ordered that she be the one to apologize to the young man. The argument only escalated when Xia Onin flatly refused to apologize, shouting that she would never lower herself in front of someone so insolent. The protagonist watched everything unfold, confused about how the situation had spiraled so far out of control. Ignoring his granddaughter's fury, the grandfather kept pushing, demanding that she apologize immediately to that fine gentleman. Feeling betrayed and humiliated by her own relative, the girl burst into tears, yelling that she would never forgive him before running off in despair. The old man tried to chase after her, but quickly gave up, letting out a nervous laugh and admitting that his granddaughter could be truly unbearable when she wanted to be. He acknowledged that there had been a massive misunderstanding between the two young people and promised he would explain everything later. Just when Li thought he was finally free to leave, the tone of the conversation suddenly shifted. The experienced cultivator revealed that he had already figured out the truth. He knew the young man was taking his first steps on the path of cultivation, and there was no point in hiding his nature anymore. To the master, the young man was like a blank canvas filled with incredible potential. He praised the purity of Li's essence and his rare talent, declaring that he was the perfect candidate for great achievements. The old man set aside the marriage talk and admitted that his true interest now was to maintain contact and form an alliance. The hero paused to think. He understood that he needed support to level up and strengthen his power. Sensing the opening, the elder smiled, satisfied that Lin was finally considering the proposal. Li knew that revealing too much about cultivation was dangerous. In the real world, vigilance was his greatest weapon. Exposing supernatural abilities to the wrong people was practically an invitation to be hunted. Xiaonin's grandfather, although impressed by the young man's potential, explained that he could not become his direct mentor because the boy needed to walk his own path in order to grow. Even so, the veteran remained optimistic. He saw in Li a future master who could one day become a vital ally to the Zan family. Before leaving, the old man played his final card to make sure the encounter would not be forgotten. He revealed that a cultivators' conference would take place in the mountains later that week and extended a direct invitation. Speaking with complete honesty, he admitted that he had been stuck in the third realm for years, but mentioned his sister, one of the most powerful cultivators alive. If the hero managed to become her disciple, his growth would be unstoppable. The realization hit Li instantly. That elderly man was truly a respected master. Despite his eccentric behavior and questionable reliability, the offer itself was solid. The protagonist considered that advancing alone had its limits, and that having someone with such experience by his side would change everything. Interested in the chance to level up under the guidance of a living legend, the young man accepted the contact, stating that it would be foolish to refuse such an opportunity and assuring the elder that they would speak again soon. The old cultivator celebrated the news, confident that the hero had taken the bait and that the only thing left was to coordinate the details with Xiaonan. Time passed, and by Sunday, Xiaonan found herself reflecting on how easily her grandfather had manipulated her into giving the protagonist another chance. She still doubted that a boy from such a humble background could possess any real talent in cultivation or business, but her curiosity eventually won, and she decided to bring him along. The journey began at high speed toward an uncertain destination. As the car sped down the road, the young man stayed focused, writing notes in a small notebook. Xiaonin watched him quietly, remembering her grandfather's constant insistence that the two of them would make a perfect couple. Even though she tried to deny it, she felt that something about him had changed. He seemed more confident, more composed, and strangely more attractive. Blushing and losing her composure, the girl realized she was slowly falling into the emotional trap her grandfather had set, admitting to herself that he had truly become a better man. Unaware of the girl's internal conflict, the hero continued his notes, crossing Jan Fyon's name off his list of pending matters. It had been over a week since the disc had been delivered to Lin Yanon, yet there had been complete silence. He began to suspect that something had gone wrong along the way, or that the company's management had intercepted the material, preventing the information from reaching its intended destination. That silence was worrying. The protagonist had invested too much time into developing that software and needed a response from Jan Fyon to keep his plan from collapsing. If Lin Nong failed to respond, the losses would be enormous. Still, he held firmly to one belief. After his rebirth, the mistakes of the past were not allowed to repeat themselves. This time, the future would be written differently. Inside the car, Xia Yuning felt the weight of Li's presence beside her. She grew nervous, thinking she had been caught staring at him. The young man, fully absorbed in his notes, barely noticed her inner turmoil. She bit her lip, remembering how harshly she had treated him before. In the past, she rejected him because of his persistence, but now she saw him in a completely different light, especially after he stopped chasing her and began focusing on bigger goals. The fact that he had simply wished her well and moved on left her feeling confused, regretful, and strangely melancholic. The scene shifted to a dense trail deep in the middle of the forest. The trio moved forward along a path that seemed to lead nowhere, raising doubts in the young man's mind. The old man, laughing softly, explained that elite cultivators lived in lands invisible to ordinary eyes, protected by mystical barriers. The protagonist watched closely as the group passed through what looked like a distortion in the air. It was an invisible portal to normal humans, a gateway to a hidden world. The moment they crossed the spiritual boundary, the old man announced that they had arrived at their destination, revealing a completely new landscape before them. In front of them, a colossal mansion appeared, proving that the place operated outside the laws of reality. The protagonist noticed something surreal. They seemed to be standing in a domain suspended in the sky, a refuge impossible for ordinary mortals to reach. While he wondered whether he would one day own lands at that level, something about his companions caught his attention. He realized that Xiaonin's vital energy was fluctuating and seemed much weaker after the crossing. The girl, sensing the hero's fixed gaze, misunderstood everything. Thinking he was staring at her body rather than her aura, she tried to hide her energy with her hands, visibly irritated. To her, that kind of behavior was typical of an arrogant jerk. Unbothered by the drama, the young man simply commented, in a straightforward tone, that he hadn't expected her power reserves to be so low. Those words hit Xiaonin's pride like a punch. She immediately started shouting, saying he was completely clueless, and that, as students, they should focus on serving the state rather than measuring other people's strength. The grandfather, watching the argument unfold, only smiled quietly. To him, that kind of friction was the perfect spice to make sure his granddaughter wouldn't end up alone in life. The protagonist tried to explain that having little energy didn't mean mental weakness, suggesting that she might simply lack the maturity and cultivation to understand her own condition. Xiaonin just shrugged, pretending she had expected that analysis all along, while the old man remained convinced that, despite their explosive personalities, the two of them were destined for each other. The group continued walking across the luxurious property until, at last, they spotted several strange figures waiting for them up ahead. The island was packed with extraordinary people, and the sight was jaw-dropping. The hero had never imagined that so many cultivators could gather in one place, and he wondered whether the same thing happened in other cities. What caught his attention the most was the contrast. The people looked ordinary, yet they hid bizarre abilities. A mailman, for example, leaped dozens of meters into the air, leaving the protagonist stunned. He quickly started doing the math, thinking that with agility like that, the delivery guy must be making millions a year. The old man hurried the group along, saying that the visit to his sister required a short walk. Soon, they stopped in front of a building that resembled ancient Chinese architecture, complete with a luxurious swimming pool. Without any filter, the elderly man loudly announced the arrival of his granddaughter, accompanied by a young man, which left Xia Yunin deeply embarrassed. She begged her grandfather to stop with the insinuations, but the hero didn't react at all. He was too focused on understanding how those masters managed to hide their powers from human eyes. Xia noticed that the protagonist didn't seem to care about being introduced as her partner, which made her even more intrigued. But his mind was somewhere else. He believed the girl should have been clearer about the rules of that secret world, although the beauty of the place, especially the pool, made up for the lack of explanation. The sightseeing mood ended instantly when a magical portal tore through the air, firing bright blue rays straight toward Xia Yunin. From the blue light emerged a young and imposing figure, Lindsay, the leader of the place. The reception was respectful, but the hero was shocked when he discovered the relationship between them. To Xia Yunin, she was a grandmother. To the old man, she was an older sister. It was hard to process that a girl with such a youthful appearance carried decades of life behind her, yet Linwei didn't seem very patient with the visitor's lack of manners. Ignoring the awkward tension, Lindsay tapped her brother on the head and praised him, calling the man over 70 years old, Little Cowan. The bizarre nickname forced the protagonist to struggle to keep a straight face. He quickly remembered theories about cultivation. The greater the power, the more the body rejuvenates. That young woman was, in fact, a powerful master. She showed herself willing to support her brother through any obstacle in training, acting with a kindness that reflected fairness, despite the strangeness of the situation. The master then turned her attention to the young man. Studying Li carefully, she noticed that his essence was incredibly pure, the kind of energy capable of boosting the cultivation level of her granddaughter, Xia Unin. Feeling the weight of that scrutiny, the girl hurried to explain that everything was just her grandfather's delusion and that she and Li were merely acquaintances. Lindsay, unconvinced and speaking in an authoritative tone, questioned what a stranger was doing in her territory if he wasn't her granddaughter's boyfriend. The grandfather, sweating nervously, tried to justify himself, insisting that the young man's talent was rare and that he deserved a chance. After hearing the grandfather's defense, Lin locked her gaze on Li. She admitted that the young man had the aura of a heavenly genius, but with a slight nod, she warned that there was no reason to rush. He still needed to pass the judgment of the entire clan. Meanwhile, Little Cowan was already acting as if the deal had been sealed, patting the hero on the shoulder and congratulating him with a wide grin. The protagonist couldn't understand the reason for such early celebration, but the old man explained the logic. If his sister hadn't thrown the boy out immediately, it meant he had already passed the first stage. Excited, the elderly man suggested that Li stay nearby for a possible admission test, already treating the master as his future mentor. Soon, a colossal banquet began. The atmosphere was surreal. Veterans talked about how they hadn't seen each other in 200 years, while the younger ones enjoyed the gathering. Silence only fell when Linu Wai, the leader respected by everyone, took control of the table and ordered all the guests to take their seats. The master's speech was straight to the point. Everyone had 1 year to purify their energy and evolve, leaving arrogance behind in favor of real progress. Li began to question whether the changes in the universe's energy were the result of his rebirth or simply the natural course of events. The final announcement stirred the crowd. A tournament would be held, and the winner would take home a massive reward. The previous year's prize had been a flying weapon capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a single day, and now everyone could only imagine the level of treasure that would be offered next. Rivalry exploded in the hall when a stubborn bald man shouted that his family would win the prize no matter what. On the other side, a man with braided hair mocked him, warning that the bald guy didn't stand a chance. In the middle of that clash of egos, Little Cowan simply laughed and took advantage of the moment to introduce his new disciple, Li. The news spread quickly. Everyone whispered that if the master had personally chosen the boy, he must be a prodigy overflowing with energy. Still, since the challenge changed every year, no one dared to make a confident prediction. Anxiety hit the protagonist hard. He had never participated in anything like this before and could feel the weight of the pressure. The young man tried to back out, claiming he was just a beginner who barely knew a single basic technique, but his future mentor only laughed. She told him to relax because the event was just for fun, then revealed a detail that made his blood run cold. There would be a special test prepared exclusively for him. Hidden nearby, Xiao Nin listened to everything in fury, outraged to see Li already treating her grandfather with the familiarity of a family member. The old man reassured the boy that the test would be simple and that he would get the hang of it quickly. Soon after, the scene shifted to the main plaza near the mansion. The hero was mesmerized by what he saw. The sky was filled with powerful figures. 3 masters flew on top of their own weapons, while another, with an exotic appearance, wielded a mystical staff. What impressed him the most was a seemingly ordinary young man who, with a single command, controlled a dragon made of pure electricity. Surrounded by warriors who commanded the forces of nature, the protagonist realized the level there was on a completely different scale. The reality check hit him instantly. He watched in disbelief as the most powerful cultivators in the place used their legendary abilities to cook. One young man manipulated mystical flames to grill what looked like a giant sausage, while another, a bit chubbier, used magic to prepare rice inside an electric pot. To Li, it was surreal. He had always imagined that these people focused entirely on raw power, yet here, even children treated the supernatural as something ordinary. Noticing the stunned expression on the hero's face, Xiaonin approached to see whether he was disappointed by the scene. She explained that the path of cultivation was exhausting and long. According to her grandmother, gathering masters only to discuss techniques and classical calligraphy was incredibly boring. That was why, once a year, they mixed duty with pleasure, using hobbies and cooking as an excuse to relax and exchange life experiences. After all, controlling one's stomach was just as important as controlling one's energy. Trying to keep the conversation going, Xiaonin asked if he already had a plan for the competition. The warm atmosphere seemed to awaken her appetite, and she began suggesting spicy dishes. With a spark in her eyes, she enthusiastically described delicacies like shredded pepper chicken, tofu soup, and other snacks, desperately trying to see whether he understood what she was hinting at. She revealed, almost like a state secret, that her grandmother was from Sichuan and probably missed the bold, fiery flavors of her homeland. Li realized that behind all that talk about food, Xiaonin was genuinely trying to give him a valuable tip to help him win the master's favor. Touched by her concern, the hero assured her that he understood the message and would use that information to his advantage. The protagonist reflected on his hidden skills. In his previous life, he had been a true master in the kitchen, constantly fulfilling requests ranging from chicken wings to ramen, always loaded with garlic. He had mastered everything from the 8 great Chinese cuisines to refined dishes from French and Italian gastronomy. The only problem now was motivation. He had cooked so much in the past that he felt a certain laziness about putting on the apron again. Meanwhile, Linu Bei observed everything closely, tasting food from the pots while keeping an eye on his future son-in-law. He found it strange that the young man was standing there with his eyes closed, as if he didn't even know how to fry an egg. The old man started to worry, thinking he might have praised the boy too soon, but the grandmother intervened wisely. She said there was no need to rush because the true flavor of a dish required time, and young people needed to channel their energy with precision. Li finally snapped out of his thoughts. With so many options in mind, the real question was what to choose to impress them. He touched the pot with confidence and began pouring oil with smooth precision, feeling that any recipe there would be far too easy for his level. The final result quickly drew everyone's attention near the mansion. People gathered around, confused, trying to figure out what kind of exotic dish he had created. With an air of triumph, the hero finished the preparation and began serving not just a sample, but a generous portion, making it clear that the show was only beginning. The reaction from the other cooks was pure horror when they saw the mountain of food the protagonist had prepared. To the veteran chefs, the excessive quantity was a sign of amateurism, and the leader of the group didn't bother hiding his contempt, staring at the hero with arrogance. Among the crowd, rumors spread that the young man was trying to cheat or compensate for a lack of technique with sheer volume, since methods that unusual rarely ended well. The hero, however, refused to be shaken by the criticism. He responded calmly, stating that the final judgment would belong to whoever tasted the dish, and if the flavor wasn't good enough, he would simply cook everything again. That unshakable confidence only irritated the head chef even more. The audience continued to doubt him, convinced that such expensive ingredients couldn't possibly have been used properly in a dish prepared so quickly. Feeling the weight of the insults and the noise around him, Li began to grow uncomfortable. Lin Sugai watched the commotion from a distance, shocked by the pressure placed on the boy, yet she noticed he was still struggling to keep his composure. Little Cowan, realizing the atmosphere was getting tense, stepped in quietly. With a simple gesture of approval, he signaled to the protagonist that he trusted his work. That small gesture was exactly the relief the hero needed to regain his focus. Meanwhile, the gray-haired master reminded himself that the young man had to stay calm above all else, ready to step in if things got out of control. The moment of truth finally arrived. The tasting was announced, and a group of young women stepped forward to begin evaluating the dishes. To start the evaluation, small samples were taken from that mountain of food and handed to the judges. The first evaluator, after tasting just one bite, fell into pure delight at the flavor. Right behind her, 2 brothers couldn't contain their emotions and began to cry, claiming they had never eaten anything so perfect. The protagonist watched the scene calmly, fully aware that the real challenge would be the leader's verdict. Linu approached the table, surrounded by everyone's expectations, and was invited by the other girls to begin the tasting. The first dish was a fish soup that exceeded all her expectations with the very first spoonful. Next came a spicy red pepper fish head. The flawless presentation and refined taste left the master visibly impressed, to the point that she blushed from the intensity of the seasoning. The parade of delicacies continued until the 10th dish, a rare mawan that sparked everyone's curiosity. No one could understand how a young man like Li knew such specific and complex recipes from traditional cuisine. But the masterstroke came with the 12th dish, the famous mapo tofu. The moment she saw the steaming tofu, Lin Bei felt her heart race, because that had been her favorite childhood dish. Using her chopsticks, she picked up a delicate piece and brought it to her mouth. The impact was immediate. Her taste buds were overwhelmed by the perfect balance between spice and the silky texture of the tofu. The master felt an intense wave of pleasure, almost losing her breath in the face of that explosion of flavors that seemed to thank the hero for every ingredient he had used. She fell into a brief trance. The taste carried her far away, and it took a few seconds before she could catch her breath and speak again. Deeply impressed, she asked the young man about the secret behind that recipe. With complete confidence, he explained that the main ingredient was dedication, recalling how he had always put his heart into cooking in the past to please the people he cared about, acting with total loyalty to deliver the best possible result. Meanwhile, the crowd misinterpreted the master's silence. The other competitors were already celebrating, convinced that the hero would be disqualified for some major mistake. Their confidence was sky high, certain that victory would belong to Victoria. But the atmosphere shifted dramatically when Lin Wei ordered the prizes to be brought forward. A mystical weapon and a secret manual. Outrage broke out instantly. The other chefs refused to accept that the result had been announced before every dish was fully tested, feeling the evaluation had not been fair. That was when one of the clan's oldest cooks, with 6 decades of experience in nutrition, stepped forward. Even as an authority in the field, she openly recognized the young man's superiority. While the veterans had focused on delivering only a single dish, the protagonist had been fast and skilled enough to prepare 10 different meals with flawless quality. The turnaround was so humiliating for the veterans that one of the oldest chefs dropped to his knees right there, begging to become the hero's disciple. Li was stunned by the exaggerated reaction. He had only wanted to impress the master, yet he ended up earning the respect and envy of everyone present. With the competition over and night falling over the mansion, a heavy sense of defeat lingered among the losers. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, completely won over by the young man's talent, ignored protocol and asked him to stay in the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes just for her. Li's talent in the kitchen was truly on another level. No one there could match that flavor. As she enjoyed the food, the master made a sudden decision and announced that from that moment on, he was officially her new disciple. The young man froze, expecting some complex ritual or a grand religious ceremony, but everything happened quickly and without any unnecessary formalities. Noticing his stunned expression, the leader asked whether he thought joining her group was too easy. Slightly embarrassed, he admitted that he had expected something more difficult. She simply laughed, reminding him that they were living in the 21st century and that it made no sense to cling to outdated traditions that only slowed people down. Before dismissing him, Lindsay laid out the path clearly. He needed to focus on constant self-improvement, and if any technical questions came up, little Cowan would be there to provide guidance. The new rule was straightforward. Li would have to check in at Injin every week to train and rest, following a schedule that she herself would send. There was even an order for her granddaughter. With a knowing smile, the master announced that Xiaonin would stay there with her, because she had finally discovered how to unlock the girl's cultivation potential. Even though she felt deeply embarrassed, the young woman accepted her grandmother's command. Hours later, late at night in the park, the tension between the two students still lingered. Xiaonin felt that the hero kept looking at her and confronted him immediately. Caught off guard, he tried to brush it off, claiming he was simply lost in thought. Internally, he decided he needed to be more patient with her, recognizing that their previous encounters had not gone very well. After the chaos of the previous day, Li picked up his pace, unwilling to waste time, but the girl stopped again, shouting that he was just taking advantage of the situation. The mood wasn't great, yet life moved on. The next morning, the scene shifted to the university. Professor W was deeply impressed with Li's thesis, praising its structure and data analysis, stating that the work was outstanding. Even happy with the praise, the young man remained humble, while the master pointed out that there were still a few problematic issues to discuss. In the middle of the conversation, a woman in a suit interrupted the mood, bringing bureaucratic instructions and suggesting that the professor head to the academic office. The talk ended with a promise to continue the next day, but Li felt something strange in the air. He realized the professor was walking into a trap, and that woman could be the same one who, in his past life, caused Wao Kang's downfall through slander. When crossing paths with the stranger, the hero ignored her presence, acting completely cold. Behind the scenes, the blonde woman spewed venom, complaining about the old professor and suggesting he would face consequences if he kept standing in her way. What she didn't expect was that Lee was so close and had heard every word of her threat. To the protagonist, seeing that woman trying to intimidate the professor was just another sign of her mediocrity. Later, in the dormitory, the mood was lighter. Zan Min, anxious, asked if his friend's diploma was already secured. Lee, with his usual serious demeanor, said things were moving in the right direction, but he also took the chance to give his partner a quick scolding. Laughing at the situation, he advised his friend to stop procrastinating and focus on his own diploma, since the poor guy was in complete despair for still not finishing the course. Even in the mud, the friend didn't stress about it. He simply threw himself onto the bed to take a nap. Meanwhile, Lee stared out the window, fully aware that the professor was about to fall into an ambush. He knew he had to act fast and put his plan into motion before the worst could happen. With the evidence he had been gathering for a long time in his hands, the hero prepared for checkmate. Inside the coordination office, the atmosphere turned heavy. The professor realized too late that he had fallen into a trap set by the student. The girl put on quite a performance, pretending to feel sick and crying to gain sympathy from the academic representative. The accusation was serious. She claimed the master was using his position to force a relationship with her. The professor exploded with outrage, shouting that it was a ridiculous slander. He defended his honor, reminding everyone that his years of service and spotless character should matter more than lies. The con artist didn't back down and claimed he was preventing her from defending her thesis as a form of punishment. Getting straight to the point, the master fired back. The thesis was full of serious mistakes and, even worse, it hadn't been written by her. It was clear academic fraud. Desperate after being exposed, the girl resorted to extreme victimhood, screaming that he only wanted to take advantage of her innocence. She made a dramatic scene about how her graduation and scholarship were at risk, manipulating the committee. Her plan worked. Seeing the young woman's sincere tears, the representatives began to turn against the professor, fully believing the farce. The girl's flawless appearance and bright future prospects became the perfect alibi. In the committee's eyes, someone like her would have no reason to invent a lie that could destroy the professor's career. Trembling with rage, the master demanded that Jan Sueli stop the act, but she, wiping away fake tears, appealed to the university leaders. She placed herself in the role of a helpless victim, claiming she shouldn't be forced to present evidence against such a powerful man. The professor shouted that his honor was being thrown in the trash, but the manipulator was smarter. She argued that a simple student would never have a voice against a veteran with decades of experience, twisting the image of the honest professional he had built. Cornered, the master mentioned his family and values, but Sueli fired back with a heavy lie. She claimed he had lured her into his office and locked the door with ulterior motives. The villain questioned the committee, saying her own beauty and trauma were proof enough. She quickly changed her tone, stopping her crying to call the old man a fool and hint that many other students had suffered the same fate under the disguise of his high-class pass rates. The institution's decision was a heavy blow. To calm tensions, the staff member ordered the professor to be suspended from teaching until the investigation was complete. The result was devastating for the master, who saw his passion for teaching being ripped away by a lie. Meanwhile, the hero watched everything from a distance, aware that his revenge against the corrupt system was just beginning, especially since Zan Min was also secretly listening to every detail of that conversation. Zan Sueli's scheme began to fall apart. The committee and the professor sensed something was off, and the news that she was trying to destroy the master's career spread quickly. In the dormitory, the hero received an alert from his friend about the defamation against Professor Gui. With a cold smile, Lee warned that payback would come before sunrise. He already had the entire dossier ready. At midnight, the duo took action. Dressed in black and moving through the shadows like ninjas, they spread compromising photos all across campus. The material left no doubt. The images showed Zan Sueli in intimate moments with the bald man and other guys, exposing the facade of the innocent victim she had been maintaining. The next morning, the villain woke up with no idea about the disaster. Noticing the strange atmosphere and the panic in her friend's eyes inside the room, she tried to understand what was going on. When they finally showed her the records of her hugging her lovers, the ground seemed to disappear beneath her feet. Panic took over when she discovered the entire campus was plastered with her secret life. Consumed by rage and trembling with fear, Sueli tore the photos apart, realizing that her academic reputation had just been buried. Used to always coming out on top, the spoiled rich girl felt the weight of being humiliated for the first time and swore revenge against whoever exposed her. Meanwhile, the buzz in the hallways only kept growing, with more and more students witnessing the collapse of the lie. Zhang Sueli's downfall was brutal, She desperately tried to hide the images to cover up the kind of people she had been associating with, but the damage was already done. In the hallways, rumors ran wild. While some suggested she was living a double life for money, others pointed out her family's fortune, which only made the situation even more bizarre. When the rich girl tried to give orders and silence her classmates, nobody paid attention. On the contrary, the laughter only grew louder. To the students, she was nothing more than a hypocrite with no authority over anyone. The hero watched the spectacle from the sidelines. He knew Sueli had never cared about the pain she caused others, but now she was finally feeling what it was like to have her life turned upside down. To him, that scandal was just the beginning, the first step in a bigger plan to erase her influence for good. The objective was clear: the total destruction of the villain's image. The scene shifted to a cafe, where Jan Fyon met with the protagonist. The businessman was thrilled, calling the plan brilliant. He could barely contain his excitement to implement new technologies and close the security gaps at Fyon Company. Although he was frustrated about not having Lee working full-time at his company, something he considered a huge loss. The man listened carefully when the young hero revealed that the previous project had only been a warm-up. The current plan focused on commerce and promised to be deadly. Realizing the young man was dead serious, Jan Fyon noticed that he had a well-structured long-term strategy. That was when the hero laid his cards on the table with a bold request. He wanted the businessman to acquire Zanan Company. The request caught the businessman off guard, leaving him visibly uncomfortable. The hero wasn't bluffing. He needed that move to clear the professor's name and bring down the network of influence protecting the villain. The goal was to expose Jan Sueli's corruption and make all her investors sink along with her. Jan Fyon stood up, looking furious at first glance, but soon his anger turned into respect. He realized there was a rare sense of honor in that plan. The young man wasn't just looking for a fight, he was seeking justice. The businessman agreed. It was time to cut off that family's financial oxygen. Back at the dormitory, Zan Min celebrated the success of the first phase. For him, seeing the arrogant girl exposed was already a reward, but he had no idea his friend was preparing something much bigger. Despite the small victory, the mood was still heavy because Professor Gu remained suspended and under investigation. Lee's friend noticed the teacher's sadness and grew worried, but the protagonist simply said he needed to step out for a while. Lee found the professor isolated near the university lake, lost in thought and crushed by injustice. With a calm smile, the young man approached and assured him that the truth would come out faster than he expected. The master, however, was skeptical. He understood the power of those attacking him and feared for the future of his brightest student. He felt the hypocrisy of the academic world firsthand, where those who once treated him with respect were now pretending he didn't even exist. Professor W's isolation was complete. In the hallways, the looks were filled with judgment. Everyone assumed he was guilty in the scandal involving the student. Even his colleagues had already given up, warning that the battle was lost since the university's top leadership was backing the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Jan Sueli and her father were furious. To them, the university was nothing more than a backyard they could control with money. The order was clear and ruthless. The professor had to accept the blame and resign immediately. If he refused, the Zhang family would use all their influence to destroy his reputation permanently, making sure he would never find a job anywhere again. To the wealthy elite, everything had a price, and the teacher's career was cheap. Hearing those threats pushed the professor to the edge of despair. He was innocent, but he felt trapped in a system where money ruled everything. Lee, watching the teacher, understood exactly how the game worked. The Zhang family used capital to crush people, so the only solution was to strike back with even greater financial power. The professor, however, saw the young man's plan as naive. In his mind, two academics without resources could never defeat giants. Looking up at the sky, the master lamented the absence of divine justice and delivered what he believed to be his final piece of advice to his student. He told Lee to be careful and use his extraordinary talent to avoid trouble, using his own tragedy as an example of what happens when you cross powerful people. But the hero refused to accept defeatism. He reminded the professor of the lessons in resilience he had learned in class and assured him, with an enigmatic smile, that the bill would come due. No one would escape the justice he was already orchestrating. The message was clear. The master should not give up, because the counterattack was just beginning. The professor, renewed by a thread of hope, decided to wait and trust his student's strategy. The next day, the routine in the first academic building seemed normal, but the tension was unmistakable. Jan Sueli strutted through the hallways humming, acting as if she hadn't just destroyed someone's reputation. Lee intercepted her, and without hesitation, demanded that she withdraw the complaint against the professor. The villain didn't even bother pretending to feel remorse. In a mocking tone, she warned the hero not to get involved in matters that didn't concern him if he wanted a future career. Lee, maintaining his composure, delivered a verbal checkmate. He told her that this was the last chance she would have to end the conflict peacefully. Sueli simply laughed, humiliating him by saying he was a nobody at the bottom of the social pyramid and that people like him existed only to serve as stepping stones for the rich. Before turning his back, the protagonist left a dark warning. The countdown to her downfall had already begun. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family mansion, the atmosphere was celebratory. Sueli arrived home in high spirits, and her father was even more excited. He revealed that the family's fortune was about to change dramatically. The powerful Fyon company had shown interest in forming a partnership. The plan was to take out a multi-million-dollar bank loan to expand their business and ride the wave of prestige from the industry giant, which had already attracted massive investments since its launch. Radiant with the possibility of becoming even more influential, Sueli's father revealed that he had received a personal invitation from Fyon's top executives. Without wasting time and blinded by greed, the girl immediately began making plans to take advantage of this new phase of power. Never imagining she was walking straight into the trap that Lee and Jan Fyon had carefully prepared. Comparing Fyon Company's fortune to Lee's threats, the spoiled heiress could only laugh. To her, it was pathetic for a country bumpkin to give her an ultimatum while she was about to climb to a higher financial level. Sueli's father was already dreaming about the extra zeros that would soon be added to his bank account, while his daughter pictured herself attending the most exclusive circles of high society. She assured her father she would not fail in the new partnership, sealing the family's fate with false promises of dedication. The next day, during class, Sueli tried to provoke the hero by throwing a small paper ball at him. With absurd reflexes, Lee caught the paper in midair and tossed it straight back into her face. Without saying much, he began a countdown out loud. The girl, confused and irritated, had no idea what it meant until the young man's mental timer reached 0. At that exact second, Sueli's phone rang. It was her father, completely desperate, informing her that the family had lost everything. They were bankrupt, and she had nowhere left to go. Lee's plan had been executed with surgical precision. In shock, the girl lunged at him, demanding to know what he had done, but the young man simply mocked her, repeating her own words about how the Zhan family was too big and powerful to ever be harmed by someone like him. The situation got even worse when creditors began calling her phone non-stop, demanding payment and sarcastically suggesting that since she loved showing off her beauty so much, she should start working to pay her father's debts. Panic took over completely. The phone slipped from Sueli's hands, and her legs gave out beneath her, collapsed on the classroom floor. In front of everyone she used to humiliate, the former heiress could only mumble that this couldn't be happening. The hero watched the scene with cold disdain, concluding that money is the most fragile foundation there is. Without it, Sueli had nothing left to support her. He left her lying on the floor with one final bitter piece of advice. She should use the time she had left to reflect on her life. As night fell, Sueli dragged herself back to the family mansion. The scene looked like a battlefield, walls covered in graffiti, and an angry crowd surrounding the entrance. She waited for the commotion to die down before slipping inside, but what she found was emptiness. The house had been vandalized and abandoned. In panic, she ran to her bedroom, hoping to save her jewelry and secure some kind of survival, but the closets had been wiped clean. Not a single valuable item remained. Everything that symbolized her status had been taken. Collapsed on the cold floor, reality finally hit her. She was broke. The same girl who once flaunted wealth now understood that in the food chain of power, there is always a bigger predator, and Lee had proven himself to be the one at the very top. The most ironic part was that the only person with enough influence to save her from total ruin at Xylon Company was the very man she had humiliated, but her pride still kept her from accepting that truth. Desperate, she tried calling her parents over and over again, but the silence on the other end of the line was terrifying. The fear that creditors might have acted with the same cruelty she had seen in movies began to torture her mind. With little money in her pocket and no idea where her family was, Sueli realized her life of luxury had an expiration date of only 1 month. That was when a loud noise suddenly interrupted her thoughts. The crash at the entrance made Sueli's heart race. Someone was kicking the door with brutal force, trying to break in. After just a few blows, the barrier gave way. The intruder was a large, muscular man who barely needed any effort to smash the entrance open. Another man, standing outside as a lookout, confirmed that the girl was hiding inside. The thugs entered the bedroom laughing, amused by her desperation, and got straight to the point. They wanted payment for astronomical debts. Sueli tried to swallow her tears, feeling the walls closing in around her. As the bedroom door took its final hits, she screamed that she didn't have a single cent and that they should go after her parents instead. But the criminal's logic was cold. The father's debt had now become the daughter's burden. Without hesitation, one of them grabbed the young woman by the neck and threw her to the ground, ordering the others to hold her down to prevent any attempt to escape. Sobbing uncontrollably, she insisted on her innocence and poverty, but the lie collapsed when one of the villains found her pink wallet hidden nearby. The moment they realized she was lying, the thug's patience ran out. When she tried to protect the little money she had left, the cash that was supposed to last the month, she received a violent punch to the face. The gang leader checked the amount and burst into mocking laughter. The few hundred yuan bills were nothing compared to the debt she owed. The criminal announced that since there was no money, the payment would be made another way. Cornered, she made one last desperate move. She claimed that if they released her, she would get the money from her parents. After all, as their only daughter, they would never refuse to help her. The response came in the form of a cruel laugh. The thug told her the harsh truth. Her parents had already skipped town a long time ago and wanted nothing to do with her anymore. In that instant, Sueli's world collapsed. She realized her father's warnings had not been empty threats. In less than 24 hours, her peaceful routine had been replaced by a living nightmare in the hands of men who didn't know the meaning of mercy. Even with the screams and desperate pleas for help, the brutes didn't loosen their grip. The situation only changed when a man in a suit stepped into the scene, giving a direct order for them to release the girl. For a brief second, hope flashed in Sueli's eyes, but the illusion didn't last long. The thug's tone shifted to something purely businesslike. He told the suited man to inform the boss that they had secured a high-value asset. Panic came rushing back full force. Sueli screamed until her lungs burned, trying to convince the gang that she wasn't responsible for her parents' debts and had no way to pay anything. It was useless. To those men, she wasn't a person, just an asset meant to cover their losses. The man in the suit dragged Sueli toward the leader, silencing her screams with a brutal strike. Grabbing her harshly by the hair, he demanded silence, while the rest of the gang laughed and enjoyed the student's humiliation. The criminals tried to persuade her that cooperating was the fastest way to end her suffering. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched the scene from nearby, staying hidden in the shadows. Even dazed from the pain of the beatings, Sueli noticed his presence. Reality hit her hard. The words that only he could rescue her were true. In a moment of pure desperation, she shouted his name, begging for intervention. Managing to get a brief opening, she threw herself at her classmate's feet. On her knees and terrified by the threat of being sold by the criminals, she clung to his legs, insisting that he was her only hope. The young man stared at her with a look of cold contempt, testing how far her regret truly went before deciding to act. With chilling composure, he pulled out a recorder. The plan was simple. Document the truth about the scheme they had set up against Professor W under pressure. The girl finally started talking. She admitted that the plan was to defame the teacher to force his resignation and secure the diploma he had refused to grant her, acting purely out of selfish interest. Between sobs, she swore she never intended to cause such massive harm, still clinging to the role of victim while begging for protection. Unshaken, the protagonist delivered the final question, demanding absolute confirmation of the professor's innocence before dealing with the gang leader, who was already approaching. Overwhelmed by fear, the assistant finally confessed everything. The professor was innocent, and the entire accusation had been a lie orchestrated by her. For the protagonist, that was the missing piece proving the teacher had been telling the truth all along. As the criminals moved closer, puzzled by the young man's calm reaction, the girl shrank back, placing her last hope for survival in Shulai. Through tears, she admitted the professor never deserved that setup. The student confessed that she had lured him into an ambush and now recognized her fatal mistake. Locking eyes with her, the young man demanded the raw truth. Desperate, she shouted that the lie was her fault and that her current suffering was the punishment she deserved. In a last attempt at redemption, she promised to do anything to restore the professor's honor, if he would just get her out of there. With the confession recorded, the hero switched off the device. The evidence was secured. With icy calm, he offered a sarcastic apology, remarking that those criminals wouldn't show her the same patience he had. He reminded her that in the past, she had shown no mercy, and now the tables had turned. The gang burst into laughter, mocking the situation. To them, a woman without integrity like her didn't deserve help from anyone. The protagonist, focused solely on restoring his family's dignity, turned his back on the chaos. Before leaving, he threw out one last jab, mocking her arrogance about wealth and power. Humiliated and defeated, the girl realized, far too late, that he had been right all along. Even resigned to the fate of being sold, the villain made one last threat. She shouted that Sueli wouldn't get away with it because no one would believe her word anyway, and the professor's reputation was already ruined beyond repair. Hearing the mockery from the loser, the protagonist suddenly stopped walking. In a cold voice, he fired back that people like her never change. If she had shown even the smallest bit of decency, she would have realized he truly had the power and money to save her. The verdict was merciless. She had failed the final test, and he wouldn't lift a finger to help. The gang leader, amused by the dramatic scene, ordered them to release the girl for a moment. With sarcasm, he suggested that since the boy was so wealthy, maybe he should show a little mercy. Interested in settling the matter once and for all, the young man asked for the exact amount of the family's debt. The criminals laughed, showing a receipt and claiming it was a small sum, 1 million yen. Without hesitation, he pulled out a check to see if that amount would be enough to end the issue once and for all. The receipt revealed an astronomical figure, 20 million yuan. The shock froze Sueli in place, and in a reflex of pure desperation, she lunged toward the young man, reaching out as if her life depended on touching him. Her arrogance had completely vanished, replaced by total humiliation, as she begged for help with the last strength she had left. The protagonist, however, didn't make things easy. He made it clear that she wasn't worthy of that money. The moment she tried to reach him, he pulled his hand away abruptly, causing the girl to lose her balance and crash hard onto the pavement. The impact was sharp and violent, leaving her motionless on the ground. He had the resources needed to pay off her family's debts, but the opportunity had been thrown away by Sueli's own foolishness. As she cried uncontrollably, the young man revealed another piece of the chessboard. He mentioned Fyon Company and the medical support that could have been offered to her family. The realization hit Sueli like a devastating blow. She had always seen him as a poor, insignificant country boy, and discovering that the village kid possessed the financial power capable of saving her became her worst nightmare. The hero turned his back, making it clear to the criminals that he had no connection to that girl's problems. The next day, the truth exploded across the university. The recording spread quickly, revealing that Sueli alone was responsible for the slander against Professor W. The teacher's innocence was restored, and the unjust suspension became an obvious mistake in the eyes of all the students. Justice, though delayed and difficult to hear at first, finally prevailed thanks to the undeniable evidence presented to the committee. The head of the committee had no doubts. Sueli's career was finished. It became clear that the professor had been the victim of a cowardly setup, and reinstating him to his position was simply a matter of justice. Shocked by the cruelty of the students' scheme, the university administration decided to tighten regulations to ensure that this kind of dirty game would never happen again within the institution. Sueli's disappearance became the main topic across campus. Rumors claimed she had dropped out after her family's financial collapse. Some people swore they had seen a girl who looked just like her working at a nightclub, though the woman denied being who everyone thought she was. Meanwhile, Jan Min, the protagonist's best friend, tried to piece together the mystery of who the mysterious Good Samaritan was, the one who recorded the confession and saved the teacher. The hero even admitted to his friend that he was the one behind the recording, but Jan Min burst into laughter, not believing a single word. To him, it was impossible that someone from a supposedly wealthy family, yet always walking around with empty pockets, could have that level of influence. In a joking tone, Min assured him that if things ever got tough, he would always have a plate of food waiting at his table. Ignoring the teasing, the redhead cut the conversation short and dragged the protagonist outside, satisfied that Professor W's name had been cleared. Not long after, at the university cafeteria, daily life began returning to normal. While deciding what to eat, with the protagonist choosing only a light soup, they spotted Xiao Ning walking through the place. She looked out of place, searching for somewhere to sit, her expression showing that the day had not been easy for her. The question about who made the recording still lingered in the air, and Shulai's silence as he sipped his soup served as a quiet confirmation for Xiaoning. She wasn't naive. Even with the voice altered, she could recognize his tone anywhere. With a playful smile, he asked why she was so curious, since she seemed to already know the answer. Despite everything, Xiaoning felt a heavy weight in her heart over her former classmate. To her, even though Sueli had tried to destroy Professor W, the punishment seemed far too harsh. The protagonist responded bluntly. The creditors had taken the girl, and he would not lift a finger to pull her out of that trap. He emphasized that he acted for the professor, because if it hadn't been for him, no one else would have delivered justice for a man who had always been honorable. Xiaoning didn't hide her frustration, shouting that Sueli's fate was now a complete mystery and that terrible things could happen to her. Xulai remained cold. In his view, some people simply weren't worth the effort of being rescued. As the argument heated up, John Min approached the table, confused by the tense atmosphere and the girl's explosive reaction, as if a simple greeting had suddenly turned into an insult. Trying to lighten the mood, the hero casually remarked that his sense of justice was sharper than most people's. John Min, laughing at the situation, showed up with coffees he had paid for out of his own pocket, brushing off any thanks. Xulai, with a teasing grin, joked that his friend was like a son to him. The joke didn't land well with Min, who fired back immediately, calling the protagonist a kid and ending the exchange with playful insults. The atmosphere at the university finally changed. The professor, overflowing with gratitude, confessed to Xulai that during his darkest moments he had nearly lost the will to live. The young man, always perceptive, had been the anchor that kept him from giving up. To the gray-haired teacher, the student had been the only ray of hope in the middle of chaos, proving that justice could still exist without demanding anything in return. Between heartfelt thanks, the professor reminded him that they still needed to finalize the last details of the diploma after the class period ended. Meanwhile, near Liao's residence, the atmosphere was different. The young woman met the protagonist to share a personal achievement. After months of dedication, her work had finally been published, and the publisher had sent the first printed copies. As a gesture of appreciation to her greatest supporter, she made sure to hand him a book personally. Xulai, acting like an excited fan, asked for an autograph, joking that he would proudly display the book once she became a literary celebrity. Despite the success, something felt off. Even with collaboration offers from influential figures like Jan Fyon, Liao seemed distant and cold. Xulai noticed the shift in her behavior and insisted that she open up. After all, it wasn't normal for a rising writer to carry such a heavy expression. Under pressure, she finally revealed the source of her concern. Her mother and brother would be visiting the following week. The bigger problem was her brother. According to their parents, he was a troublesome figure and extremely provincial. Claiming they were too busy, the parents had pushed the responsibility of taking care of him onto her shoulders, turning what should have been a moment of celebration into a family headache. The greed of Liao Keiken's family crossed every line. The moment they realized the young woman was making serious money, her brother wasted no time. He wanted her to take over all his responsibilities and, on top of that, hand over the cash. Liao sensed the danger instantly. She only wanted to prove her worth to her parents, to show she was independent, but the plan backfired hard. Her mother was ruthless in the pressure. While the youngest son needed total focus for his school exams, Liao's studies were reduced to useless little assignments. The order was crystal clear: drop out of college immediately. The matriarch's bizarre plan was to turn her own daughter into a full-time babysitter for her brother, claiming she would make far more money by focusing only on that. Watching the chaos unfold, Lule asked what Liao was going to do. Her answer was a firm line in the sand. The young woman refused to burn her future and dreams just to serve as a stepping stone for her brother. The protagonist was certain of one thing: if Liao didn't back down, her mother would lose control of the situation. The plan was to focus on studying and writing to achieve financial freedom and take charge of her own life. Liao bought into the idea and decided she would not abandon her career for anyone. Even with her resolve, the shadow of family rejection still haunted her. The hero realized that, to her, blood ties felt more like chains than support, although the real reason behind her fear was still a mystery. While the two prepared to confront her parents face to face, someone was watching everything from a distance. Xiaoning was falling apart. A sickening jealousy took over when she saw the hero giving attention to another girl. Her sadness turned into mockery. She began repeating sarcastic remarks, convinced that Liao wasn't attractive enough to be in that position. Unable to hold herself back, she rushed forward, shouting the young man's name, determined to interrupt the moment and force her way into the confrontation. Liao quickly realized the young man was only there to follow his grandfather's orders. Polite as always, she said goodbye and mentioned that a classmate was looking for him. But when she looked again, Xulai Xiaonin had already taken off, disappearing without a trace. The atmosphere shifted the moment the hero approached. The laughter of someone trying to get attention died instantly, replaced by a sudden fear of speaking up. Even though he wanted to be noticed at any cost, the guy froze in the intimidating presence of the protagonist. Before they continued their trip, a reminder came up. The grandfather was still waiting for Li at the scheduled training session. Right after that, the scene cut to the chaos of traffic. Driving across a busy road in a luxury car, the main character and his companion moved forward in silence. leaving the confusion behind as they sped toward their next commitment. The protagonist's silence was testing Xiaonin's patience. He spent the entire time lost in his own thoughts, setting goals without saying a single word. Unable to handle that empty silence, the girl felt her face burn with embarrassment and finally blurted out the question that had been bothering her. Were he and the other girl involved in a romantic relationship? His reaction broke the tension instantly. The hero flashed a wide grin, finding the suspicion downright hilarious, as if the question itself were absurd. In a quick move, Lule invaded the girl's personal space, stepping in close without warning. The shock was immediate. Completely flustered and with her heart racing, the young woman tried to confront him, demanding to know the real intention behind that sudden approach. The young man, however, didn't say a single word. He simply kept that mysterious smile on his face and, betraying a hint of his own nervousness, also blushed, letting the tension hang in the air. The mood turned heavy when the hero let out a sharp, sarcastic laugh, flipping the situation around. He fired back that, judging by her constant questions about Liao, it seemed like Xiaonin was the one who had a crush on him. The accusation hit like a match thrown into a barrel of gunpowder. Furious, the girl exploded. She shouted in front of everyone that Li's behavior was bizarre. He used to chase after her relentlessly. Without losing his composure, the protagonist delivered the final blow. He admitted in front of everyone that Xiaonan used to be his crush, but that feeling was dead and gone, and now he felt absolutely nothing. The twist was brutal. Since he was now the official disciple of her grandmother, the hierarchy had changed. He demanded to be treated like an uncle and mentor, making it clear that nothing romantic could ever exist within family. Xiaonan was left speechless, staring into the void as she tried to process the fact that she had been cast aside. Li simply watched her silence, unable to understand the drama, since he considered the matter settled long ago. Tension hung in the air as the young woman struggled to accept the rejection, feeling humiliated for being replaced. She was convinced that Liao Keiken had become Li's new focus because she was more attractive, but the hero quickly shut that idea down. He explained that his relationship with Liao was based purely on respect. She was his spiritual mentor, and he admired her deeply, but they were nothing more than allies. When speaking about his mentor's beauty, Li was straightforward. At the moment, he didn't see himself as worthy of someone like her. The girl didn't buy the explanation, believing he was far superior to the other guys she knew. Li, however, closed the subject without leaving room for debate. The affection he once felt for Xia Oin belonged to the past, to a life before his rebirth. Back then, he used to follow her around like a puppy, but that version of him was gone. Now, emotions were a luxury, and he had no time for distractions. With his eyes locked only on power and growth, he stayed cold. The protagonist reminded everyone that he had already made it clear before. The focus now was development and business. To him, relationships were meaningless compared to the mission ahead. The thought that it was all just an excuse quickly faded away. It became obvious that his companion was serious, and the distance was now a fact. Xiaolai was probably already somewhere so remote that any form of communication had become impossible. Meanwhile, around the mysterious building, the training never stopped. The Grandmaster put on a display of technique, leaving two low-level cultivators completely stunned by such overwhelming skill. The spectators were none other than Lin Sui and her companion. As soon as she noticed the pair arriving, the woman shifted her attention toward the guests. The students were thrilled, since getting a moment in Lin's packed schedule was a rare opportunity. Even so, her interest quickly changed direction. She began analyzing the teenager with far sharper focus, studying every detail about the boy. When she examined Li's magical level, the woman could hardly believe what she saw. The protagonist's power had skyrocketed in an absurd way since the last time, reaching a level that would impress even the strongest veterans. His evolution was unreal. Curious, the cultivator asked what the young men had been up to during the past week to justify such massive progress. Li started reviewing the days in his mind, mentally going over everything that had happened. Honestly, his schedule had been insane. He had completely wiped Jan Sueli off the map and cleared Professor Wo's name, restoring his mentor's honor. Between one mission and another, he still found time to visit the market, train different techniques with the elders to gain experience, and even show up at a festival. Even though he got involved with dancing and music there, he just shrugged and tried to act casual. He summed it all up by saying he hadn't done anything special. He simply helped an acquaintance, kept up his morning training, and learned a few new moves. But right after that, another important memory clicked in his mind. Jan Sueli was too busy dealing with personal matters, which had temporarily stalled any business progress. The veteran, despite finding the boy's cultivation techniques completely unconventional, ignored the oddities and asked Suai to follow him, leaving Xiaoning behind, waiting outside. The situation felt strange for the girl. She hadn't expected her grandmother to request a private meeting with Li. To make things worse, Xiaonan couldn't get Xiulai out of her head and even hinted that she already knew everything that was going on. Inside the mansion, the luxury was on another level, leaving the protagonist stunned by the sheer extravagance of the place. However, his sense of admiration vanished the instant Lin Sui gave a direct and bizarre order. Li froze, asking if his mentor had lost her mind. Blushing with embarrassment and completely uncomfortable, he fired back that he didn't have time for that kind of situation and needed to stick to his principles. Even in front of someone so influential and respected, he stood his ground and refused to go through that kind of exposure. The veteran lost her patience and began shouting, making it clear that the order was only for a medicinal bath. She demanded that he hurry up, unable to understand why the young man was making such a fuss over something so simple, dismissing his shyness as complete nonsense. Realizing he had no way out, Li started undressing, even though he was still reluctant. He tried to process the bizarre situation, felt more like a strange ritual from some questionable clan than elite training. Before he could react, the woman made her move. Using her magic, she immobilized the young man, causing a sharp pain that prevented him from making a sound. The power gap was overwhelming. Beyond her mystical control, her physical strength was more than enough to dominate him effortlessly. In one swift motion, Linu Wei used her abilities to rip off the rest of Xiula's clothes. Without giving him a chance to recover, she threw him straight into the hot springs, forcing the protagonist to undergo the treatment by sheer force. The plunge was sudden and violent. Li sank immediately and struggled to catch his breath, surfacing between coughs and clearly outraged. He complained that the master had even used martial arts just to shove him into the pool. Once stabilized in the water, the young man felt the effect instantly. The tension disappeared and his muscles relaxed like never before. It was as if his body were automatically absorbing the energy from the liquid, a strange sensation he still couldn't explain. Curious, he asked what kind of sorcery that was. The mentor explained that it was a high-level therapeutic spring designed to purify his system. Linu Bei simply locked her gaze on him, unable to look away. The protagonist's physical form was flawless, resembling a perfectly sculpted statue down to the finest detail. The sight was so striking that the woman began to feel genuinely uneasy and embarrassed. Trying to regain her composure, she closed her eyes and attempted to organize her thoughts, ordering him to finish the bath quickly. Li couldn't make sense of anything, finding her behavior erratic and confusing, while the veteran quickly retreated, leaving in a hurry with her face burning red from embarrassment. Lin Sui short-circuited. The moment the new student stepped in, the mentor's body reacted in a bizarre way. Her face heated up, and her heart started racing without warning. Even confused, she felt an unexplainable connection, as if she had known Xiulai in other lifetimes. It was only their second meeting, and that strange feeling already seemed supernatural. Convinced that the boy was hiding some dark secret or involvement with mysterious forces, the woman decided she needed to analyze his body thoroughly to understand what was really going on. On the other side, Li simply watched his master's erratic behavior without understanding a thing. He shrugged and chose to ignore the outburst. In his view, high-level cultivators usually had a few screws loose, and the best move was to stay out of other people's madness so it wouldn't slow down his own progress. The mystical lake delivered exactly what it promised, speeding up regeneration and strengthening the hero's physical structure. He settled into a meditation posture, focusing only on absorbing every drop of energy. Nearby, Lin Sui couldn't take her eyes off the young man, monitoring every movement Li made with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Bei's surprise was massive when she realized the boy's power was already starting to rival her own. Those waters, normally reserved only for elite cultivators to restore their strength, were reacting to the student in a completely unique way. Watching his progress, the woman remembered the records about reaching the peak of the 6th level in the Hall of Modern Immortality. The protagonist felt he was standing on the edge of something enormous, a force capable of shaking the foundations of the world. But he didn't have time to philosophize. His full focus was on the immediate upgrade. The process, however, felt like a survival test. What should have been relaxing felt more like boiling water punishing his skin. Even in agony, he endured the torture second by second to break past his previous limits. As Li's power surged, a mystery appeared. The spring, which had always been cold, was heating up dramatically during his cultivation, something no one there could explain. The mentor watched closely, anxious to see the results of that extreme training. Li refused to give in to the pain. He endured the pressure until the very end, forcing his body into a brutal evolution. The result came instantly. A bright yellow aura began radiating from his skin, lighting up the entire area. While sipping her tea and keeping an eye on his progress, Lin Sui suddenly noticed a strange and unexplainable scent in the air. The impact was so sudden that she dropped her cup. Within seconds, the master lost control. Her body began trembling violently. Her face burned with an intense redness, and sweat poured down non-stop, as if an uncontrollable fever had taken over. That mysterious odor, loaded with heavy energy, quickly spread throughout the mansion, reaching other rooms. Not far away, Xiaonan was focused on studying the 10,000 thunder technique when she was struck by the invisible mist rising from the floor. At first, she felt horrified, unable to understand that energy, but her reaction soon changed. The scent was strangely addictive and overwhelmingly pleasant. Unable to resist, the girl began breathing it in deeply, letting herself be carried away by the sensation. It didn't take long for the effect to hit. She collapsed to the ground, overtaken by the same episode that had affected Lin Sui. With her face burning and her body shaking uncontrollably, she slipped into the same trance-like state triggered by Li's explosive cultivation. The teacher finally snapped out of the trance and tried to figure out the origin of that bizarre scent filling the place. When she looked to the side, her eyes locked onto the protagonist, and the realization hit. The smell was coming directly from him while he trained in the hot springs. Without wasting time, she used her water magic to try stabilizing the young man. Streams of cold energy began swirling around him, cooling his body and easing the suffering caused by the excessive heat of cultivation. Linubei realized the issue was technical. Xiuli's magic had fused with the surrounding energies, creating a violent imbalance between yin and yang. That reaction was what triggered the strange odor. The master was visibly shaken when she noticed that the young man's yang energy was unbelievably powerful, far beyond normal limits. Fighting against impulses she barely understood herself, the woman forced herself to stay composed. She knew she had to control that energy and couldn't allow herself to give in to any kind of temptation, maintaining the discipline her position demanded. In the middle of that internal struggle to stay calm, a sudden wave of concern hit her. She remembered that Xia Onin was just behind the door, completely exposed and vulnerable to the effects of that dangerous aura. Worry struck the master immediately. She realized the danger to the girl was real. If even a veteran like her was being affected, Xia Onin, with her beginner-level cultivation base, wouldn't stand a chance of resisting. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the chaos, the young man remained focused, raising his power and spreading even more of that strange aroma into the air. Grandma Xiaoning decided to check on her granddaughter in another room and ran into a mind-bending scene. Even though the smell there was weaker, it was still strong enough to knock the young woman out. Xia Onan had already fully surrendered to the hypnotic effect of that energy. She was sprawled across the floor. The master unleashed her own magic to counter Xiula's influence and bring the girl back to consciousness, but it didn't work. The student had no resistance left. Her eyes grew heavy, and without any reaction, she simply blacked out. Xia Onin sank into a deep sleep, completely losing control of herself. Even though she still maintained control, the master felt the weight of the situation when Li's energy began invading her own system, bringing a wave of discomfort that was hard to ignore. As the hours passed, her own magic started to fluctuate, becoming increasingly difficult to stabilize. Exhausted from the marathon, the protagonist finally ended the training. When he looked around, he noticed that his mentor had stepped away. After spending the entire day in the same position, he climbed out of the water and stretched his body to relieve the pain in his back, and that was when the phenomenon happened. An intense yellow aura exploded around him. Li felt the impact of the change immediately. He was no longer the same. His body felt denser and unbelievably more powerful. When the teacher returned to the room, she confirmed the breakthrough. He had just shattered the barrier and reached the foundational stage of cultivation. However, when she congratulated him, her face was burning with embarrassment, leaving the young man completely confused. To hide her discomfort, she gave a quick lesson. She explained that the foundational stage is the true starting point of an immortal, where the energy gathered from nature undergoes a qualitative mutation inside the body. She warned him about the danger. Any mistake in the process could rupture the energy channels and bring a cultivator's journey to an abrupt end. For Li, the warning mattered, but the physical sensations spoke louder. After that day's breakthrough, he could feel that the difference between what he used to be and what he had become was simply massive. He had finally crossed the gateway into the next level. The mentor gave her final instruction. He needed to clean himself thoroughly, because the real training would begin the next day. Satisfied with the boy's bizarre evolution, she looked away and told him to get dressed quickly. Still feeling awkward, the protagonist waited until the woman left before stepping out of the hot springs and covering himself, avoiding any unnecessary exposure. The master fell into deep thought. Her original plan had only been to balance the young man's energy, yet the result turned into an absurd-level advancement. While most cultivators required rare pills to awaken their power, including Lin Sue herself in the past, that boy had ignored every rule. What normal people needed an entire year to understand about their spiritual roots, he mastered in just a matter of days. His speed was so far beyond the curve that the teacher began laughing to herself. She was certain she had finally found the genius who would leave everyone else in the dust. Her laughter was so loud that it echoed through the hallways and reached Li's ears. To the young man, that mansion felt like a madhouse full of strange people, and he could only shake his head at everyone's behavior. Shortly after, the scene shifted to the instructor's office, where the tone of the conversation became more serious about her role as his official mentor. Knowing that her position came with privileges, the young man didn't question it and simply wanted to understand what she had in mind. Her answer was straightforward. She wanted to use that influence to secure a first-class banquet. Excited by the idea, Li accepted the challenge immediately, promising to prepare whatever was needed. Deep down, he felt grateful. Thanks to her guidance, he had finally solidified his cultivation foundation. At that moment, the teacher felt a sudden blockage in her energy circulation. The lingering effect of the protagonist's aura was still affecting her, leaving her unstable. To hide the discomfort and the embarrassment over what had nearly happened between them, she rushed the young man along, pretending that her only concern was hunger. Li kept a neutral expression, unaware of the storm raging inside his mentor, and headed straight to the kitchen. He was determined to impress her. As he organized the ingredients, a dilemma appeared. She hadn't specified any preferences. Based on her practical and straightforward personality, the young man concluded that tofu-based dishes would be the perfect choice to please her. Using his veteran chef skills, he planned a menu of 10 different dishes for the group. That meal wouldn't just be dinner. It would be a true celebration of his historic breakthrough into the foundational stage. The atmosphere grew tense when Li noticed Xia Yuning staring at him intensely. Caught off guard, the girl froze, her face heating up as she blurted out a random excuse, begging to help wash the vegetables. Li even tried to dismiss her, assuring her he could handle everything alone, but her persistence won out. With no patience left to argue and plenty of time on his hands, he eventually gave in, letting out a sigh of defeat as she stepped closer. While the water ran over the cabbage, Xia Yuning's mind drifted far away, lost in the bizarre events of the past few hours. She had spent the entire day buried in study manuals until she passed out from exhaustion, later waking up mysteriously tucked into her bed as if someone had carried her there. But what truly unsettled her was the dream she had during that blackout. In the dream, she found herself trapped against a wall with no escape until a figure appeared and changed everything. The stranger wrapped her in a protective embrace from behind, and the tension built until it ended in a breathtaking kiss. It was a raw, visceral experience that left her charged with a strange energy, one that vanished the moment she woke up. The only problem was the mystery. In the middle of all that intensity, the young man's face remained completely blurred. The image of Xu Lai refused to leave her mind. It was just a dream, yet the sense of reality felt terrifyingly strong. Zhao Ning felt the weight of a prophecy, and the shock was so physical that the cucumber slipped right out of her hand. She tried to pull herself together, but the atmosphere had already changed. The protagonist noticed the strangeness immediately. He stayed alert, trying to figure out what was going on, while watching the girl abandon her task halfway through. Without washing anything, she turned her back and walked off, leaving him with the message. Li would have to deal with the vegetables himself. Even without understanding anything, the young man took over the sink. He felt confused, thinking she might have gotten upset for no reason, and even wondered if she was sick. But the truth ran deeper than that. The reality was that her grandmother had already laid it out. He had reached another level, with his foundation fully established, while she remained stuck in place. Watching her companion evolve so quickly while she stayed behind hit her like a punch to the gut. The tears came hard, her body trembled, and in that moment the truth finally sank in. She really had fallen for him. On the other side, the protagonist didn't stress at all about her sudden break. He finished cooking, looked at the dish, and gave his verdict. The food had turned out perfectly. Xu Lai stayed focused in the kitchen, but his senses never failed him. He noticed right away that Xiao Ning was watching him from a distance, letting out quiet little giggles. Without beating around the bush, the hero confronted the girl. demanding to know what her intentions were. The shock hit instantly. She never expected him to notice her presence so easily, acting as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Cornered and dying of embarrassment, the young woman started making up weak excuses. She claimed she was there strictly for business, trying to hide the fact that the real reason was Sueli himself. The young man, however, didn't care in the slightest about what she had done before. Now, in a position of control, he decided to get straight to the point. He grabbed Xiaoning's hand to figure out what was bothering her so much. The physical contact caught the girl completely off guard. Her face burned instantly, and her expression changed on the spot. Panicking at the sudden closeness, she blurted out that he was a pervert and ran away as fast as she could. Sueli was left standing there, frozen and confused. To him, it had been a simple gesture, but her reaction felt way out of proportion. Far from there, the girl tried to calm herself down, closing her eyes and covering her ears, repeating in her mind that everything was fine despite the shock caused by that unexpected touch. Xiaoning struggled to regain control, telling herself she couldn't let her guard down around Sueli. She searched for a logical explanation for what she was feeling, blaming the influence of the magical energy surrounding them. On the other side, the young man simply watched the situation unfold with a heavy sigh. There was a clear maturity gap between them. While Sueli carried the mindset and experience of a 30-year-old man, the girl still acted with the impulsiveness of someone in her 20s. That difference in mental ages turned their relationship into a mix of childish reactions and constant misunderstandings. Dinner was served shortly afterward, bringing everyone together at the table. In the middle of the meal, the master made a point of publicly praising Sueli's performance. The recognition left the young man feeling awkward, experiencing a mix of pride and shyness as he looked away from his classmate. The conversation shifted tone when Lin Wei, still showing a hint of irritation, dropped an important revelation. She knew exactly how to unlock Xiaoning's blocked energy channels. The news brought immediate excitement to the girl, who became eager to learn the method. The answer came abruptly when the woman pointed directly at Sueli. The shock spread across the room. Without understanding anything, the young man froze while the granddaughter demanded to know why he had been chosen for that task. The master's intention soon became clear. She wanted Sueli and Xiaoning to become cultivation partners. The proposal hit like a bomb for the girl, whose face turned bright red instantly. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she started rejecting the idea frantically, insisting that it was completely absurd and would never happen. Xiaoning knew exactly what was going through her grandmother's mind, but the old woman refused to back down, convinced that her granddaughter had feelings for the young man. Frustrated, the girl stood up from the table and began shouting, declaring that she had zero interest in him and questioning why the topic kept coming up. At that moment, Sueli started connecting the dots. He concluded that she probably did like him, since she seemed so offended by the fact that he had stopped pursuing her. The grandmother, simply laughing at the situation, teased her granddaughter by asking whether that denial was truly sincere. Xiaoning stubbornly insisted once again that she couldn't stand the guy. Yet deep down, a quick thought betrayed her. The idea of practicing dual cultivation with Sueli didn't seem like a complete disaster and might even bring positive results. Noticing her resistance, the elderly woman let out a deep sigh and pretended to accept the answer. The veteran master made it clear that dual cultivation was her recommendation, but she emphasized that the matter was serious and required careful reflection before any decision could be made. As the tension in the room grew heavier, Sueli stepped in to break the mood. He pulled a dish closer and said it would be better to eat soon before the food got cold. Once he finished, the young man went straight to the point with his mentor. He wanted to raise his power level and was already planning more efficient methods to become stronger. The woman couldn't understand the young man's resistance. To her, the proposal was logical and beneficial. She realized that behind his ordinary appearance, he hid enormous potential and would soon become an elite cultivator. However, the atmosphere soured completely when Sueli hinted that he wasn't interested in the partnership. Xiaoning went into shock. She had never expected to be rejected. A bizarre internal conflict started tearing through her mind. She didn't want dual cultivation, yet being turned down by him wounded her pride deeply. The master, frustrated to the point of nearly crying, couldn't understand why the young man would waste the chance to grow closer to her granddaughter. To make matters worse, it became obvious that Sueli wasn't focused on her and might already be getting involved with other women, leaving the young woman alone and bitter about her own indecision. The girl decided she might take a bath later to clear her thoughts. Her grandmother, still focused on training, commented that visitors would become frequent during the spring and that they would have plenty to discuss about cultivation progress. For now, the order was simple: eat. because it would be a complete waste for a disciple to skip a meal like that. Xiao Ning, clearly discouraged and with her head lowered, simply agreed, feeling like she had nowhere to escape. Moments later, the master decided to take her student to the secret library. On the way, she suddenly stopped after noticing that her granddaughter was following them from a distance. Claiming sudden discomfort, Xiao Ning politely asked for permission to rest. Seeing no problem, the woman allowed her to leave and recover. The scene then shifted to Qiyun Hall, the heart of the secret library. The building was strategically divided. The ground floor displayed rare cultivation items, the second floor was dedicated to physical training, and the third floor housed the collection of books. The rule was clear. The study floors were always open, but the focus now was theory. The master began selecting several fundamental manuals and ordered Xiu Lai to devour all that content in record time. The young man was startled by the mountain of books in front of him. Since he had started his journey as a cultivator later than the others, his effort needed to be doubled. Even so, he kept his confidence and assured his master that he could handle it. In his past life, he had never imagined facing a purely intellectual challenge of that size, but he was determined to solve the problem through reading. The master tried to understand why her disciple was refusing such a rare chance at partnership, since opportunities like that do not come around every day. In silence, Xiu Lai remembered that Xiao Ning had hated him in his past life, but he kept that secret to himself. Pressed for an answer, he simply gave an awkward smile and went straight to the point. Getting emotionally involved was a waste of time, because his only focus now was to improve his powers and grow his business. The young man's honesty left the woman intrigued. She checked his pulse and breathing, noticing that he was calm and not lying. Despite his maturity, his complete lack of interest in romance caught her off guard, making her wonder if something might be wrong with the young man's vitality. Willing to help, the elder woman stated that she could give his development a little push. Xiu Lai was perplexed. He had not expected his own master to offer to improve his abilities in such a direct way. The scene then shifted to the second floor of the secret library. There, the conversation turned to finances. For a cultivator's career, money was essential, but for the master, that was not the most important thing. After searching the place, she found a basket filled with various items. Curious, the young man stepped closer to examine the contents and discovered they were gifts sent by followers. Without wasting time counting the coins, he was impressed by the amount of valuable resources gathered there. The shock was total. Upon seeing the contents of the basket, the young man felt as if he had received a divine blessing, since the cards inside were worth a fortune. He quickly realized that a cultivator's success did not come only from immortal training, but also from a very well-funded bank account. While checking the statements, Xiu Lai nearly fell backward. His mentor, Linu Wei, was a multimillionaire. Having a woman that powerful and wealthy by his side was something hard to process. He discovered that the secret techniques of immortals served not only to reach the top of cultivation, but also to accumulate absurd wealth. At that moment, he saw her as the most incredible person in the world. The hero had already begun planning mentally how he would use every cent. But with his clever nature, he promised himself that one day he would repay every bit of that investment. For the master, however, that mountain of money meant nothing. She ordered them to take the basket away just to free up space, acting with a level of detachment that left the young man stunned. For the first time, across 2 lifetimes, he felt what it was like to have the support of a rich aunt. His dream was becoming reality at record speed, and he could barely contain his gratitude for the direction things had taken. To wrap things up, the teacher reinforced the mission. As soon as he finished reading all those books, he would feel real progress and relief in his journey. The burden of working just to survive had finally disappeared, and he accepted this new reality with a smile on his face. The focus now was entirely on progress. The next day, sitting in the lotus position, the hero immersed himself in cultivation, but he soon realized the path would not be easy. The challenges were real and heavy. Raising the level of difficulty, the master decided to teach the secret of proper breathing. It sounded basic, but demanding a completely new breathing technique was a brutal test of endurance. Determined to reach the top, the young man committed himself to the exercise without complaint. When the training ended, the warning came. It was time to head back, because Xiaoning was already running out of patience from waiting so long. He thanked his mentor, scheduled the next meeting for the following week, and left. The atmosphere inside the car on the way back was unbearable. A cold silence took over the vehicle, and the tension between Xiu Lai and Xiaoning only kept growing. The girl was visibly irritated by his silence, and the young man was also starting to lose patience. Being stuck there with her was completely uncomfortable. Xiu Lai decided to break the ice and asked what was going on. The question was like throwing gasoline on the fire. To her, it was obvious that he was the one to blame for everything. In a harsh tone, the young woman questioned whether he intended to cut ties for good. Without understanding that aggressive reaction, the young man tried to dig into the reason for so much hatred. Her confusion was so great that silence returned for a few seconds while she tried to gather herself. Finally, red with embarrassment, she blurted out the question that had been stuck in her throat. She wanted to know if he had feelings for her. Sueli recalled that in the past, he had already been open about his feelings, but he made a point to clarify that affection was left behind. Even though Xiaoning was anxious for an answer, his honesty left her confused. She could not process how his interest had simply vanished. Pressured and losing patience, he was asked whether he still felt anything in the present. With a shrug, the young man was categorical. Today, his heart had no room for anyone, because all his energy was channeled into his business and the progress of his career. Behind the appearance of a 20-year-old young man lived the mindset of a 40-year-old, who now prioritized self-improvement. For him, growing stronger and becoming wealthy were the only paths worth the effort. Wasting time on emotional drama felt like a waste of life. Xiaoning's reaction was immediate. Through tears, she accused him of hypocrisy, claiming that he was only getting close to Liao because of the way she treated him. The comment struck a nerve. Sueli exploded in anger, defending Liao as if she were a deity. To him, she was an untouchable figure, someone who should be admired and protected, not the target of cheap gossip. He made it clear that he could accept being insulted, but he would never allow anyone to speak badly about his idol. He predicted that Liao would one day become a global phenomenon, bringing glory to the country with her talent, and that he would be there to make sure no one stood in her way. Xiaoning, however, could not understand how someone could place so much importance on a writer. With a mocking look in his eyes, Sueli asked if she really wanted to know what her place was in that story. While he laughed at the situation, the girl felt more and more invisible, unable to understand why he did not even bother to look at her with the same admiration. To him, the girl was simply acting foolish. Between laughs, Sueli made it clear that the conversation should not be taken seriously. After all, the relationship between them was strictly that of mentor and disciple, with no room for anything beyond that. He believed that, as his master's granddaughter, his role was to help her mature and find a real purpose for her existence. The young man deeply valued Liao's talent in writing, seeing it as a powerful tool of cultural influence, something he referred to as soft power. He viewed the world as a cruel place, where rapid progress often ignores the individual. For him, the only way to be useful to society and survive was through hard work and excellence. While technology represented the brute strength of a nation, Sueli argued that visionary young people should focus on other forms of impact to earn international respect. He was focused on grand ideals and on strengthening the state, but Xiaoning could not follow that line of reasoning. To her, all of it sounded like nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Irritated, the young woman felt that he was inventing complicated excuses just to avoid admitting that he did not like her. She refused to be rejected with intellectual fairy tales and decided that he needed to be taught a lesson. With no patience left for his theories, she fired back that none of that was what she had been asking about, confronting him directly. The hero knew that if that girl did not open her eyes, her future would be disastrous, but she seemed lost in her own thoughts. Time passed, and the routine returned to normal. On Monday, a tense atmosphere took over the college. The libraries were packed with desperate students, buried in books as they prepared for the exams that were quickly approaching. Meanwhile, two classmates were talking in a corner. The dark-haired girl noticed that Xiaoning seemed distracted, her expression heavy. The first conclusion was obvious. The pressure of exams and graduation was taking its toll. However, the truth ran deeper. Xiaoning's worries had absolutely nothing to do with her academic life. Her friend tried to get her to open up about what was going on, but only received vague answers. In her opinion, the focus should be entirely on studying, since the thesis defense was scheduled for the end of May, and there was still a mountain of corrections to make. The conversation, however, was interrupted by a shocking sight. There stood Sueli, accompanied by Liao. The two of them were laughing and talking with an intimacy that froze both girls in place. Seeing that scene, without any filter or disguise, became the breaking point for Xiaoning. Consumed by indignation over what she considered a dishonest attitude from Sueli, she moved in to confront him, ignoring her friend's warnings as she tried unsuccessfully to hold her back. It became clear to everyone present that the young woman had just lost control of her emotions. The brunette friend was left speechless when she saw Xiaoning's state, but sensing the tension, she decided to put her on the spot. She bluntly asked whether she was in love with Sueli. The impact of the question left the young woman shaken. She could not understand how she had changed so much. It was hard to accept, but the idea of giving up that feeling seemed impossible. At that moment, it became clear to her friend that Xiaoning was completely hooked. Trying to bring her back to reality, the brunette reminded her that Xu Lai had spent 3 years relentlessly chasing after her. Breaking down in tears, Xiaoning lamented her journey. She had always been the jewel of the family, the model student and the teacher's favorite, but now everything had changed. Xu Lai no longer looked at her with admiration. She knew that he had even given up training by her side, and that not even her grandmother's influence would be enough to bring him back. Her friend listened to everything in silence, unsure of what to say in the face of so much despair. Even while upset, Xiaoning complained that the young man had never been rude, despite some heated arguments. Her friend tried to argue that this behavior was simply proof of what he felt, but the conversation took a strange turn. Xiaoning began saying harsh things, and upon hearing the brunette's opinion, she exploded in anger, calling the protagonist an idiot. No matter how much the dark-haired young woman tried to show her the truth, Xiaoning remained in complete denial, swearing that she would never like someone as strange as Xu Lai. Their heated conversation began to disturb those nearby, and the atmosphere in the library grew tense under the disapproving stares of other students. The murmuring was cut short by a direct order for silence, forcing the girl to swallow her embarrassment. Red with shame, she apologized to those around her, but her mind would not stop racing. One question kept eating at her. How could Liao Shonen be superior? In her mind, it made no sense. Family status, beauty, grades, she surpassed her in everything, yet jealousy spoke louder. Beside her, the friend tried to process the situation. She was convinced that Xu Lai was still crazy about Xiaoning, and that his coldness was nothing more than a facade to hide rejection. The brunette did everything she could to keep things steady, trying to inject a bit of calm into that emotional crisis. Her theory was that, in a few years, he would come crawling back, begging for another chance. Hearing that instantly changed the girl's mood. Excited, she called him a fraud and promised that when he returned, she would ignore him successfully. He was no longer on her level. With the drama under control and the tears finally dried, the focus shifted to the bank terminal. The young protagonist, used to a completely different reality, stared at the machine with suspicion. To him, the idea of money coming out of a piece of plastic felt like magic or a scam. He imagined that his mentor might have, at most, around 10,000 saved there. To find out the truth, the young man pressed the balance button. The shock was physical. The screen displayed an absurd sequence of digits. Unable to speak, he widened his eyes and began counting, one by one, that endless row of zeros that would change everything. What appeared on the screen was a balance of 2 million yuan. The hero froze, in total shock. He had never imagined that Jan Fyon would be so generous. His mentor had just turned him into a millionaire with the snap of a finger. Xu Lai was now officially at the top of the financial chain, but his mind would not stop racing. He began to question Lin Sui's level of wealth and felt like he was living the life of a reborn man. The young man had worked himself to the bone to create software capable of revolutionizing the planet, and thanks to that effort, he was already becoming famous in restricted circles. He was an anonymous genius earning respect. However, the shine of money did not blind him for long. He took a deep breath to push away arrogance, reminding himself that true value is the kind earned through one's own sweat. That fortune was not the result of his own work, and if he started spending recklessly, the source would dry up quickly. The hero understood the lesson. He needed to learn how to prosper and live with integrity. With his fist clenched, he controlled his excitement and turned his back on the bank. The decision was made. He would use the resource only at the right moment. Meanwhile, the pressure was mounting for Mr. Ludashi. The monthly report was a disaster, showing a 10% drop in revenue. If the bleeding continued at that pace, the chain of stores would soon go bankrupt. The businessman felt the blow, knowing he could not allow his empire to collapse. The evolution of electronics was a one-way road, but the real challenge was popularity. The influential businessman began racking his brain over what he had heard about the logistics of that market. Xu Lai had warned that the gears of that sector were unstable and demanded maximum caution. As proof of trust, the young man had left his business card, assuring that he would be available if chaos broke out. Ludashi looked at that piece of paper and at the presentation the boy had given, unable to process how someone so ordinary had such an out-of-the-box vision. Even skeptical, he decided to swallow his pride and try to save the business on his own, but fate was relentless, and the company went bankrupt. Meanwhile, Jan Fyon's technology empire was moving in the opposite direction, expanding westward and breaking revenue records. The company took off and became a national powerhouse, all thanks to the brilliance of a single mind, Sueli Jan Fyon. In record time, he took leadership of the sector, transforming himself into a reference in entrepreneurship. Fyon was now at the top, eager to discover what cards the future would place on the table next. Without wasting time, he moved into the real estate sector, selecting strategic buildings to purchase. The assistant did not argue. The choice was surgical. The hero smiled as he noticed the advantage of the era. In the 21st century, buying those properties would be a financial nightmare, but there, with low prices, he had the perfect opportunity to expand his domain. It was a golden chance to multiply capital. The plan was simple: sign the contract first and settle the payments with the assistant afterward. Without hesitation, the young man closed the deal, setting a 1-week deadline to complete all the paperwork. Everything was going according to plan. With the money in hand and the deal secured, emotion hit hard. The young man could not hold back tears as he remembered his mother. His chest swelled with the urge to shout to her that they now owned property. Meanwhile, those watching from the outside were surprised by the investors' generosity, even though the housing options were similar. The selection process, however, had its complications. Some of the available houses were problematic, either infested with dogs or burdened by a history of crime. Even though he was young and new to the field, Liao immediately noticed the assistant's mocking look, but he had a card up his sleeve that no one else could see. The market system indicated an explosive increase in value in the near future. Buying now was the shortest path to fortune. Whoever secured a roof today would harvest massive profits tomorrow. He would not run out of funds, especially because the current property was being sold at a bargain price, generating enormous savings. Papers signed, transaction completed. The property was his. At that moment, laughter and contempt from others were constant, treating the hero like an idiot who had thrown money away. What they did not know was that, in just a few months, the beginning of a new construction project would change everything, proving that Liao's vision was years ahead of any critic. Liao had no intention of cheating anyone. He simply invested in what others ignored, maintaining his honorable stance. The next morning, the scene shifted to the park, where the protagonist trained intensely while organizing his thoughts about the future. The demolition of the buildings was about to begin, and the government would have to negotiate with the property owners. Dealing with greedy people is a test of patience, and many in the past lost the chance to become wealthy because they did not know when to give in. For the young man, the plan was clear. It was not worth fighting over crumbs when one could accept a new property and profit greatly from appreciation. Signing the contract quickly meant money in his pocket before everyone else, and the chance to repay his mentor as soon as possible. Even exhausted, the hero finished his training with total focus. The physical preparation was over. Now it was time to face his graduation work. A few hours later, he was already in Professor W's office, where the professor carefully analyzed his thesis. Liao asked whether the text needed adjustments, especially in the business management section. Fyon's success had not made him complacent. It had been 30 days of intense effort, researching more than in 12 cultivation books, yet he showed no sign of fatigue. When he placed the final project on the table, the professor was impressed. The mentor praised the extraordinary quality of the material and, curious, wanted to know what the prodigy's next step in the market would be. To the professor, Sueli was an exception to the rule. Beyond his technical mastery and flawless diploma, the young man demonstrated rare ethics and a resilient mindset. Students of that caliber do not appear often, and the professor felt he needed to give his career a little push, especially since the young man had already proven himself extremely loyal and trustworthy in the past. When asked about the future, the hero chose to be cautious. He replied that he planned to work to gain experience before risking his own company, avoiding giving absolute certainties to the professor. That was when Professor W made the invitation. He wanted the young man to keep his weekend free so he could introduce him to an important contact. Even though he did not want to be tied to a standard office routine, the young man immediately understood the move. A recommendation from someone with Professor W's weight in the financial sector was a VIP passport into elite networking. The invitation was impossible to refuse. The mentor instructed him to prepare, and the hero accepted with enthusiasm, already anticipating the doors that would open. Thinking about keeping his responsibilities in order, he sent a message to his mentor informing her that he would be busy and would miss the next class. Meanwhile, the woman was relaxing in hot springs, enjoying a moment of peace until the notification on her phone caught her attention, instantly sparking her curiosity. Linu's response came like a lightning bolt, cutting through the air and reaching the young man's hands almost instantly. The speed surpassed any cell phone connection, leaving him perplexed. the professor ended up sending the message that XIULAI held on to. He was to take a break from training because a meeting had already been scheduled for a few days later. The weekend brought the main event, a high-stakes gathering between Professor W and his allies. In the circle of the powerful, the topic was a 30 million yuan patent secured by one of the investors in Fyon's company. Amid laughter about the surreal prices of the dishes being served, the consensus was clear. The cost of the food meant nothing compared to the deals being closed at that table. As he stepped into the hall, the hero felt the impact immediately. Being surrounded by so many major players in the market all at once left him stunned. He had never imagined that Professor W, who behaved like a simple academic on campus, was such an important figure within the business elite. The proof came quickly. The moment the master was spotted, the magnates lined up to greet him, acknowledging his authority in the industry. The professor took the initiative to introduce XIULAI to the group, and the young man wasted no time greeting each one with firm posture. The mentor made a point of praising the young man's talent, emphasizing that he was a rare academic prodigy, the kind who only appears during times of crisis to save the day. The reaction among the magnates was one of surprise, since Professor Gu had never brought a student into that restricted circle before. The gesture made it clear that Lulei was a safe bet. The hero, who had expected an ordinary dinner, was still trying to process the level of influence held by the people at that table. When hunger kicked in and the group settled down to eat, he noticed something interesting. With the mindset of someone nearing 40, it was far more productive and enjoyable to debate with those seasoned veterans than with the immature college students on campus. After several hours and multiple rounds of sake, the atmosphere loosened up. With flushed faces and light spirits, the businessmen discussed serious deals while praising the new protege. One of them, clearly moved, stated that XIULAI's potential was frightening and that the brilliant redhead would reach the top quickly. For someone who had seen everything in life, that boy was truly an exception. In the middle of the excitement, the fair-haired man expressed only one regret, not having crossed paths with his brother, even though they had already been in contact before. Without missing the moment, the hero took advantage of the opening and asked his new contact to give him a call so they could exchange ideas about the market. For the businessman, the request was simple, but he wanted to know whether the young man was already considering a position at his company. XIULAI kept the mystery alive, replying that he was still evaluating his future. With a smile, the man handed over his business card, leaving the doors open. That very night, the protagonist added another heavyweight to his contact list, Wang Hyun-lin. Between sips of warm drinks, the connection between them flowed naturally. Even the professor, watching from the side, confirmed that XIULAI was not just a genius, but someone with extraordinary personal magnetism, the kind of person you naturally want to keep close. However, as the wine kept flowing, the hero noticed something out of place. In the middle of the magnate's excitement, a blonde girl remained seated, radiating a cold and irritated aura. She had not spoken a single word since the party began, only watching every movement in the hall with a calculating gaze. The tension rose when her eyes and XIULAI's met in a direct stare. The impact was immediate. The young woman's unshakable posture faltered, and she blushed instantly, visibly unsettled by a feeling she could not explain. Meanwhile, the group of powerful figures remained unaware, toasting and singing around the table with no sign that the celebration would end any time soon. The environment was filled with euphoria, with red faces and loud laughter, but XIULAI remained in control, maintaining his composure despite the endless toasts. At the same time, the blonde girl tried to hide behind the pages of a book, glancing up only occasionally to observe the protagonist. When she finished reading, her discomfort became obvious. Worried, she began shaking her father, who had passed out at the table after drinking too much. She begged him to wake up, but the man could barely open his eyes and mumbled that he was in no condition to stand. The young woman found herself trapped, surrounded by older men and with no one to talk to, since even Uncle Juan and the rest of the group had fallen asleep. To make matters worse, her shyness prevented her from asking for help. Her face burned with embarrassment as an urgent physical need pressed on her, but she had no idea where the restroom was and felt incapable of asking. XIULAI, who missed nothing, noticed the shift in her behavior. He realized the book had been set aside and that the girl was acting restless, almost childlike due to her nervousness. Without hesitation, the young man stood up. To spare her further embarrassment, he took the initiative in a straightforward way and suggested that she follow him, pointing out the path to the restroom as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The mistake was massive. Instead of simply giving directions, the young man ended up inviting the girl to go to the restroom with him. The embarrassment was instant. To his surprise, the girl, though mortified with embarrassment, accepted. Xiuli even doubted what he had heard and asked her to repeat it. The blonde clearly wanted to refuse, but desperation outweighed her pride. With no other option and unable to ask anyone else for help, she gave in to the strange invitation and followed the protagonist. The walk was a torture of shyness. She moved cautiously, watching every person who passed as if she were in danger. The hero could not understand why she was so afraid, but he soon realized that she was extremely antisocial and terrified of interacting with the outside world. At one point, she even asked him to slow down, trying to hide in his shadow as they crossed through the crowd. The entire situation felt like a ridiculous play, leaving Xiuli uncomfortable in the role of guide on such a trivial mission. When they finally spotted the restroom, he stopped and told her he would wait outside. Even though she felt embarrassed about being watched, her need to relieve herself overcame any social barrier. She rushed inside, while the hero stood guard to make sure nothing disturbed her. The hero never imagined that, throughout his entire journey, he would end up acting as a bathroom escort for a complete stranger. While he waited outside, he soon noticed the girl stepping out with stiff movements, scanning the area in panic as if searching for a lifeline. The moment her eyes landed on her savior, her face flushed bright red. With a shy smile and a voice that almost vanished into the air, the blonde thanked him and said she was ready to head back. Xiuli simply nodded and guided her toward the table where her parents and the professor were still seated. The atmosphere was painfully awkward, so he decided to break the silence and introduced himself properly. The instant she heard his name, the girl froze. Her mouth opened slightly, unsure of what to say, before she admitted in a trembling voice that she had already heard about him. Curious, the young man casually asked about the book she had been reading so intensely earlier. She confessed it was a fantasy romance, and that was when the shock hit him. Between the lines, Xiuli realized she was also a cultivator. The urge to question her about it was strong, but he held himself back. The girl looked so nervous and embarrassed that pushing further could only make things worse or create unnecessary trouble. For the first time in a long while, he found himself unusually quiet during a conversation. Back in the main hall, he glanced briefly at the cover of the book she carried, The Fallen Princess and the 18 Handsome Men. The hero could hardly believe it. To him, the plot sounded ridiculous and nonsensical, yet it was exactly the kind of dramatic fantasy that seemed wildly popular among girls of that era. Not long after, the banquet finally came to an end, and the parade of powerful figures began to leave the venue. Since the professor was in no condition to walk, Liao took responsibility for escorting him home safely. During the trip, a voice called out from behind. It was that same businessman, confirming whether he would attend the next dinner gathering. The protagonist answered directly, saying it wasn't guaranteed, since life after graduation would demand a heavy routine. The blonde, overhearing the exchange, felt a strange mix of irritation and relief, irritated by his cold tone, yet relieved to know there was still a chance she might cross paths with a man of his caliber on campus again. The scene shifted to a taxi cutting through the night. Watching his master passed out beside him, the young man reflected on the strategic importance of those connections. He understood perfectly why so many people humbled themselves just to receive an invitation into that circle. Being among the city's magnates was a privilege reserved for very few. During the party, several influential figures had tried to corner him, forcing drink after drink and testing his limits. Xiuli's performance impressed everyone, even under heavy alcohol pressure. He maintained clarity and sharp thinking, instantly earning the respect of the elite. Still, he was not naive. He knew that friendships formed at the peak of drunken celebration often disappeared once the hangover arrived. In his previous life, he had learned that true networking only proves its value in sobriety. Even so, he allowed himself a small smile. Being noticed by the richest people in the region was a massive step forward. With longevity secured through cultivation and a strategic mindset guiding his moves, Liao was ready to watch his business empire grow explosively now that the right pieces were finally on the board. As the market evolved at breakneck speed, many businessmen were left behind for clinging to outdated methods. Xiuli noticed that Ludashi was one of them. The man was drowning in losses, yet what puzzled the young strategist most was his silence. Any visionary would have already reached out for help, which led the protagonist to a simple conclusion. The careless Ludashi had probably lost his business card. The mood on campus turned tense when the final thesis deadline was announced for Friday, June 20th. The professor issued a strict ultimatum demanding that all final corrections be completed immediately. The news hit like a bomb for the hero's friend, who had believed he still had months left. Panic took over when he remembered that the professor had brutally criticized his previous draft, calling it complete trash despite all the effort he had poured into writing it alone. Xiuli, on the other hand, remained calm. His own project had been accepted without any revisions. Seeing his friend's despair triggered memories from his past life. Back then, the death of Professor W had thrown graduation into chaos, and he had barely managed to finish his degree. This time, with the professor alive, the standards were far stricter. Zan Min, completely overwhelmed, began begging for help. Using years of friendship as leverage, he pleaded desperately, asking the hero not to abandon him at the last minute. Even with his patience wearing thin, Xiuli eventually gave in and ordered them to head straight to the library to review the entire thesis together. The relief was immediate. Min could hardly believe that the genius of the campus was about to save him at the final second. The agreement was sealed, but his over-the-top excitement quickly annoyed Xiuli. Irritated by the excessive enthusiasm, the redhead shoved him back to keep some distance. Overflowing with gratitude, Min nearly tried to kiss him in thanks, which only deepened the protagonist's irritation. He warned that if the nonsense continued, their partnership would end on the spot. Meanwhile, around the campus, surveillance had intensified. Xiao Ning and her friend carefully tracked Liao's movements, monitoring a girl who seemed to be waiting for someone. Their guess proved correct. The red-haired girl was there to meet Xiuli. When the two finally reunited, the spies confirmed their suspicions of a meeting and discreetly followed them into the cafeteria. Inside, Xiao Ning burned with jealousy. Liao had arranged the meeting to show her new manuscript and ask for an honest opinion. The young man felt honored by the invitation, thrilled to become the first reader of a future celebrity. As he devoured the pages, his eyes sparkled. The story was genuinely good, and a satisfied smile spread across Liao's face, but the harmony between them was poison to those watching from afar. Xiaonan, boiling with anger and feeling completely invisible, could not take it anymore. She stood up abruptly, trembling with rage as she hurled insults at the girl. What hurt her most was Xiuli's total indifference. She had deliberately walked right in front of him, holding a plate in an obvious attempt to get his attention, yet he never even glanced her way. To him, she might as well have been a ghost. The realization struck Xiaoning hard. She was forced to swallow her pride and accept a bitter truth. Liao stood on a level far above her. Meanwhile, the young man kept reading the new lines with a wide grin, completely absorbed in his own world, fully focused and satisfied. Completely disoriented by the scene, the girl froze. The radiant aura surrounding Shulai left her momentarily paralyzed, torn between walking away or stubbornly standing her ground. In the end, stubbornness won. She convinced herself that, even if he ignored her now, he would eventually be forced to notice her. After all, she had just claimed the title of the protagonist's disciple. That bizarre attitude did not go unnoticed. A brunette classmate crossed her arms and shot her a sharp glare, openly showing her disdain for such behavior. Xiao Ning silently stewed in her bitterness, annoyed at the idea that someone would shut themselves off from the world just to suck up to a rival. The mood got so heavy that her friend had to step in, telling her to focus on something else and asking about her plans after college. Snapping out of it, Xiao Ning revealed she planned to go for grad school. Her friend doubted she had enough time to prepare, but Xiao Ning already had everything mapped out. She'd spend a year at her grandfather's house studying non-stop. While her friend celebrated landing a bank teller job through family connections, Xiao Ning's attention drifted off again. She watched Liao and Lei laughing together, feeling more and more irritated. Out of nowhere, she asked her friend what she thought of Liao. To Xiao Ning, the girl wasn't even that pretty and didn't come from a powerful family, but there was something about her that bothered her. Elegance and insane writing talent, with published pieces and praise from everyone. Xiao Ning started overthinking, trying to figure out if that was the kind of woman that attracted Li Shuli. She remembered his criticism, saying she was limited and needed to focus on her studies. Insecurity hit hard. Had he pushed her away because of the other girl's intellect? Her face burned with embarrassment as she recalled his blunt words, making it clear there was nothing between them beyond a distant family connection. The silence at the table turned awkward as she bounced between anger and embarrassment, leaving her friend confused by the emotional roller coaster. Xiao Ning completely lost her composure. Flushed, she tried to downplay him, stammering that he was just some average guy from an ordinary family, far from ideal. Her friend just laughed, pretending to buy it, and shifted the topic to Fong Technology. Xiao Ning knew the company's reputation well, a massive internet giant worth over 500 million, expected to dominate the national market soon. The topic seemed random until her friend dropped a bombshell. Their class monitor was thrilled after getting a job offer from there. That didn't impress Xiaoning, but what came next stopped her cold. Her friend revealed that while looking into the company, she found Li Shuli listed as one of its main founders. The shock was unavoidable. While the Li Shuli they knew came from nothing and had no money, the Fong shareholder was already a multimillionaire with the potential to become a billionaire. Annoyed by her friend's comparison, Xiaoning defended him. Her friend didn't get it, but the truth ran deeper. To Xiaoning, money wasn't the point. She knew he was an elite cultivator, someone with talent far beyond any normal person. While the world saw numbers, she saw power and growth. The sparkle in her eyes faded into melancholy. She felt stuck, watching him race ahead on a spiritual path she hadn't even begun. Xiaoning let out a heavy sigh and started listing his qualities like she was reading a resume. Top student, the only one to pass his thesis on the first try, honest, helpful, and on top of that, not bad-looking, and a great cook. She froze mid-sentence, realizing how ridiculous she sounded. Her friend caught the opening, flashed a sly smile, and pounced. Wait, you've tried his cooking? How do you know it's good? Xiaoning's face flushed instantly. She tried to brush it off, stammering that she must have heard it somewhere, but her friend didn't let it go, laughing at the obvious slip. To escape the interrogation, Xiaoning cut the topic short and told everyone to focus on eating. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Shuli finished reading Liao's writing. The impact hit so hard his eyes watered. He was stunned by the depth of those simple words on paper. If he could, he'd give it 1,000 likes. More than her talent, he felt proud for having encouraged this awakening, something he had never seen in his past life. Overwhelmed, he showered her with praise, asking when it would be published so he could buy the first copy. He even called her professor, leaving Liao completely flustered. Embarrassed, she asked him to stop with the formalities and just call her by name, saying the ending was just a bit too sentimental. But Li Shuli didn't back down. He held her hands firmly, speaking with complete sincerity, insisting that it wasn't just an ordinary piece, but a timeless masterpiece. He was ecstatic, pushing for the work to be published so the world could see it. Liao, completely shy, pulled her hands back, overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. He realized he had gone too far, acting in a way even he didn't recognize, and wondered if great geniuses also had moments like this when faced with something brilliant. Liao quickly refocused and asked for an important piece of advice. She had 3 publishing options, but didn't want to take blind shots. She handed him a paper detailing the pros and cons of HJO literature and the others. The moment he saw Hijou Small Magazine, something clicked in Li Shuli's mind. In the future, that little unknown magazine would dominate Hong Kong's publishing industry. Without hesitation, he pointed to it as the best choice. Liao smiled and accepted right away without even questioning it. Li Shuli found her blind trust surprising and asked if she didn't want to hear the technical reasoning. Blushing, she simply admitted she fully trusted his judgment. While things felt cooperative on that side, Xiaoning's table was filled with tension. She barely touched her food, pushed her plate away, and announced she was on a diet before storming off. Her friend just watched, amused by what was clearly jealousy disguised as dieting. Xiaoning left in a huff, passing by them like a storm of pure resentment and humiliation. Li Shuli watched the whole scene from a distance, amused by the over-the-top drama, like something straight out of a soap opera, where a wife chases her husband all the way to the crematorium. He noticed Xiaoning's bad mood, but didn't care. When someone asked what he was looking at, he just brushed it off, treating it like it didn't matter at all. Xiaoning, however, caught that indifference and boiled with anger. Being ignored like that, especially by family, hit her pride hard. While she fumed, Li Shuli had already moved on. He headed to the library to help Zhang Ming with his studies. The guy was all worked up, trying to secure a seat for his master, but Li Shuli cut through the nonsense and went straight to the shelves to grab reference materials. That's when he ran into a familiar figure, a white-haired girl, completely absorbed in a book on the other side of the shelf. With his sharp perception, he couldn't help but notice what she was reading. The story's harem of handsome men had nearly doubled since the last time he glanced at it. Amused by her bold and unusual taste, he decided to sit next to her, quietly observing the bizarre complexity of the plot. She didn't even notice he was there. Meanwhile, at another table, Yang Ming was starting to lose patience. Time passed. Li Shuli hadn't come back with the books, and he was already thinking he'd been ditched. Not wanting to wait around, he got up and went looking for him through the library aisles. Yang Ming quickly realized he'd been sidelined. The plan was to get help with his thesis, but the flirty atmosphere between Shuli and the girl ruined everything. Not in the mood to be a third wheel, he switched to solo mode. He decided to handle the books himself and take responsibility for his degree, far from all that awkward tension. Meanwhile, it finally hit Wu. She snapped out of her trance and noticed him sitting right there, immediately shocked that she hadn't realized it sooner. Nervous, she blurted out a stiff, overly formal greeting, even calling him Lieutenant right there in the library. He couldn't help but smile, amused by how lost she seemed. To her, the moment felt like something straight out of a TV romance. Blushing hard, they started talking about a book on the Song dynasty, stored in section G11. In Wu's eyes, he was the full package, polite, kind, and ridiculously perfect. He explained he was just there to help a friend with a project, but promised he'd check out her recommendation when he had time. While she got lost admiring every detail about him, he shifted the conversation and asked about her own thesis progress. Her thesis was already approved. When asked about her plans after graduation, Wu admitted the future still felt unclear. Her father had told her not to stress and just follow her own path, but something felt off. Sueli noticed both the book and her hands trembling non-stop, like she was constantly under pressure. Trying to break the tension, she awkwardly asked if he wanted to talk. Remembering when he had walked her to the bathroom before, gave her just enough confidence to try. He noticed her effort and said she didn't need to force anything, but Wu insisted. Even struggling with intense social anxiety, she took the initiative and asked if he liked literature. The conversation turned to a writer from their own university, Liao. Sueli was impressed by the impact her writing had. Literature had the power to make even someone withdrawn open up. Carefully choosing his words so he wouldn't overwhelm her, he admitted he loved the author's stories, especially her debut work, Tide. That response hit like a trigger. Wu suddenly broke down in tears, overwhelmed by a surge of emotion that left him completely caught off guard. She tried to hold back her crying, but she didn't even have a tissue. Between sobs, she declared that he was her soulmate, and Leah's too. Finally, someone understood the brilliance of that work. He was stunned. He never imagined a simple comment about a book would hit her that deeply. She went on to vent about how isolated she felt. Her so-called friends trashed the story she loved so much, completely ignoring her feelings. With shining eyes and flushed cheeks, she gathered the courage to make a direct move. She held out her pinky, asking him to be real friends. The innocent gesture changed everything. He smiled, linked his pinky with hers, and sealed the promise, saying it was rare to find someone who thought like that. To him, that pure, almost childlike attitude was exactly what made her so endearing. Seeing her bright smile and happiness, he realized it was the perfect moment to take things a step further. The reveal hit like a bomb. He was close to Professor Liao. He suggested the three of them go out for dinner sometime, leaving her completely stunned. To reinforce the trust, he added that their promise of loyalty had no expiration date. Overcome with excitement, Wu forgot all her shyness and threw herself into a tight hug, declaring that from that moment on, he was her top priority and her one and only best friend. The awkwardness kicked in when he pointed out the hug was a bit too much for the middle of a library. Reality hit her instantly. Completely embarrassed, face burning, she quickly pulled away and, through stammers, managed to invite him over sometime in the future. He accepted with a smile, making her immediately look away, totally flustered. Later that day, when Sueli got back to the university dorm, his sense of satisfaction was cut short by a strange feeling. It was like he'd forgotten something important. The moment he opened the door and saw Jiang Ming sitting on the bed, reality hit hard. His friend asked what time it was, and Sueli froze. He had completely forgotten about him, leaving the guy on his own while he got lost flirting. Lulai tried to make up for it. Jiang Ming, with that knowing smile, said he'd even take a failing grade if it meant seeing his friend succeed. The guilt hit hard, and Lulai promised he'd fully focus on helping with his thesis first thing the next morning, trying to make up for disappearing like that. But the teasing didn't stop. Jiang Ming called him out, saying he was trading honor for a pretty face. He went down the list of Lulai's lucky streak, bringing up Xiaoning, Liao, and now the white-haired girl. To recover from being ditched, he demanded the full story, and Lulai had no choice but to spill everything. Their official meetup happened in the campus cafeteria. Lulai introduced Professor Liao and Wu face-to-face. The girl was clearly nervous, like she was on the verge of a breakdown from social anxiety. Sensing the awkward silence, Lulai stepped in and suggested the writer sign something for her fan. Liao was kind about it and agreed right away. Wu, in a mix of courage and panic, pulled out several magazines and even suggested getting the autograph on her clothes. The professor was a bit thrown off by the idea, but quickly changed the subject to the menu. In the end, the three of them relaxed and enjoyed their meal. Even with her social struggles, Wu was glowing. Without hesitation, she invited Professor Leah to visit her house, revealing she had 3 bookshelves filled with every single issue of her magazines. The shock came when she admitted she bought at least 100 copies of each edition. Since the early works were rare, she even used her father's influence to track down out-of-print copies. Listening to all that, Sueli immediately realized she wasn't just a fan, she was an heiress with serious resources. On the walk back to the dorms after lunch, the mood shifted. Liao said she needed to head to the publisher and said goodbye. Wanting to help, Wu quickly offered to call a taxi, but the author declined with a smile. Instead, she made an unexpected promise. From now on, she'd personally bring signed copies so the girl wouldn't have to spend so much buying stacks of magazines. Wu's reaction was pure excitement. Sueli watched, impressed, realizing her obsession went beyond any level of fandom he had ever seen. After Liao left, the gratitude overflowed, smiling from ear to ear. Wu thanked Sueli for making the meeting happen and officially declared him her best friend from that moment on. Sueli let out a soft laugh, aware of the promise he'd made to be a good friend. Her social confidence clearly depended on Professor Leia. As soon as she left, the girl went back to stammering nervously. Trying to fill the silence, she quickly assured him she'd help him with anything he needed from now on. With a friendly smile, he brushed it off, leaving those promises for later. Deep down, he was satisfied, knowing he had earned her goodwill through pure luck. Soon, the calendar flipped to July 1999. Graduation season took over, and the entire class gathered for their final photos. In the middle of it all, Professor Guo approached Li Sueli and handed him one of the pictures. Looking at it, the young man felt the weight of his second chance. Living through that ceremony again carried a different meaning, especially after rewriting the tragedy that had destroyed the professor in his past life. Seeing the joy on his mentor's face proved it had all been worth it. Li Sueli felt certain the worst was behind him and hoped the professor would have a peaceful future. Their farewell was marked by Professor Guo calling him over. He promised full support if Sueli ever needed help in the job market, while Li Sueli responded by urging his mentor to take care of himself too. The concern puzzled the older man, who had no idea it came from years of respect carried over from a past life. Taking a dramatic tone, Sueli delivered a motivational speech about enduring rock bottom and fighting until victory. Seconds later, it hit him. He had basically stolen that line from some random TV show. Guo didn't miss the chance to tease him, joking that he had barely graduated and was already lecturing the faculty. Awkward, Sueli scratched his head and admitted it. But behind the joke, the professor felt the weight of those cliché words. He hid the fact that he had almost given up during his darkest moments, and that it was students like Sueli who kept him going. Returning the advice, Guo warned that adult life would be full of traps, but steady effort could fix any mistake. With a firm nod, Li Sueli promised he wouldn't let him down. The scene shifted to another part of campus. The serious mood faded when Jiang Ming showed up, beaming, ready to celebrate. All that struggle had finally paid off. Thanks to Li Shuli's intense guidance, he had passed his exams. The relief of getting through his thesis defense was indescribable. Overjoyed, Jiang Ming promised a big feast to thank him, but his friend quickly cut him off with a straightforward reminder: less partying, more focus on the family business. Still, the farewell atmosphere hit hard. Yang suggested a pact for the group to meet every 6 months, with a big reunion every 3 years. Eyes watering, he admitted how much he'd missed their daily life together and the closeness they were about to lose. When his friend went in for a dramatic hug, Li Shuli shut it down immediately. He pointed out that with modern tech and transportation, no one would truly be out of reach, then told him to wipe his nose and focus on the future. Jiang, thrown off by the sudden seriousness, decided to tease him, asking if that tone was some kind of unexpected love confession. He kept the act going, saying he wasn't ready to sacrifice himself for their friendship. Li Shuli's patience ran out. He wondered how he hadn't noticed how clueless his friend was in his past life, and ended the nonsense with a well-placed kick, knocking Jiang Ming to the ground. Between laughter and fake sobbing, the protagonist wished him success while mentally planning to keep protecting his family business from the shadows. The joking mood shifted into mutual respect. Jiang reached out his hand, moved by his friend's sincerity, and they sealed their bond with a firm handshake. The deal was simple: work hard and conquer the world. Not long after, the scene changed, back to the neighborhood where everything would begin again. At the construction committee office, chaos had taken over. An angry crowd surrounded the clerk's desk, unloading their frustration over the demolition project. Residents shouted about the lack of sunlight in the new housing and the ridiculously low compensation. For them, it wasn't just concrete and bricks. It was decades of history being torn down with no guarantee of fairness or peace. In the middle of the complaints, Shiai pushed through the crowd. Without saying a word, he pulled documents from his pocket, quickly signed them, and dropped them on the desk. The reaction was instant. A man shouted across the room, calling him a traitor for selling out so quickly and accepting the deal without a fight. Ignoring the insults, the clerk smiled in relief. She loudly announced that Shiai was the first to secure compensation and the right to choose a new home, thanking him for supporting the project. An elderly woman with white hair, outraged by his attitude, grabbed his hand and started lecturing him. She couldn't understand how someone could give up their rights like that without even trying to negotiate a better deal. Shiai showed no regret. He explained that the real estate market waits for no one, and prices only go up. While others wasted time arguing over small amounts, he preferred taking the money immediately and investing it where it would actually grow. To him, securing capital right away and getting first pick of the new properties was far smarter than getting stuck in an emotional fight. Suspicion spread through the committee. One of the older residents, confident in his experience, warned that Shiai was being taken advantage of and selling his assets for cheap. With no patience for pointless debates, Shiai simply turned his back and left. Behind him, the accusations continued. Some said he was dragging others into a bad deal, while a few started to wonder if he might actually be right. Shiai didn't care. Focused on the future, he liquidated his assets and followed his plan. A month later, while training his energy under the park trees, his phone buzzed. It was the official confirmation. The $130,000 payment and 10 new luxury houses were now registered under his name. The speed of the process surprised him. On the other end of the line, they explained it was a special bonus for being the first to cooperate. After hanging up, Shiai did the math. Nearly $8 million in his account and a set of prime properties. He had finally reached the top. It was proof that his knowledge was worth gold. Back home, he was in high spirits. Passing by two elderly men focused on a game of Chinese chess, he casually pointed out a winning move for one of them. The men didn't appreciate the interruption and complained about his lack of manners, but Shiai just smiled and apologized. He was too satisfied to care. After all, he had already won the real game of life. His next plan was even bigger. Use that money to honor his master and push his family business to the top. While lost in thought, the chessboard behind him became the center of attention. One of the old men, analyzing the move Shiai had suggested, was stunned by its brilliance. The mood between them quickly turned sour. One wanted to cancel the game because of the interference, while the other insisted on sticking to the original moves. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shiai slipped away quietly. Having money felt great, but the pride of earning it through his own intelligence felt even better. With capital secured, he made his first strategic move, investing 1 million yuan to found a support and recreation center for the elderly. Plenty of people had that kind of money, but almost no one was willing to donate it to such a specific cause. The gesture caught everyone's attention, and rumors spread quickly. People on the street said the donor was a Hong Kong tycoon or the heir to a billion-dollar empire passionate about community projects. The media went into a frenzy, pressuring the organization to reveal the donor's identity. But the secretary shut everything down. The benefactor would remain anonymous, and by then, Shiai was already gone, heading out to reunite with his mentor. Shiai had a clear vision. Within 2 decades, his strategy would be embedded in the country's cultural DNA, impossible to ignore. To make sure everything went according to plan, he isolated himself at Qingyun Temple. For 6 months, he trained intensely and refined every detail of his business moves, while the outside world wondered why someone so young was so focused on projects for the elderly. Meanwhile, back at the pavilion, the atmosphere was all about business and mystery. An influential businessman had come seeking predictions from Master Lin Shuhuan. When Shiai finally showed up to visit his mentor, he ran into the guest and froze. He recognized that figure instantly. It was Jan Fyon. Seeing the tycoon there made everything click. Fyon's meteoric rise clearly had expert guidance behind it. On the other side, Jan Fyon connected the dots just as fast. The moment he saw the young man, he realized Shiai was the prodigy disciple sent by the master to pave the way. Eager for answers, he pressed Lin Shuhuan about his future. The master didn't sugarcoat it. For the next 20 years, no one would be able to beat Jan Fyon. What should have sounded like good news only made him panic. He jumped to his feet, demanding to know what would happen after that time frame. The master's silence said enough. Fear took over as Fyon started imagining the collapse of his empire. He offered massive sums of money to learn how to escape that fate, but Master Lin refused, stating that destiny couldn't be bought, and revealing divine secrets came at too high a cost. She had already granted him 2 decades of glory. That was the limit. Lin Shuhuan ended the session, saying there was no point digging deeper into fate. She called Xiai to escort the businessman out. Yang Fong tried one last time to push for answers, but the young man calmly diffused it, suggesting they talk outside instead of pressuring the master. As soon as they stepped out, Fong's demeanor changed. Clearly anxious, he asked Xiai directly what he had seen in the future. With a serious expression, Xiai confirmed the problem in 20 years was real and unavoidable. Panic set in as the businessman tried to figure out whether it would be a market collapse or sabotage against his company. Xiai stayed cryptic, explaining that the seed of disaster was already being planted during those 20 years of success. He challenged Fong's thinking, saying a man in his position needed to see 10 moves ahead, not just 3. He made it clear he wouldn't let the tycoon fall. He was too important to the country's progress. But the real understanding had to come from Fong himself. Still desperate, Fong pushed for details about the kind of blow he would face. Xiai simply smiled and said he was on the wrong side. Realizing the disciple had already revealed more than intended, or maybe exactly as intended, Yang Fong held on to that phrase like a key puzzle piece. With masters at that level, every word carried meaning. Fong understood that pushing further wouldn't work. With people like that, too much pressure only got you ignored. Sincerely, he thanked Xiai and, during a handshake, suggested they become like sworn brothers to share fortune and success. Xiai, staying humble, brushed it off, saying Fong cared too much about titles. He reassured him that, given his importance to the country, support was guaranteed, then sent him on his way with a promise to talk again later. As soon as the tycoon was out of sight, Xiai was about to leave when Xiaoning stopped him. She revealed she would spend the next few months training at the temple. With a slight smile, Xiai shared an ambitious plan. He intended to use that time to help her unlock her 8 extraordinary meridians, preparing her body for high-level cultivation. Xiaoning was stunned. The offer was generous, but her mind immediately jumped to the only method she knew for such rapid progress: dual cultivation. Her heart started racing. She began wondering if all of Xiai's indifference and his other relationships had been part of a game to confuse her before proposing something that intimate. Annoyed and unsettled by his silent boldness, she spent the entire night overthinking it. Early the next morning, she barged into Xiai's room. He was still in deep sleep when he sensed someone there and snapped awake on instinct. He got dressed quickly, the master's warning still echoing in his mind. He knew he was walking a fine line dealing with the future, but her acceptance brought a sense of relief he hadn't felt in a long time. In the temple dining hall, he ate breakfast in silence, processing the fact that his secret, a soul from another time, wasn't an issue for Lin Shuhuan. After a quick breakfast, he headed to the hillside behind the temple. The place was wild, dominated by the roar of the waterfall, but there was no sign of Lin Shuhuan. As he searched for his master, he felt a sudden movement. Before he could react, he was shoved straight into the freezing pool. Xiai came up gasping, his combat instincts instantly on high alert. His eyes scanned the surroundings, ready for anything. In his mind, if someone was attacking a newcomer like him, the real target had to be his master. He shouted into the air, challenging the attacker to show themselves and warning that no one would lay a hand on Lin Shuhuan while he was still standing. The tension vanished when the master herself stepped out from behind the foliage with a sarcastic smile. It was just a reflex test. Seeing it was her, Xiai relaxed, though he was still soaked. Lin Shuhuan stared at him, unfazed by his reaction, her posture shifting into that firm stance of someone about to start a brutal lesson. This wasn't a game. The real training started right then and there. The danger in that place was real. Hidden taboos could destroy any careless cultivator, and an ambush would have been fatal. Even so, Luli's instinct to prioritize his master's safety right after the attack showed he had the right mindset for the martial path. Acting like a proud mentor, Lin Shuhuan asked if he was hurt, while he tried to hide the lingering shock behind a calm expression. She wasted no time stepping closer. Placing her hands on his chest, Lin Shuhuan began channeling healing energy. The sudden contact made Luli tense up. As the warmth of the technique spread through him, she gave a blunt warning. In the cultivation world, people kill over a single coin or treasure without hesitation. Letting your guard down is asking to die. Luli could barely process the advice. His mind was in chaos, struggling not to get distracted by her presence so close to him. He looked away, trying to stay respectful, but Lin Shuhuan closed the distance even more, making his face flush. He had to mentally snap himself back to focus on the lesson. Once the healing session ended, she stepped back enough for him to breathe again. The purpose of the waterfall training was clear. His body was his weak link. Lin Xuan made it clear that being a master wasn't just about controlling qi or the mind. If the body couldn't keep up, everything else would collapse. Many people made the mistake of thinking cultivation was just about gathering energy and memorizing techniques. Lin Xuan was direct. Neglecting the body meant digging your own grave, because eventually it would fail under the pressure of power. Rare resources or opened meridians alone wouldn't save him. Without a solid foundation, Luli's talent would go to waste. Just when he thought the lecture was over, she dropped the next step. The special training would start now. She led him to the base of a massive waterfall and, without explanation, the instruction was simple. Both of them would step under the cascade to test endurance. Luli froze. Seeing his master like that completely threw him off, unsure how to react. While he stood there stunned, Lin Xuan stepped into the freezing water and positioned herself under the crushing force of the fall like it was nothing. Noticing him still stuck, she asked if his earlier injury was holding him back. Luli forced himself to regain control. He reminded himself his goal was growth, and that for his master, things like gender or embarrassment were meaningless, just distractions. Swallowing his nerves, he undressed and stepped into the icy water. The impact was brutal, making every muscle in his body contract and shake uncontrollably. Looking to the side and seeing Lin Xuan's complete calmness gave him the push to endure. Time passed, and night fell. When the master finally called it, Luli could barely think, his body completely numb and his face stiff from the strain. He looked like a lifeless statue, frozen by total exhaustion. Inside, he was completely drained, but Lin Xuan watched with a hint of approval. Seeing a beginner endure that kind of punishment right away proved he had something special. Most would have quit in minutes. He had passed the first test and shown he was worth the effort, but he had reached his limit. Without the strength to even call for help, he blacked out and collapsed into the current, quickly pulled out by his master. Waking up was brutal. Back in his room, every inch of his body felt crushed. As he tried to gather himself, he noticed Xiaoning acting as a makeshift nurse. She explained that the master had carried him there because his fever had spiked. When she caught him checking his clothes under the blanket, she immediately shut that down, telling him not to get any ideas. She was blunt. A 39-degree C fever wasn't something an elixir would fix, and going through it naturally was essential to strengthening his foundation. With a sharp tone, she added that the master and her grandfather were busy drinking tea, and if it weren't for her, no one would care if he burned up. Even in that state, Luli smiled and thanked her. Xiaoning hesitated for a second, but quickly regained her attitude, calling him pathetic for getting sick from a simple waterfall session. He just gave an awkward smile, taking the scolding. Before leaving, she tossed a wet cloth onto his face with a short order, "Rest and don't die." Then she walked out, leaving him alone with his pain and thoughts. Her voice lingered in the room after she left, followed by an odd silence. Luli found her behavior a bit different. Maybe his earlier pushback had finally set some boundaries. Hoping for a little peace from now on, he gave in to exhaustion and drifted off. 2 days passed before Luli's body finally fought off the fever. He felt like a failure for getting sick during his very first training session, an embarrassment for any cultivator. With no new orders from his master and no tasks to handle, he found himself stuck in an idle void. Still, he didn't let it get to him. Compared to the disaster that was his past life, this was nothing. He was determined to make this second chance count. Deciding to make up for lost time, he got dressed and headed back to the waterfall. When he arrived, he was caught off guard. Xiaoning was already there, facing the rushing water. Luli quickly ducked behind a rock, confused. As far as he knew, her powers were sealed. She shouldn't even be able to train. He tried to quietly leave to avoid trouble, but she stood up at that exact moment. The sudden movement startled him, and he almost lost his composure, but quickly straightened himself. After all, he wasn't doing anything wrong. But Xiaoning wasn't even paying attention to him. Her focus was locked on a massive boulder like it was a target. In one swift motion, her hand came down like a blade, slicing through the rock as if it were nothing. Luli stared in shock, a chill running down his spine. If that was what being unable to cultivate looked like, one punch from her would be enough to send him straight to the grave. The shock made him question reality itself. After shattering the boulder, she didn't stop. She immediately dropped into a rapid set of one-arm push-ups. The speed was insane. Without pausing, she transitioned into explosive sit-ups, maintaining a pace that seemed impossible for a normal person. Luli stood frozen, questioning whether that kind of routine was even human. When she finished, Xiaoning showed a satisfied expression, having hit her personal goal of 200 reps per set. Hidden behind the rock, Luli instantly turned his head away, his face flushing. Beyond the awkwardness, he started processing what he had just seen. Breaking rocks was basic for someone using spiritual energy, but for someone like her, with sealed powers, it required insane physical strength. Her silent dedication hit him hard. Luli realized that while he thought he was working hard, Xiaoning was on a completely different level of discipline, building her strength through pain and secrecy. That moment crushed any lingering laziness he had. Motivated by her example, he decided he needed to push himself even harder. Before she could notice him, he slipped away, determined to take his own training to the limit. He nearly jumped out of his skin when he ran straight into Master Lin Xuan behind him. With a gaze that seemed to read his thoughts, she asked if he had seen enough. Luli lowered his head and admitted he had. He confessed he had been completely wrong. Until now, he had seen Xiaoning as nothing more than a spoiled rich girl with no real direction, but what he witnessed changed everything. Lin Xuan handed him a cloth to wipe his sweat and explained that she knew Xiaoning's journey well. Despite her reputation, the girl was the definition of persistence. Even after being told her path in cultivation was a dead end, she never stopped pushing forward. Luli felt the weight of those words. He realized his own prejudice had blinded him to her true strength. Suddenly, memories from his past life hit him. He remembered she had always stood out, perfect grades and unmatched in sports. It was that energy and speed that made him fall for her years ago. Back then, he was just an ordinary guy, someone who would barely register to someone as exceptional as her. Lin Xuan noticed his reflection and got straight to the point. She wasn't saying all this to put him down, but to wake him up. Talent and effort were different things. Luli had a stronger starting point than most, but that wasn't an excuse to slack off. The message was clear: don't waste your chance. With his mindset reset, he felt his motivation surge again. He promised he wouldn't fail and that he'd give it everything from that moment on. The next day, his routine changed completely. Climbing mountains with weights and intense exercises became his new normal. For an entire month, he pushed his body without a single day off. The results showed. His physique transformed, muscles defined, and endurance seemingly endless. One night, as he prepared to hit his goal of 500 push-ups and sit-ups before bed, his phone interrupted the session. It was Mr. Yang, his voice filled with panic. The man was on the verge of collapse, unable to eat or sleep, haunted by the prediction of an upcoming disaster. Desperate for a solution, he offered 10% of Fong Technology's shares in exchange for more guidance. Luli shut it down immediately. He made it clear that wealth and massive numbers meant nothing to him. His detachment shocked Mr. Yang, who suddenly felt foolish for trying to buy wisdom with money. Embarrassed, the businessman begged for forgiveness, but Luli calmly told him to relax. He hadn't taken offense. Taking the opportunity, Luli gave him a lesson in market vision, speaking like someone who had already seen the ending. He told Mr. Yang to stop obsessing over the uncertain future and focus on the present. His diagnosis was sharp. Fong Technology was massive, but it relied too much on intermediaries to deliver its products. The solution? Build its own logistics network. Mr. Yang was stunned. He couldn't understand how someone isolated in the mountains knew the company was already shifting toward direct-to-consumer sales. Luli was blunt. By creating their own delivery system, they would control service quality, cut dependency on third parties, reduce costs, and crush the competition. The final advice carried the weight of a prophecy. Luli said that if the company focused on serving the country with cutting-edge technology, it wouldn't just be a company, it would become a legend. Then he left a challenge hanging in the air. Did Mr. Yang want an eternal legacy or just quick profit? Without waiting for an answer, Luli hung up. Back at the office, the businessman stood frozen, processing the clarity he had just received. The smile on his face was so obvious that the employees around him started whispering, convinced their boss had just closed the deal of a lifetime. Meanwhile, far from suits and money, Luli went back to what mattered. He dropped to the ground and knocked out 500 one-arm push-ups, focused on getting stronger under Lin Xuan's guidance. Lin Xuan appeared out of nowhere with an announcement. The day of the final test had arrived. The challenge was simple but decisive. If Luli passed, he would advance to the foundation establishment stage. If he failed, it was back to intense training until the next chance. He tried to hide his nerves with an excited shout, but the memory of the 2-day fever from the last test still haunted him. Before leaving, he even tried to bargain, saying he still had 129 sit-ups left to hit his daily goal. His master didn't budge and told him to make up for it later. After changing clothes, She led him to the entrance of a cave sealed by a massive gate and a magical barrier. With a single touch, the passage opened into a deep, dark tunnel. The rules were straightforward. Enter the simulation, keep moving forward, and above all, don't get caught. Luli felt the danger immediately and tried to get more details about what kind of monsters were inside, but there was no time. When he looked back, the gate had vanished, leaving him trapped in the darkness. Panic hit hard. He started wondering if his master was trying to kill him or if he was just a disposable pawn. The silence of the cave was shattered by a roar that shook the ground, and from the shadows emerged a massive white tiger, ready to attack. The beast locked its glowing eyes on him and roared again, freezing his blood. Luli tried desperately to talk his way out, but the monster wasn't interested. It lunged. With no other option, he spun on his heels and ran for his life. As he sprinted, a notification appeared before his eyes. He had exactly 30 minutes to reach the finish line or face an unknown penalty. His heart nearly stopped. In the cultivation world, unknown punishments were never good. Getting caught by the tiger meant death, but failing the test sounded just as terrifying. The safe path ended abruptly, revealing a massive gap crossed only by a narrow, rotting wooden beam. It felt like a deadly video game level. Swallowing his fear, he dashed across. The moment he reached the other side, lethal spikes shot up where he had just been. He kept running, dodging traps and obstacles that appeared non-stop. It became clear, without the brutal month of training, he would have died within seconds. Another alert appeared. 10 seconds until penalty. The fear of losing his second chance pushed him forward. He couldn't die here. He remembered Lin Xuan's words, move forward and survive. Gathering every last bit of strength, he forced himself to go faster. But the white tiger was faster, leaping in for the kill. At the last possible instant, Luli twisted his body and narrowly avoided the fatal strike. Running on empty, he struggled to stay ahead while escaping the tiger's claws. In the distance, he spotted Lin Xuan near an exit portal, shining like a beacon. Relief hit instantly. Victory was right there. With the finish line in sight, he gave it everything he had. The tiger, realizing its prey was slipping away, launched one final attack. Just a meter from the goal, Luli felt the beast's breath on his neck and heard its jaws snap inches from him. At the exact moment the timer hit 0, he crossed the line and reached his master. In an instant, the nightmare vanished, and the tiger dissolved into nothing. Luli collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to catch his breath. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xuan approached and confirmed it. He had passed the test. She admitted he had exceeded all her expectations. She hadn't believed he would pass on his first try, but his performance proved he was a true prodigy. Still gasping for air, Luli thought he had only survived because his survival instinct kicked in. Otherwise, he would have been tiger food. Curious, he asked what the punishment would have been if he had failed. With a mysterious smile, she revealed there wasn't one. As she grabbed his wrist to check his condition, she noticed his heart rate was close to 200. Even though it had all been an illusion with virtual beasts, he had pushed his body to its absolute limit. Realizing he had nearly killed himself for nothing, Luli got annoyed. He complained that she threw him into the test without warning and could have saved his heart from nearly exploding. Lin Xuan just laughed and told him to relax. The main goal had been achieved. Now he was officially ready to learn real magic. She led him to Ning'an Lake to begin teaching foundational mental techniques. Luli found it strange, asking if it wouldn't be easier to just study manuals in the library. Lin Xuan shook her head, explaining that as her direct disciple, he would learn through faster, more practical methods. When they reached the water's edge, she gave the order. Luli froze, unsure how to react. He stood there, stunned as he realized the training was taking an unexpected turn. The shock deepened when he understood they both needed direct contact with the water for the ritual. Confused, he questioned why that level of proximity was necessary. But Lin Xuan, with a cold look, simply ordered him to get ready and step into the lake so the energy transfer could begin. The young man's mind spiraled into complete chaos. The nerves hit so hard his blood pressure spiked, even causing a nosebleed. He stammered something about it being too advanced, imagining it was some kind of deep spiritual bonding ritual. With no way out, he finally stepped into the water. She followed right after, ready to begin. Keeping his eyes shut out of respect, he promised to stay still and not look around. The master was blunt. He just needed to obey and not resist, or the energy surge would destroy his mind. As he followed her instructions, an overwhelming aura swallowed him. When he opened his eyes, reality was gone. He found himself floating above the clouds, with mountains, rivers, and even the universe within reach. It was a sense of peace and power, beyond anything he had ever imagined. Lost in that calm, he felt the ground beneath his feet and absorbed the surrounding energy. Smiling, he felt ready to explore the sea of stars, amazed by the vastness of existence. But the trance didn't last. Her voice suddenly cut through his experience, snapping him back. He jolted awake, realizing he was still in the lake. It had all been a powerful mental projection. Confused, he saw his master already composed and asked where he had gone. She answered coldly. It was just the basics of training. She kept it simple. He hadn't gone anywhere. What he experienced was just his mind processing the method she had taught. The message was clear. Master the theory now so he could train alone later. Only once his foundation was solid would he learn more advanced techniques. She left room for questions, but he simply nodded, feeling the weight of the responsibility. He quickly pulled himself together and got ready to leave, only to run into Xiaoning on the way out. The moment their eyes met, the atmosphere turned tense. Xiaoning didn't waste time asking what he was doing there, but she quickly noticed the drastic change in his energy. She congratulated him on advancing his cultivation level, though she couldn't hide her discomfort. Seeing his power rising while she remained stuck made bitterness churn inside her. Sensing her frustration, he tried to reassure her, saying he'd find a way to help her improve too. He even joked about alternative training methods, but she just shook her head, thanking him anyway. Her focus was elsewhere. She needed to talk to mentor Lin. She walked off, and he watched her disappear, thinking she might be handling things better than she seemed. Hours later, back home, he shifted his focus to the digital world. He turned on his laptop, opened the chat, and sent a friend request to Liao Khan. The reply came instantly, full of excitement. He started by asking if she was doing well, and she confirmed right away. The conversation revealed she had recently moved to a new city, changed her number, and cut ties with her relatives to isolate herself and focus entirely on writing. Curious, she asked about him. He smiled and told the truth. He was deep into training and self-improvement. She laughed, thinking he was joking about cultivation in the modern world. The mood stayed light, and he promised that once his isolation period ended, he'd meet her for dinner. She accepted, though her tone suggested she didn't take it too seriously. He, on the other hand, was completely sincere. While waiting for the chat to update, a profile named Light Raindrops caught his attention. The description was deep and poetic, talking about escaping the noise of the world and searching for something real in the middle of all the fake. He found himself impressed, feeling like that vibe perfectly matched the times. While thinking about expanding his network, he was suddenly hit with a direct message from that same account. The person asked where he'd been and said he'd been hard to find lately. Confused, he started digging into who could be behind that mysterious profile. The conversation kept going, with her talking about an incredible library she'd found, huge collection, beautiful place, and she quickly invited him to check it out with her. It didn't take long for him to connect the dots and figure out who was really messaging him. He realized how much online identities can reveal. The girl seemed shy in person, but in chat she just wouldn't stop talking. He made up a weak excuse, saying he'd been tied up in some confidential training under an NDA and only got a break today to log in. She got excited, promising she'd work hard not to fall behind, and asked him to let her know as soon as he finished. After the conversation, he shut everything down and went back to the grind. His days were nothing but climbing hills with weights and meditating under freezing waterfalls, pushing both body and mind to the limit. It was constant physical and mental pressure to build endurance. Months later, after wrapping up that phase, he went to test his progress with Lin Xuan. Without warning, she launched a brutal energy attack. He barely dodged, and with a grin joked if she was trying to kill him. Even though it was tough to avoid, he was confident the results would show over time. His motivation doubled. After 2 more months of insane training, the results were crazy. He reached the peak of the foundation stage. The next level was right there within reach. During a break, he opened his laptop to check the outside world and laughed to himself, wondering if he'd already become the right-hand man of major players thanks to his strategic advice. He thought about the impact of his suggestions and how fast his allies were growing, leaving behind the rookie label he used to carry. Success was knocking, and he knew the decisive moment was getting close. Still, since everything was unfolding as expected, he chose not to interfere and let things follow their natural course. What kept bothering him, though, was the silence from Lin Yunhong. He couldn't figure out why the CD he sent months ago never got a response, even starting to think it had been forgotten somewhere at a front desk. But reality was different. Over in Chengdu, the receptionist had done her job and handed the disc directly to Mr. Lin. She mentioned the content explained itself and that he'd understand everything once he watched it. Curious about the sender, the executive asked who delivered it and got a description of a young man overflowing with ambition and energy. Lin recognized the potential of the new generation and, before heading into an important meeting, told them to leave the CD on his desk. In front of his team, he gave a visionary speech. The internet was unstoppable, and search engines would become the main filter for all global information within 5 years. He went further, saying major tech companies would have no choice but to rely on Chandu for traffic and new customers. What they were building was beyond valuable. The room filled with excitement, employees applauding the ambitious goal. With total confidence, Lin declared they would dominate the digital market, turning any competitor into a background player. The team worked overtime to make the company succeed, but the CD sent by Liao ended up tossed in a random corner of Mr. Lin's office, forgotten and gathering dust. Unaware of this, the young man threw himself fully into self-improvement, mastering swordsmanship with impressive skill. In just 6 months, he combined theory and intense practice, reaching the peak of the foundation stage with near-perfect execution. Proud, his master acknowledged that both his effort and talent were exceptional. He thanked her, but the mood quickly turned serious. It was time to face the final test to level up. The warning was clear. Many get stuck at this stage and never progress again. The master explained the challenge would take place in a simulated environment. Even without real physical danger, the test would demand everything from him, since the simulation was too realistic for the mind to ignore. Still uneasy about what was coming, he asked about Xing, who had been absent. With a knowing smile, Lin Xuan revealed the girl was now fully focused on her athletic career and graduate studies. It seemed the end of the relationship had given her clarity and discipline she didn't have before. The master warned the test would be long, and that any loose ends should be handled beforehand. Without hesitation, he said nothing mattered more than his growth and that he was ready to start immediately. He went back to his room to organize his things, and while passing through the garden, saw Xiaoning buried in books, trying to solve a tough problem. He chose not to interrupt and kept moving without saying goodbye. Days later, when he arrived at the test site, he realized he wouldn't be alone. A system voice announced it was loading and that the simulation portal would open shortly. As soon as it appeared, the participants were transported onto a boat in the middle of an endless ocean. Lin Xuan's presence caused an immediate stir. The group couldn't hide their surprise at seeing someone so powerful up close, commenting on her youthful appearance and her rare ability to create training environments to help others grow. Between praise for her generosity and complaints that she didn't take students, someone mentioned the rumor that she finally had a disciple. Hearing it from the side, the young man felt a surge of pride in his master's reputation. Lin Xuan faced the group and got straight to the point. The mission was to survive 7 days on an isolated island. If things went south, serious injury, heavy bleeding, or a fatal hit, the system would eject the participant immediately. People started whispering. The fear of failing the test was real, but the relief of knowing no one would actually die there was even bigger. A few more skeptical ones still questioned whether the simulator was truly safe, but a veteran shut it down, saying the method was extremely reliable and had never failed anyone at their level. Without any ceremony, the master looked at him and said the easy part was over. She turned her back and walked off, leaving him on his own. With his blood pumping and a confident grin, he clenched his fists. As the only one personally trained by her, he had a reputation to uphold, and there was no way he was going to embarrass himself.